Welcome everyone, it's time to get hot, it's time to get sweaty, it's time to play some good old video games. We're getting live and loud with it. It's the June 2025 Stay Plugged In Showcase. We are in day one form, but that is not without seeing how the form evolves. I'm Hell Monkey Man alongside Orbital. Orbital, it's the very beginning of summer. Some would say it's already too hot. I am one of those people. I didn't know how you are as we're set and ready for our day one. We got some Overwatch and we've got some Rocket League on the way.
Yeah, it's awesome to see some of those hopefuls coming out here and showing what they got. You said it's very, very hot outside. For me, it's been raining wherever I'm at, and it's been crazy. I mean, it's been such a treat to be able to see a lot of players across, a lot of the national collegiates as well as the high school leagues, and now we get to see more up-and-coming talent coming up for the 2025-2026 season. There's so many different programs here in Stay Plugged In that are hoping to find their next, star players or someone to kind of fill in for the team.
I mean, this is exactly what's going down because Stay Plugged In. They've got a network of over 450 colleges. That's a lot of colleges. That's a lot of opportunities for these awesome students and these awesome talents that I just got to see for the last few weekends, be able to have a chance to get scholarships to go and find their pathway into programs at that next level of scholastic academia. So, of course, we have a chance to be able to do that today. Like I mentioned, we've got Overwatch 2 as well as some Rocket League. You're going to be with Beautiful Crow tomorrow with some Smash and Valorant. And honestly, this kind of college fair and the ability to do this in front of recruiters is such a special event, one that you and I have seen a lot, and it's really paid off for these awesome students.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of different groups actually move on into the all-star leagues and then move into the collegiate scene, transferring even whenever they're looking for some of that higher level education, and it's really, really cool. That's what Stay Plugged In is about. You talked about the college fair, and I want to dive a little bit deeper into that because during the college fair, students will have about an hour to actually attend the virtual college fair, join in and talk with a lot of these college recruiters and learn what it's about, because here at Stay Plugged In, we do want to make sure that, it's not just about gaming, it's also getting that education, getting that degree and making sure they can go on to bigger and better things, whether in esports or in any other field, and that's what they want to do all the time. I mean, I believe Stay Plugged In even has a student Discord server, and colleges attending have their own voice channel to share information about their program with specific students that they're interested in, and players can speak and connect with college reps and ask questions about the programs, provide their resumes, and share the spin profiles that can be on the Stay Plugged In website, which is even cooler. So, getting that leg up in the scene.
Yeah, and this is exactly the kind of thing that, so many wish existed. Well, guess what? It really, really does right now. You have a one-day tournament. The academia will come later, and right now they're trying to start their stuff into a one-day tournament-style bracket. So whatever team signed up, they're going to go double elimination, and we're going to see what pops out on the other side. But we got to thank some folks that even make this possible as we go over to our sponsors and our partners here. So before we get into all the awesome details for the competition, let's be able to talk about them, because first off, Brightspeed Internet. It's about making connections. It's about being able to find your way across that wide world web, while students will have a chance to meet with the recruiters through those discords, but it's because they have awesome connections like the new Brightspeed Fiber Internet, which is right here, right now. It's ultra fast internet that you've been waiting for. I had people knocking at my door. They're like, hey, you want Frontier? I said, no, I want Brightspeed. Now everyone in your house can stream, game, and do more all at the same time. Brightspeed technicians ensure your fiber internet works all over your house, and so can you too. No more searching for that one spot in the house over in the corner where you can disassociate from everyone else to have your video call. You can do it anywhere you want. Don't settle for slow and unreliable anymore. Switch to Brightspeed today at go.staypluggedin.gg/brightspeedapril. That is go.staypluggedin.gg. Do the big slash, then Brightspeed April. It's in limited availability in select areas, but I'm sure you can be able to find yours.
Yeah, of course, and you want to find maybe a little bit of apparel. Well, Emerge Apparel has got you covered. The esports landscape can be an overwhelming environment for owners and directors of new esports teams, leagues, clubs, and programs, so let Emerge take the burden of merchandising off your hands. Organizations of any size can work with Emerge to create a custom online storefront with on-demand printing and fulfillment, all while generating revenue for your org. That's right, with an Emerge storefront, teams of any size can earn proceeds from every sale to put back into their program, which is awesome. Again, getting a little bit of that extra revenue. With a Booster Club storefront from Emerge, you never have to purchase and keep inventory or deal with the hassle of fulfilling orders. Of course, that means that you can replace stress with revenue, so go ahead and visit emergeapparel.gg. That is emergeapparel.gg, and start the process of creating your own custom team shop today.
And of course, it cannot be done here for the Spin Showcase without Stay Plugged In. With over $45 million in scholarships facilitated from the last 5 years. That's since 2020. That's fast math. Stay Plugged In has been able to give you the leading esports recruiting platform in the country. You can create a free account today and begin searching for college esports programs and building your own personal brand that then gains you competitive experience in an online recruiting event just like what we're doing today. You can also take it a step further. You'll be able to get those search for colleges unstoppable with a platinum plan, and for less than the cost of a Twitch subscription, by the way, subscribe, you can work with our recruiting specialist to create a personalized recruiting plan as well. So follow and message your prospective colleges through that Spin website. Make life easy to be able to make it to your next big journey. Visit staypluggedin.com. That is Stay Plugged In. It's right there on the bottom of the screen. .com, and start your journey to collegiate esports today. But with all that said and done, with all our sponsors and our partners and everyone given credit, it's time to give credit where credit is due, and that's to our competitors today. Our showcase is going to be between all of our awesome students with Rocket League and Overwatch today. 4 titles, 2 days. Day 1 starts now, and it's going to be a big one between all these awesome brackets.
Yes, it is. Keep in mind that today is just the Rocket League as well as Overwatch 2 side of things, but across the 4 titles, we have $2,000 in prizing. That is $500 per title here, and it will be distributed, I believe, through the top 2 to 3 teams. Of course, we'll be having all the action covered in more ways than one here on the main channel, as well as in Stay Plugged In B. That stream will also be broadcasting as many matches as they can across both brackets as well, so you can get all the coverage, and especially for those that are interested in looking for new recruits, you can go ahead and hone in on a lot of the matches that may or may not have our fancy voices on top of it. To start things out, though, we are looking at the Rocket League side of things, and with Rocket League, we're looking at a double elimination bracket, BO5s. Now, that is the standard when it comes to any Rocket League side of things, which we're very excited about, but this will be the entirety of the bracket here today, which will be completed. So we will have a champions at the end of the day.
Yes, it's going to be the entire run of it. You're, in fact, probably going to see Rocket League to start and Rocket League to end, but there is some Overwatch that's happening right in the middle of all that, and we will cover both of those finals to make sure that you know what and who is able to take our showcase crown. Also, look at that zesty, sexy overlay. Big upgrade is being brought over here to Stay Plugged In. Let's get into game number 1.
Yes, sir. We are looking at the Buccaneers going up against the ever so mighty FDHS Esports. Both squads looking to round things out here with a couple wins on their board. You got, all right, Buccaneers already striking first before I can even get the name. CJ, Don, as well as Presto making the change. Oh, Buccaneers up 1.
Tough read there by Bizik. They knew that came off their own backboard, and they were hoping that they'd be able to receive it just on the tip of their nose, but not letting an opportunity go by are the Buccaneers. By the way, full name is Buccaneers on a Sloop. I think sloop is like a ship term. I need to look that up. Okay.
It is. So and I will say this because I love ships, by the way. I love ships. It is a small, usually about a single, okay, I can't even talk because FDHS go ahead and tie things right back up. They said, we're not a sloop, we're a brig. We will go ahead and bring the battle to you. A sloop is like a single sailed ship, though. Old style wind power. Probably, I would say, some of the favorites of the pirates.
Okay, all right, that's actually pretty cool. I need to get more ship terminology. Look, my TISM all went to trains. I need to gain more ships in my vocabulary. But the Buccaneers looks like they're getting scored on twice. No, big save. Don Boss saves the day and keeps us tied.
And that's very, very nice. Again, with some of the earlier goals, you know, for stealing back and forth, there's always a difference here. But mainly, it's all about getting things under control here in game number 1. Find your groove and find your mix. Keep in mind when we talk about this, it's not always teams that are playing with the same teammates every single time. Some of these teams are kind of just thrown together. That's what we're very excited for. Seeing some teams have to work out, you know, are we going to be able to play together? How comfortable are we? Who's going to be the striker? Who's going to be defender? What type of style do we want to play here on the day? That can all be figured out in game 1.
And this right now, you have actually the big mix when it comes to different class levels as well. I think that we have a forthcoming senior going into next year in the way of Don Boss, who has already been very prevalent here into this first game. Go Jim, please. They're on the other side trying to be able to make that early attack. Feels like this one's been kind of left lopsided. We had the earlier couple of strikes inside of the first minute of play. I like the pickup here by Jax. To not allow that becomes a demo instead, but still FDHS will weather the storm.
And we appreciate that, again, making sure to make your mark. But at the start here, after those early goals, both teams have actually shored up their defense very, very well. You can see Jack's going ahead, trying to step into the mix a little bit more, but that's a kick to the left side post, and it will be Jax to go ahead and slam a goal in. A beautiful job.
Job well done. And again, that was a couple in a row now here for FDHS Esports. And you had mentioned that sometimes the full high school, they bring in their entire program and they get to maybe try out who's going to be going into the next semester, not just from their own program, but who's kind of graduating out. And maybe even some of this goes onto a recruiting montage that goes up to a collegiate level, just like what we're seeing today. Buccaneers, they suffer a triplicate of damaging blows. That's another one for FDHS.
Yep, and that one's going to hurt a little bit more than they would really, really like. +2 over to FDHS. This is going to be a little bit of a struggle bus for Buccaneers to be able to fight back. Now, granted, it's not all done and over. This is a BO5 at the end of the day. Not only that, you're going to have a little bit more time to play with in that lower bracket if you wish. You get a second chance at life. However, I don't think anyone really wants to lose out in game number 1 like this, so you get a high punting shot. You try and rip a goal right back. You can go ahead and see CJ trying to do what they can, but at the end of the day, it is just going to be a 1-3 position as we reach halftime.
And the at least 2/3 of either team are forthcoming seniors. Everyone's having that level up. I know that my daughter, she's going from being an 8th grader to a freshman in high school. Now some of these players are having to step up into leadership positions, and they're taking it well here through this first matchup. Now it's feeling like forever. You have all of this game, and you have a plethora of points that have been scored, especially with the way FDHS has responded. Bizik is going to intersect as they interject to get some boost. They get the ball, a bit too much bump to it as they were trying to make for a direct line challenge onto the defender, and the Buccaneers are hoping they can get something moving downfield.
I mean, they're hoping so, but you can take a look at how tough it's actually been to keep the boost in level. I think Dawn just hit their first max of the last 30 seconds or so. FTHS has actually done a fairly decent job at trying to collect a lot of those boosts, make sure they're all topped up in a majority share setting. So they've been fairly comfortable, you know, hanging on to their goal line. Buccaneers, for their own, though, they're trying to seal away their own opportunities, and honestly, it's been near and far between. Nice little bump there. FDHS running interference, which I highly appreciate here in game 1.
There's been a couple loose ball moments. Presto knew he had to turn immediately because that could have been screaming past him going between the pipelines. It's really been a lot of Don Boss. We're seeing Presto finally get comfortable, and CJ's aiming to at least take this one as a carry from out of their own end. A 50-50 slow ball as we sumo wrestle to the outside ledge of this lane. And the Buccaneers, they struck gold within the first few seconds of this entire game number 1. But since then, it's been FDHS running away with it. Can they be able to hit it? Here they do. Guess what? It's the Don hitting it.
Don saying, let's go ahead and take our group forward. This little ball rolled straight to midfield, and it was a hard kick above the defender's head. Very, very smartly done as well for the Buccaneers. And now you got 50 seconds to try and turn things around. If you're able to tie things up, push us to OT for game 1. That would be a huge play for them.
OT in game 1, you and I have seen that happen so many times. They're bullying, they're trying to be able to chase them out. I think that was go Jim please. Hoping to at least get right into the goalie's face. 35 seconds to go. Jax is chasing after it. Bizik is him off, just saying, come on up to it. And Don Boss is much the same by Presto, but it's a bit of lag time between some of these possessions. Now with no boost, you're seeing the Buccaneers suffering on the latter end of the field. They've got to be able to make this attack work. One good challenge, and this will be a loose ball play.
That's what they're hoping for. Jax, though, just trying to carry it, keep it in the air as much as possible, and make sure that the timer runs all the way down, and it looks like they are going to be in control. FDHS saying, okay, as long as we put 2 in the goal, this game should be ours. The ball goes high once again. Dawn looking to chase for that last second goal, but it hits the crossbar and will be dumped into the ground. Very, very close work. FDHS wiping the sweat off their back.
You know, I usually call that one when it rings off the old iron these days, the failure gong, but that was a promise for a better game number 2. I'm looking forward for that extra effort especially, but 4 shots, FDHS 75% from the pitch, and they even had 4 saves to rock up to it, and Don Boss really proving that they are going to be a big senior going into this next year. So we'll see how that one does maybe turn about as FDHS. They initially were kind of, you know, punched to the side of the jaw, but they immediately clapped back.
Yeah, there's been some interesting moments, and you talked about the seniority on these squads. Well, I mean, there's 2 on the side of the Buccaneers. Not only that, FDHS I believe have a couple seniors of their own. Go Jim Please and Bizik are both seniors, and then for Buccaneers I believe it's Don, as you were saying, and then CJ. Both of them are actively there. However, CJ taking a little bit of a gap here. Very interesting. The main thing, though, no fresh faces on these squads. It's juniors to round out on the secondaries as well. Hypnotics coming in, graduating in 2027, and then Presto graduating in 2027. So both squads, you know, kind of rocking that older level of play, and I'm always curious how long they've been playing Rocket League for.
That's very true. Yeah, you have that committed level to this overall game, and you can see that over the course of years. And sometimes one of those underappreciated, maybe underskilled things to kind of learn isn't just what you do into this game, but also maybe how you get to talk to the recruiters, which is why I'm glad that these guys to be able to have that stay plugged in platform to be able to get a chance, because they can prove it out here, but then when they eventually meet them, they want to be able to prove that they can be able to do it on the program as well.
I think just not in the program, but also if they wish to go past. I mean, yes, collegiate is that next step, but some players are actually looking to go pro. You know, you see that competition in their eyes, and they say, hey, we want to even go further beyond, if you will, and it makes me very happy to see that. So, you know, who's to say how far they will go, but it all starts right here and right now. FDHS currently up 1 in this BL5, need 2 more games to go ahead and cover, and I already like the adjustments, though. Buccaneers and FDHS have both said we are not letting any easy goals go by.
This is starting to feel a lot more, though, that FDHS has reapplied what was working in that first game. They have not allowed any early damage, and really this team has been smothering onto the Bucks. You're seeing Donbass having the majority of boosts, just kind of chilling off to this corner, but everyone's rotating to this same side post. CJ cuts across. But, I mean, FCHS pretty much has this group in a cage. After one solid touch, though, they have a moment to break out.
I think that breakout will be a little bit faster than they assumed here. You go ahead and see FDHS. They're like, okay, let's get back in position. Let's get our boost, and let's try and run the show. Jack's going ahead, hammering in on that right side. But the options from Buccaneers, keeping that ball high and in the air will be something else to play for. Then get dropped down to the middle with no boost in hand. CJ has to let it go, so it's picked up by FDHS. They're going to try and run it back on the other side of the field, dumping it down to the low ground, though. CJ says, now I got some of that boost. You're not going to get a shot off on the net.
Ooh, finally. And this has also been kind of a wake-up call for CJ. Didn't really have them be too prolific. We had a double commit, and CJ now stays stock and standard and waiting. That is great patience and recognizing when both of your teammates kind of overcommit up this lane. They were hoping to get a bump, I believe, into Jackson. Go, Jim, please. That's another double commit. Everyone kind of topsy-turvy on both halves of this pitch, and that one will be a wide-open gambit as Go, Jim, please finally breaks us through 1-0.
And it really feels like that wasn't even, you know, the foretold area. I think only Go Jim Fleet was the one that saw, hey, it's going to end up at midfield. I'm going to go ahead and ramp my way up. It was a great call. You go ahead and slam it home, and Buccaneers were a little bit lost for it. So now they get a chance at a breakaway. That's going to be the pin. CJ rips one right back and says, you didn't expect that one, did you?
No, talk about the previous one not being in the prophecy. This one wasn't even like a breath in someone's mouth. I don't know where in the world this air came from, but they slam it off of a team play, I guess, if you want to call it that. Opportunities suddenly striking 3 seconds later here for the Bucks.
And you love it, right? Remembering to always try and keep the pace, try and keep even with your opponent helps with the morale. Of course, that might be a roller as it bumps off the post. That could have been FDHS with a second, but a dead ball in front of the net is going to pop up another opportunity. However, the opportunity is a little bit squandered here. No, Go Jim, please, says we don't squander those. That's the second for FDHS.
All right, so it's the rule of 3, right? That all of a sudden we have nothing for like more than 2 minutes, and then boom, 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 it just shows up. Look, I get one Nintendo Switch, and all of a sudden the rule of 3 rears his beautiful face. So 222, we get FDHS. Oh my gosh, I thought they were gonna cross that one again. Suddenly, just everyone realizing that the stick's got to lean forward if you want to hit this ball true, and they might do it here. Oh, CJ can't catch up.
So close, and honestly for the Buccaneers it's a little bit of frustration, right? You had an opportunity to clear that ball, and I mean some of these moments have been a little bit you know, a little bit stalled out. We see FDHS starting to take advantage of some of the slower paced moments. However, the demos are definitely going to force everyone into a slower paced field. So it's going to be an opportunity, and very nice save by Bizing, making sure that setup wasn't going to follow through.
That was such a neat way to do it too. He dropped to the back side of that ball to have a chance to just have at least a solid strike. Fake him! Bizing is gonna finish this one off, but this was the no look as Presto brought it to corner that actually helped center it for FTHS, and then they got Donbass to bite.
I mean, that's how you fake everyone out. Buccaneers had no idea they were getting swindled out of the goal. And FDHS are right back where they were in game number 1. Now, in this position, there's a minute and a half to work with. Buccaneers, they have the opportunity to roll things out, and it's not going to happen. FDHS put a much larger stamp this game around.
Yeah, another corner play. We're just on the opposite side of things, and Jack's fantastic setup. It was go Jim please that was getting the first couple, but since then, Bizing has been able to stabilize and extend this lead. Looking pretty familiar situations from what we saw in that previous game. It took a little bit for both teams to start this time around, but the Buccaneers are getting swashbuckled.
And I feel it's a little bit more tempered, you know, for FDHS. It wasn't the random spearhead goal, whereas the Buccaneers was. FDHS have been playing a lot more together, finding those raw opportunities that the opponent leaves open. The Buccaneers are having to scramble a little bit more this time, though. It's a nice one to pick up here. Donbass, might be 59 seconds left, but they're saying it's doable. We can make this happen and score 2 more.
Winnable, you know. There's a lot of goals. There's plenty of time. That's you're just short of 30 seconds on average, and honestly, we go to the tried and true score with time. You want to give yourself a reasonable amount. Presto wants to be conservative, and the no touch. Oh, they couldn't get there before the third man.
So close. But right now for FDHS, they're going to try and maybe play a little bit slower game. Just once again, keep that ball under control like they did in game number 1 and put themselves at a 2-0 lead here in the series. It's all going to be about, though, how spicy do you wish to get and how desperate do the Buccaneers feel?
Buccaneers are feeling like some, triangular trade spices are being left on their doorstep with how that one's hitting onto that outside corner and onto the crossbar. Everyone diving. Donbass will have to turn. He knows that this one, just kind of a pot shot. I wish he'd taken more possession to that just to force everyone to kind of come to him. He's going to run through the rest of his boost looking for a flip reset. Again, feels like this is kind of just ladder straights, desperate moments, and they're possibly going to be going down 2-0 with 4 to go.
See if they can do a little bit more here. Good little punch, and it's going to be done. Buccaneers down 0-2. It's going to be comfortable for FDHS, who have looked so clean so far. I don't really think I've seen them get mixed up too much, but you can go ahead and take a look. You know, the goal's coming out, but the number of shots being rung by FDHS has been comfortable. The number of saves as well, 7 between Bizing and Go Jim Please, shows how good they've been on both sides of the field.
11 to 9 shots, but look at the key difference. Every single shot that was saved was a direct answer for a threat, because you had the 9, 7 of those getting saved by FDHS, and then the couple that were able to get through really were the difference maker. But it didn't make up the difference because they were down at 1.4 to 1. So some last second heroics cannot be how the Bucks want to, I guess, kind of temper this one. And again, it's a double elimination bracket, so it's not like it's the end of the day if it happens here. You got plenty to go through this showcase, but you don't want to start out in the lower bracket. But then now they got to start off getting a reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's a tough one, and honestly, FDHS, even though they've been a little bit slower off the starting block, I think they've been very comfortable in their play style, right? When it comes down to it, they feel very comfortable, they feel very measured, and they do wait for opportunities. Now, granted, they're a little bit slower than I would like. We saw a couple dead balls in front of the Buccaneers goal, and I'm just like, please just put it in the net, please. But, it doesn't always happen. And now we go ahead and see FDHS saying, okay, well, if there are mistakes, we'll do our best to go ahead and find it. What a setup on the back of the post, though, as that's Jax to come in with a 6-second goal.
This is like that premium you always want to see, just having something come out and no defender with a single touch to it, everyone jumping for the read. It is such a tough position as well when it hits that crossbar. You don't know if it's going to go flat, if it's going to bar down, and then just going all in. FDHS selling out in the first opening seconds.
beautiful, beautiful job, and I can only assume that it's going to get better here. Right now, FDHS making sure they start things off on the right foot, and for the Buccaneers, I mean, they got to play a lot of offense here. You can see the ball on the side of FDHS, but Buccaneers are trying to slam home a goal. CJ is going to try and carry it up, flicks it up above, challenged in the air, though. And CJ has to spin with, what, 0 boost in hand. Presto, though, sending it from midfield a little bit high, and it's not intercepted. So the teammate comes across, but it hits the crossbar. That would have been a beautiful setup play.
That looked like a communication miscue because you had Presto forward, Donboss trying to cover, and then ends up just as a loose ball no one was expecting. CJ will pick up the Legos before they're stepped on by his teammates. Jax was hoping to just get a part of this, and maybe he was hoping to not let it go to the top of the box, but Isaac kind of sprinted away with it.
Yeah, clean stuff here and very, very nicely done. Buccaneers happy about that one, and the fact that they were able to even things up in the first minute means that we're on good pace. FDHS saying, okay, we've been in this position before, we're not really worried. We're going to keep playing our own game. And when it comes to the own game, it means demoing out CJ, so they can't play too much. FDHS, though, saying, okay, maybe we demoed a bit too hard. Buccaneers sent another shot streaking towards the net. Doesn't go in, though.
Not getting caught with too many men downfield. That really hasn't been a major issue, but they have had wider gaps of rotation. They hit those walls. This is a double tap setup. Jax is going to drop in with it, but no. Presto. He will stand at the final doorstep. CJ has absolutely come online, and that's now going to be the triplicate that maybe the Bucks can run with success. Small ball, acute level passing, but it's too cutesy and doesn't make it to the goal line.
I think at the current moment, it's going to be a play just for possession. As Gojim Please carries it to that right side corner. Of course, there is an answer from Donboss saying, no, I'm not going to play with this one as easily as you would like, but a nice tap over FDHS. Trying to dribble that ball backwards, but it's not going to work as comfortably as they would like. Presto, center field, kicks it high off the back. Yet again, it is an opportunity for Gojim Please. Rolls right on in. And FDHS take their second.
I'm seeing Donboss. He's going for that opposite side post, or rather that boost. I see CJ right in the middle of the pitch, and you're just not ready for that third man swinging from backside post. That is the most powerful position in terms of getting a clear. And we've now, I think, had at least 3 separate long-distance goals that have worked exactly like that. Maybe even 4. Flip reset. Isaac trying to get mechanical with it as FDHS wants to now start really applying some extra damage.
And of course, the hope for the Buccaneers. Where do you get your goal? Into the second half? It's doable. There's plenty of time. But for Gojim Please, they're trying to dump it into the net. CJ with a great dig. Denying that third goal. However, Isaac saying that was a good opportunity. We're going to find any more as that's a little bit of a fake. Presto, though. And Don, make sure that ball doesn't go in.
I do love that you use volleyball terms for that because that's exactly what it felt like. Just fingertips being able to get to that ball, finding a way to keep it off floor and over the goal line. Donboss, chance to just go 1-2 combo. They cannot connect. Single scary goal. He ends up working out, and CJ wants to at least keep this counter play from occurring too fluidly. Still, though, Jackson, everyone from FDHS have found manners and means and mode to be able to get upfield beyond these Bucks. You've got less than 100 seconds, a blitzer of a shot, and they've doubled up this lead.
Clean as a whistle, by the way. Isaac punches off the backboard. A little bit of a fake, and Gojim says, go Jax. Beautiful job there. Buccaneers feeling like their sloop is getting boarded as not so friendly as they would wish, as right now they are seeing their hopes of continuing in the winner side bracket start to slip away.
Day's not done, though. Even if it goes that way, there's still plenty of time, but 90 seconds. You got to make this count. Jax just playing it to the ground. Literally duct tape there. He's got plenty of boosts. He's going to try and keep it even lower, but a great defensive recovery on that rotation makes that one pop high. Jax is not done yet, though. Gojim Please as well as Jax. They're going to be sticking nearby some very low boost warriors on that defensive line, at least looking at FDHS, daring them to come by, and FDHS is answering the call. We've got a minute to go.
Time to see, as we mentioned, Buccaneers getting a little bit of safety there as FDHS drop that offensive turn. It's Buccaneers to fight a little bit back. They're trying to get a touch, but it's rolled out by Bizik. And no one on the side of Buccaneers is able to maintain, so Bizik tries to roll it straight towards the net. Don able to dig that one away as well, making sure to keep their net safe. However, that's still more time to burn as Buccaneers starting to see that timer dwindle.
Clock watching. They get a demo. They get a nice touch off of Don Boss. CJ will actually be there as well. And everyone is just basically having to play with a whiplash in their neck, leaning back, seeing it come from their own back crossbar, trying for the immediate response. I like the idea, and they definitely have to go for at least one more look. FDHS has them right where they want them. Presto from the outside wall, slowing the game down. That's a very wise move. FDHS has cleared the board, and they will be going 3-0 through this first matchup and proceeding through the upper bracket. And the Buccaneers, well, on the sloop, they went whoop.
Very, very comfortable job by FTHS, and, you know, the entirety of the squad getting into it, but Jax having an all-star performance in more ways than one. 5 shots, 2 goals, and across all 3 games, looked like they were the kind of showrunners at the beginning of the time, right?
Yeah.
Very, very nicely done, and I hope to see even more, because again, for FDHS, they're coming in as, I believe, about the 10th seed or about the 8th seed. I can't remember which, and I want to double check before I go any further. Yeah, they are the 10th seed, comfortably knocking out Buccaneers.
Yeah, we saw some good promise out of the Buccaneers as well. It's not like they were kind of sat away, but it's also the difference of, I think that the Bucs have played together before, so some of that may have some general chemistry. FDHS obviously has, you know, they're marked as a high school. I would think that they're all kind of in the same program. A lot of seniority and experience is coming from both these teams. And we got some replays as well that I think is being queued up by our awesome producers, so we'll be able to see some extra highlights coming from this one. It started with a lot of Don Boss at minimum with the Bucs, but FTHS, they spread the love.
Yeah, this was FTHS really playing together, and you mentioned the Buccaneers do play together every so often, or we hope so at least. But for FTHS obviously coming in as an esports group, it makes sense. This high school squad obviously have time together. You can see how often the passing plays work well for themselves. Some of these digs have always been a little bit uncomfortable, but it's well played overall, and I give them a lot of credit for it. Right, for FTHS, one of the main points that I wanted to watch for was after that game number 1. You know, do you shore it up? Is it going to be opportunistic goals, or is it setup goals? And I think they proved us very, very right, or very, very well. When given the opportunity, they will prep appropriately.
Yeah, and this is also not a team that was waiting for mistakes to happen. They were definitely creative out there on the field, and I expect that to be happening. Maybe even seeing them go deeper into the bracket. And, hey, for the Buccaneers on a sloop, I want to see if they can be able to recover and survive through the lower side of the bracket. That's what competition is all about, and that's what these one-day brackets, they're mean. But you got to be able to survive and prove to these awesome recruiters you got a chance to maybe have that gut check moment. But we're going to take our gut check, maybe to get some snacks or otherwise, as we'll take a short break. More of the Spin Showcase will be back. Overwatch on the horizon right after this.
Get Brightspeed Fiber Internet free for 3 months. It's free for the whole family for 3 months. Unless you want to charge the kids.
Get Brightspeed Fiber Internet free for 3 months. Switch to the bright side.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for more of the June Spin Showcase. I'm Monkey Man in the booth alongside Orbital. And just so everyone knows, my anniversary is tomorrow. So, haha, I've been married too long. But we're going to keep going with that as we go into Overwatch. So, our first match on the day was a 3-0. Rocket League is moving right along at sprinter's pace. But so is this bracket. We've got a quad of teams here, Orbital, and some very familiar faces for some of these players coming up.
Yeah, we got some fun names, more ways than one. We got BLFC coming in as the first seed, Pluto in the second, JCHS in the third, and then Comets in fourth. We had a little bit of information, though, apparently, that the number one squad, which we think they were paid for the name, is Bear Light's Fan Club. Bear Light, obviously, one of the Stay Plugged In, amazing hard workers out there, and one of the casters for these events, but we love giving them a little bit of crap. What we are taking a look at, though, is the first and second seed duking it out in the winners finals. BLFC going up against Pluto, as you said, though, a couple names that you probably recognize throughout a lot of these. I mean, G Fighter being one of them over on BLFC.
Yeah, G-Fighter, I remember being a big difference maker as well. And in fact, they are the youngest out of this entire matchup. Everyone that's on the BLFC, they are all incoming seniors to next year. They're all 2026ers, except G-Fighter, who I believe is going to be a sophomore. So then Pluto, 5 of their 6 players, one of them is a forthcoming senior, but then 4 of them are committed. So we've got some great players. So, you know, even if you're committed, you would love to be able to still have some outreach, some good communication for those programs. But what a way that we get to see some awesome students already knowing where they're going and kind of prepping for that next step.
Yeah, it's awesome. And again, when we talk about the fact that we want to see more of these players step in to those roles that we've seen over the years as well, it gives us a little bit of a warm feeling, right? At the end of the day, they've gone ahead and committed. They've gone ahead and said, we are looking at that next stage, and that's what they're going to be doing here just as well. At the top of the screen, I know it looks like it's a BO5. It's a BO3. That's all we're going to be looking at. 2 games to win and move on into the grand finals.
Flashpoint at the end of it, if we even get there, but both these teams so far so good for going 2-0, and this actually should be a banger matchup that we'll probably see at least a couple of times. Grandmaster and Master between both of these squads in their rank profiles. G-Fighter is that tank. I was wondering which way they were sitting for it, but Big Jiffer is going to be one of those big first bloods.
And not only that, it was a mix because Pluto actually lost 2, and now they're a tank as well. So the first turn is going to go the way of BLSC. They go ahead and turn this point over, and now the question is, do they bottleneck or did they allow Pluto to actually push on out? This is going to be a little bit of a treat here, in my opinion, because I'm taking a look at the side of BLSC and saying, okay, you know, how well can you hold? But it looks like there is going to be a wraparound as Pluto trying to make their way in.
And you also have Kellums, who's sitting with basically one of our newest heroes that comes into this. And of course, they have been such a great kind of CC master. You get some fantastic damage, but it kind of slows the entire field down. Everyone from out of Pluto is starting to re-jump back onto site. You do have that ult online. You're going to get that everyone frozen up. And my goodness, you throw the bolo, and that's just the final nail in the coffin for that first big team fight.
I mean, that was as clean as you can get it. All 5 from Pluto were sectioned on the site, and I was questioning, right? Do BLFC walk it back? Do they go ahead and let everyone on the site? The answer was yes, but it's a giant bait. Pluto get eaten up for breakfast. They get almost no ult charge behind it, which means that you lose another about 30 seconds off the clock. I don't think BLFC are going to allow Pluto to even step into the mix, and even if they do, it's to charge their own. Take a look. G-Fighter and Cray are about to have their ultimates ready. Same with IGV.
Got that dead eye, but they're not really off position to try and take advantage of that. Gonna get caught in the vortex. That's a lot of damage. Oh boy. So there goes your Kiriko, and there goes your Cowboy, and it looks like we're just one team fight away from resetting this completely and being a 1-0 up here for BLFC.
That Terra Surge is terrifying. If you've ever had to deal with it in tight corridor, that's why I was pointing out G-Fighter having this ult ready is so big. And you just decimate them all. Pluto had no answer, and now you're kind of wondering, okay, well, for BLFC, how clean do you get this? Because he got 2 extra ults to play with his last-ditch effort from Pluto.
See if they can be able to find some off-angle play. Sticks right has to be able to get there, but they're going to use that Kitsune Rush to be able to get back onto site. You do get that venture from behind enemy lines. Ooh. And they're, again, just going to try and separate your Cassidy from everyone else. Now, they did have the bubble drop, so there's a ton of extra health to be able to work with. No one has exactly dropped yet, but it's finally starting to happen, and that's because Big Jiffer found him with the big blade.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. Main thing is BLFC. They were able to fight so hard and force multiple ultimates out. Pluto had to burn. They were hoping to only burn 1, right? They only wanted to burn that Deadeye, but they had to burn 4 instead. The beat drop behind from Shadows did so much work, but the fact that BLFC were able to stay alive for a majority share of that is crazy to me. So Pluto don't get an easy turn. Yes, they're counting up here, but it's going to be a challenge. The Bolo is ready to go for BLFC for Kellums that they wish to turn.
And if they want to deep dive this, they don't really have a lot of major support ultimates online, but AJ doesn't at least have the Rampage kind of good to go. This Venture is so proactive about getting to be able to move away and off site, so they know that BLFC wants to kind of swoop around this entire position. You're receiving the drill, and the Rampage does come through, at least grab one healer.
All right, well, some life coming out of Pluto here as G-Fighter was able to fight back, but my gosh, was that a mix-up. Kellum still gets AJ's life, though, and it's a turn right back as BLFC are saying, hey, we drew you off the point. We're still getting a lot of these battles. We're going to try and touch this point and turn it over into our favor. That Venture was popped as soon as they tried to run, and that means it's a turn OT now as Pluto, I don't think, have a single chance to touch point. And BLSC, even though it started off with Pluto taking a good defensive position, BLSC come out with the round win.
And they were playing with speed and pace for response. Even dropping just that single team fight, they were repelled. I mean, it was a high investment moment, like you had mentioned. I think it was like 3 ultimates all at the same time. The beat drop, the Deadeye, like everything just to kind of make it work. But then as soon as they didn't have any of that in support, BLFC knew exactly just kind of chill out, wait it out, and see if they could be able to just take kind of high ground and play it down. They've been playing off of, for the majority of the time, they were off of the Juno and off the Lucio, and then you have Freya when they were in the midst of that. That's like getting absolute whiplash of going fast and force the team to go slow.
Yeah, it's a rough one. That's all we can really say there. And to me, it's just, well, it's only going to continue. I think for BLSC, now onto this tower play, it's a scary thought. Whenever I take a look at this stage and whenever I look at this round performance, it's, you know, it's tough to break in, and BLFC are once again on point to start things out with Kellums off on the side. Make sure not to play with the Freya. This time, just being an annoyance with that Tracer, I really like it. Pluto so far, just trying to fight on their backside and make sure that they're going to be safe.
Yeah, if this is a confidence pick as well, because when you're on a Tracer, you have to be able to go and basically find these behind enemy lines style kills. They are able to find a couple of huge picks in combination with their team. So Styx and Kaiserkin already fall, and then the dominoes continue to tumble as the rest of Pluto will be knocked off that site.
So clean, and I do feel like Pluto opted for that reset at the end of it. They said, okay, we're obviously not winning, let's group up with the rest of the team, let's not give any more ult charge over to the rest of the squad of BLFC. However, they are decently matched. Big Jiffer setting up with about 70% of their own, Cray with about 70%, IJV with about 70. All of these can be utilized to stall out Pluto once again, who are basically sitting at a max of 55-60. So it should be another turn for BLFC as they defend this point.
right near the two big support ultimates coming online for BLFC, so they could still stand the test of time, and it would look very similar to what happened before. Onto the Sojourn pick. Sticks right is trying to create some separation, some nice zoning. That is the Kitsune Rush that does in fact get popped for BLFC as they're trying to receive everything that Pluto is throwing at them. You at least get one pick, but they find another one pick in the pocket, and that seems, again, especially with the Junker Queen going down, to be where everyone will tumble.
Ooh. I mean, that looked like it hurt, right? You're talking about that Kitsune Rush plus the Deadeye, and it just wrecks shop. IJV even getting in on that mix. We've talked about that beat drop being such a huge utility piece. Shadow just now gets theirs, so it means Pluto will have a decent turn here on the point. The question is, how quickly did they throw everything in the wind? So they're going to have about 3 ultimates ready to go, and BLSC are pretty much fresh out.
Yeah, you have 2 big ultimates, actually now 3, because you have the overclock and your 2 supports. If Pluto wants a high investment moment, this is exactly mirroring what happened on our first point of control. However, the bomb goes off, both their DPS die. Now they're just dead on arrival.
And that hurts to see, because now AJ and Shadow are like, man, we used everything too, but it was a stall moment, and BLFC, I thought that ult from Kellums wasn't going to do that much, did amazing work. It means Pluto have invested everything and lost everything as well.
Just a few extra seconds. They will be able to have at least one person onto site off of your venture, see what can happen. You've committed to the Hamtaro. Can the ball stay alive? He goes onto the wheel, and everyone just praying that the cuteness will let them survive for a little bit longer, but it's all of an extra moment. I kind of wish when you went and go to the old Hampton that the hamster himself would pop out of the ball and just put those little tiny paws and pray, please don't kill me. But that'll be an update for a later day. 2 up as they go through the first one here and just decimating it on control.
I mean, it was so controlled, well thought out, very, very comfortable. And I mentioned one of the big turning points was that ult at the end of the day. IJV, though, with this beat drop, making sure the rest of the team stayed alive, which is why we saw that, I believe it was the 2nd team kill of that round specifically. Very, very good job. I just wholly impressed with BLFC. I mean, listen, when you're a fan of Bearlight, I mean, even I would play to that level. It's so clean, so well done. And Pluto just had to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, that's the Bearlight buff right there.
Yeah.
You love that, man. You get basically free damage and free speed boost. So just put BL on everything, but make sure you know that it's Bearlight.
Yeah. Let's not go down
that route. Either way, we will be going into our next matchup. I believe that this one is going to be hybrid. So, I think that, we talked about this a little bit before. Often, if another team wants to be able to kind of run through a series pretty fast, and they're to the confidence level that we see out of BLFC, they generally start defense, and they try and control that pace, and they get the thing done in basically a few minutes if they can to just full hold. The last showcase, if I'm not mistaken, that was an overconfidence point, a moment of hubris that actually got punished onto the team that was the quote-unquote better. They end up taking it, but it took us to like extra steps, so I think we had to go into a 4-3 to make that happen.
I don't even want to talk about that. That was terrifying. Well, I don't even think I was here at that one. I've seen it before happen, though, and I do agree. If you're a little bit overconfident, defense can be a rattler. We've seen teams explicitly on the attack just run teams over. They just keep the pacing up, especially if you're looking at King's Row or something like that. You can play momentum based on that hybrid piece. You can play momentum and you can play excessive offensive, which works. However, with how BLFC played, if they are on defense first, I would assume the choke points are going to be very difficult for Pluto to get through. Pluto showed that they don't exactly have the strength to burst through without the ultimates. And even with the ultimates, if they're not careful, they will get picked apart. For Pluto, if they haven't shored up their defensive ends, if they haven't shored up their management of space, BLSC will lock them down. I think that's something that BLSC did very, very well, is they contained, they kind of focus fired and made sure that weren't able to kind of skedaddle to the side angles.
I need a skedaddle mech put into every single hero. Just crab walking skedaddle your way out of it. Because when we see King's Row, we often see teams, especially when they start off to the offense, that they try to work a Widow. They try to kind of work your precision type of hero. Do you even mess with that, considering that you didn't find any kind of major picks into your previous matchup? I know it's control. It's more of like kind of a tumble tumbleweed style of getting to places. But do you kind of go to your first 30 seconds, a minute, even tease of the 4, or do you just kind of set up to try and get more direct sight pressure initially?
I think it depends on which kind of style you want to go for. We've seen teams actually wrap around through alley all the way around to try and solo out some of the DPS off the attack. So if you're running a roundabout way, you don't want to run the Widow, right? It's all about what you're, it's not even about how you get to the point. It's or when you get to the point, it's how you want to get to the point, how you want to try and take a lot of these fights. If they're willing to go the side angle with the alley, I don't want to see a Widow. I want to see something closer. If you're looking for that hit scan or anything like that, I want to see like a Soldier 76, a little bit easier to hit, and without a lot of those bullets. I mean, Widowmaker though, it's just so through the front door style, and I've seen it work fewer times than it's necessary. So, you know, I like the cheese. I like the idea. If you're willing to go statue pathway, I get it, but if you're going alleyway, I would say no. That's the only time I would say no, though. If you wish to go for it and you get a crack shot, beautiful job. I mean, we've seen some of Pluto's members. They actually hit some clean shots. It's just, it doesn't stick as well. Widowmaker on King's Row. If we do go King's Row, 100% agree. Go for it if you're trying to bust through the front door.
Yeah, and I also, for King's Row, we see a lot of Mei kind of just literally wall
stall.
up, make it difficult. The days of me having a Mei Roadhog combo kind of aren't there anymore. Yet that was exactly where I stood. I'm like, all right, just create a zone of pain and let everyone come back to it. What actually has been something that we've seen in differences and changes has been the utilization of Hazard. Hazard has actually been pretty decent at times for creating a lot of that mega damage, as well as for Sigma. But I don't know if that's exactly where we'll end up kind of walking into much of this. We did have a few moments. Oh, actually, a lot of Venture I think was consistent, at least for that control matchup. But that's also because, you know, everyone's gonna be going to a single point of sight. Not exactly sure if that's gonna stay, but a few extra options. Just bring back my boy Junkrat. Make him reliable again. I still remember some good old Houston Outlaws and Junkrat being king, dude. I want to see that. Come on.
Yeah, I think we all did. I mean, I was a Junkrat main myself, mainly because I couldn't aim, so I just lobbed grenades the entire time. And
that's actually a skill, dude. That is so that is so good.
Well, that depends on how you play it. For me, it was just shoot and pray, so that's a whole different story in there. The other one is Sojourn. I was always surprised to see that Sojourn fell off so hard in terms of, you know, what you want to use and how you want to play. But a lot of teams do opt without the Sojourn. So as you were talking about, you know, a lot of these priorities that we saw before, the DPS values have changed up. What we are seeing the shift into, though, I don't think we're actually going to see fully played, is IJV with the Life Weaver, but the Malga, right? G Fighter on that Malga, as they are on attack, by the way. We are taking a look at the side of BLFC. On the attack to start, it will be Pluto trying to defend their right to be in the solar system.
All right, so who's going to be able to keep this one going? That extra rotation around the sun. We'll be finding out as they immediately punch through at this house. Ramatra is kind of a solid pick into it. But when you get Malga, my dude got guns, he's got hands, and he's got bullets for everyone.
And it's just not going to stop. You take a look at that, and with some of the leveling as well. Ooh, Kellums! Of course, they get annihilated right afterwards, but it was fun while it lasted. Kellums is having a bit of fun. However, with this first push, it's already seeing the rest of Pluto leave as Cray just wipes out 2 more. Quick bop and a half, and it's gonna be the point overrun. Already, the start is here for the side of BLFC.
Oh no, not in Spawn. That's rude. Cassidy just trying to be able to peek outside of Spawn, and then good old G Fighter. Remember, that's the only, I think they're the sophomore of this group, forthcoming into the next year. They're turning it up. So with the rundown, you have G Fighter getting behind enemy lines and using that high survival they got onto this tank, and they are just causing just nonsense to occur right at the point of entry of the map.
We're going to go ahead and also see this little test come out, in my opinion, which is the swaps, right? We're taking a look at Pluto, and we're seeing 1 or 2 swaps come out, and it's a little bit of a dance as AJ is now on the Sigma. But for BLFC, they're just like, you know, how hard can we push through this first choke point? This kind of archway has always been difficult for a lot of teams to break through, but G Fighter says it's not hard at all.
Good old overrun right on top of Styx, and they were hoping to get Styx maybe on an off angle, maybe get him on high ground, so that whenever they do push through that initial choke point, they'd be able to get at least that Deadeye to work itself out. Instead, it's another DOA situation. D-Day was at least a couple days ago, and this one looking like they're just going to be pushed all the way to back point. The slaughter continues. BLFC going to checkpoint number 2 very quickly.
I just don't see this ending. As I mentioned, BLFC are such a controlling team. We talked about them extensively in the pregame, talking about how on King's Row, if they're on defense, they can do very well. You know, you can go ahead and hold on and play with that Widowmaker if you wish. They did go straight through the front door. It's just, you know, we were thinking Pluto, we're going to give it a shot. Instead, it was BLFC to actually utilize that. Now they're going with the spacing as BLFC are watching Cray have to bounce their way out to safety. And Kaizo is able to fly high as Pluto look to lay down the damage.
I'm going to catch him off guard, and from that high ground position, they did end up separated, and then you saw at least one solid ultimate come through out of AJ, so trying to put that Sigma to work and get that massive harmony to happen as a gravity flux tosses them like little sandbags unfilled into a flood. BLFC, though, they've gained a lot of ground. This cart's going to begin moving its way in reverse, and this second checkpoint is not exactly easy, but BLFC seem like they're having a team talk about it.
I wonder if it's ever going to go even further as Big Jiffer just rolls on through the Bastion with the ult as well as laying down suppressive fire, and BLFC say you took 3 of us, cool, we'll take all 5 of you.
Cage fight. Oh, what a night. Oh, now he's going to be hiding back there? All right, cool. All right. So, Big Mauga hiding all the way, and now they're doing the same thing. Cray and G5. What in the world? They just own either side. It's a pincer maneuver, but they will get caught out, and actually will slow things down for BLFC.
Go ahead and take a little bit of time, which I agree with. I mean, Pluto, they watched that larger exchange come out of BLFC, and we saw this before. Pluto, when they have the ults, when they have the abilities, it feels like they are able to fight back when they have the appropriate leverage over BLFC. But BLFC have a history of making magic work, whether they have ults or not, and that is why they're in this controlling position. They have 4 minutes to push, just about 100 meters more. It's not going to feel that long as we're ready to see that space out.
I mean, some people, they barely walk 100 meters and they're losing their breath. For these guys, they're basically Olympic sprinters at this point. Everyone's going to get that extra bit of life.
We say that.
I mean, yeah, I do. They're trying to be able to kick it up. But, I mean, this is about how these fights have at least gone. This Life Weaver, such kind of a rare pick these days, considering the combo that you get off of Juno and basically any kind of Lucio in combination. But that's at maybe a stagnant point that they'll be able to kind of change away from. They're going to stick with it for now. But this is a great defensive effort for Pluto if they want to hold this third lane.
I think for Pluto, it's all about getting Styx in the right position. Styx went ahead and locked out 3 early, then you have the ultimate ready to go, so if BLFC aren't careful, these ults can be the big game changers, but Kellums knocks out Temp so early. Well done.
Able to get Tempt Me Not. Again, that venture has been kind of creative at moments and times. AJ does have their Gravity Flux online again, and Styx is in a good position if they can be able to get him kind of around that flank angle to work things out. They do stun him out, so again, it's on-cart pressure. As long as Pluto does not overextend, BLFC has a lot of deciphering of this infinity puzzle to be able to get this one all the way to sight, and now they're just going to force their way in.
I love the tree as well. IJV plants their roots, and BLFC bring the pain behind. It is a run out of the last few of Pluto straight through the front doors. G Fighter is the champ. And fire off a couple salvos, fire off some happiness, as that's Tempt Me Not to try and hang on for as long as possible. However, the delay will only go on for so long. The finish comes through, AJ able to answer 1, Styx able to find 1 with the ult. But 1.4 is quickly closed, and it's BLFC to take their attack.
Hey, 151, that's a much more respectable position for Pluto to have to hold him to, but BLFC, they, you know what? I gotta think that Lifeweaver is a fan of Fern Gully, because they just brought that tree of life out and just kind of started planting seeds of doubt into that last lane for Pluto to have to deal with. So BLFC, they'll go on to defense to kick things forward, and Pluto is hoping and praying that they'll be able to open up this game and maybe force us to a flashpoint. But they're gonna have to kind of change their mentality, because, I mean, this is gonna be a solid wall of BLFC players that they have to deal with.
Yeah, this is... BLFC, they continue to win a lot of these engagements on their own, it feels like. Now, Styx has a really fantastic Cassidy game this time, but it's just, you know, is it going to be enough, right? You have to talk about the fact that Styx had a fantastic shot here and there, But Tempt Me Not wasn't fighting too much on the backside. The Freya wasn't really there for the squad. And AJ and Shadow, they were getting picked off left and right. So for BLFC, as you said, just kind of this train that will not stop. And they're even bringing out the Hog. If they wish, they're going to look at suppression for suppression's sake here.
All right. Good old Roadhog, my boy. Look, I literally mained I literally mained Roadhog for like ever. He was my dude. Even when things became kind of crazy with his healing. We'll get to see if Pluto can just turn the big tubby into a tub of nothing. They're gonna play from off of these alleyway corners, and already they're trying to just send them packing. So G-Fighter, me too, man.
G-Fighter was like, I'm gonna go take a rest. I'm gonna go sleep. Big Jiffer's like, no, you're not. Sticks right though. Again, with an opener feels good. And it's going to continue here. Now, for Pluto, they have to break through these doorways, and they have to find some of these pokes on the side and not allow themselves to kind of get cornered out here. They need to be willing to push in, even at the loss of some of their HP. BLSC are going to keep chipping them away, though, and continue racking up that ultimate charge.
Bola shot would be nasty whenever you get that on the Tempt Me Not, but Kellums has been just mega nasty, especially as they're able to get that cutting slash onto Shadow. So again, there goes pretty much everyone from out of Pluto, as you get at least one of your main healers from that Lucio. And then, oh, the deflection. You don't want to go solo up against Genji, but he actually stuns him out.
I mean, that was the help with IJV as well. Sticks went right up to the high ground. IJV was able to save their DPS, which means that Pluto have lost about a minute's time, and they haven't really made any progress forward. Even for Big Jiffer, you're flying free. You're flying high on the background, and you're saying this is great for me. Pluto need that desperation breakthrough if they want to make it onto the point to go ahead and collect.
And with the chain, they're going to get the big man in his face throwing rocks. Come on, who taught you better? And at least no glass houses around this. That's going to be at least your Kitsune Rush. They're going to be able to get something out of it. That Deadeye will come through. They're going to use that right click. There goes the Cowboy. Nothing off of the chain anyway. As IJV and G-Fighter will again fight him off of this funnel point. 2 minutes to go. The Overhill coming forward, hoping to be able to get him off of another big grab. But they're sending him right back to the door. Dragon Blade claims a couple. Make it 3.
Kellums did not care. Sliced up a little bit of food there, and Pluto, they are getting excluded here. All they have are 2 minutes left. Now, what does that mean? Well, you have the Bolo as well as AJ. You're both going to have a chance at the ultimate charge, and you can break through. They've done it before. Pluto played best when they do have at least 2 to 3 ultimates in the bank to work with.
Just forcing them to take some of these extra fights. They know where the harassment's coming from. Kellums at least does fall. Six trying to be able to find at least some positioning and some picks that this team can activate from. The whole hog comes out, especially with the Kitsune Rush. That is a blaze of bullets, and BLFC is just not being kind to Pluto's entry.
No, they're not. BLSC, remember, they're willing to trade out a couple of members. They're willing to get a little bit messy with it, as long as it means Pluto aren't able to make their way through. At this current time, Pluto are on desperation mode. We're getting a little bit of the hacking. We're getting a little bit of the safety on the back line. That's the beat drop to go down.
Do get themselves forward. This is kind of Pluto's MO. They take that last second investment, and it looks like they're going to be able to make it work. They can actually zone them off if they want to invest that Deadeye from an off angle, but they want to also make sure that finds some level of pick. They're going to have actually the chance to do exactly that. They will get rid of Big Jiffer, and that should assure them this first point.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. Even that pick back doesn't mean that much because already the bank of time has gone back up. We have 3 minutes left on the clock. Cray, though, answers right back. Pluto answering in a big, big way. As we mentioned, the ultimate play for them is actually very stalwart. The problem, of course, is that economy. The ultimate economy only comes around every minute and a half, and that's what you're kind of banking on. So for BLSC, you're like, great, you got the point. You still got to work for 2.5 minutes now, as Kaizo's like, yeah, we will, but Kellums won't.
I am liking this pick on the Sombra. It's a solid counter, especially against a hog. You're going to get that hack. You're going to really make it difficult to kind of do any major healing, which is where that HP bar is going to nothing. Tempt Me Not finds a couple of huge kills. They still have an EMP in the back pocket, and they are able to slide right through this second lane. They just got to get that cart moving a little faster.
I actually have no idea what happened there. It felt like Tempt Me Not just hacked out the right players, and G-Fighter wasn't able to tank as much, and Cray was kind of locked out of the play. Pluto, really comfortable job, and they're buying themselves even more time. Now BLFC are starting to feel the burn a little bit as they have to defend this first checkpoint of the convoy.
Ooh, okay, so the MP just came through. Everyone basically left with whatever they have. You will have the whole hog come out, but that's a desperation maneuver right now from out of G Fighter. They're the only one that's holding the hog. They're trying to be able to heal through. They will survive. The fact that they stayed on their feet is insane, but Pluto eventually looks like they're going to be hitting to that last few meters. They have one last lane to go. There's actually plenty of time to be able to make this work and have us go into an overtime set.
Yeah, that payload push was beautiful from Pluto, and remember, the point that Pluto likes to play is here. They have 3 ultimates ready to go, beat drop, plus the Junker Queen, and then that Deadeye as well. Yes, so much to work with if you can stay alive, and BLSC have to be aware of it. It's all going to be down on IJV, though, with the beat drop of their own. If they can get that on top of Kellum's, you can break through the line.
And be able to get a hack on a key player. They're going to kind of reserve it for later. They have someone that's actually abusing them right off the corner. They have the Dragon Blade. Kellum's gets rid of Timothy not. Now Big Jiffer doing the same thing. Their queen is down. Again, they aim to reset. They're going to go back to that respawn, but they're going to make it much more difficult as they stagger some of these big these lives.
The thing is, they only need to invest Kellum's ult. I was wondering if IJV was going to drop it as well, but Pluto, we're hoping to bank on a little bit more. However, it is a turn of 2. Kellum's now a little bit hacked out here, so Pluto are going to make one last-ditch effort, or they're going to be waiting for Kaizo as well. AJ and Styx, though, you have the ultimate combination. You have some work to do. If you can stay alive and you can fight, you can make this work.
You got the Bola, you got the bubble. BLFC has a chance to really defend through this last 100 seconds approaching. You got the Rampage, and really kind of Styx just finding an off-angle moment to make it work. So they're going to use the Kitsune Rush. That comes up. The Deadeye does as well. And that's 3 punched out immediately against BLFC.
I don't know how they did that. G Fighter normally is being kept topped up, and yet they got eliminated, which opened the door for Styx. All of a sudden, Pluto rocked their way out with a decent amount of time. Let both teams rock in about a minute left on the clock, and now it's BLSC that are staggered. Beat drop at the very end, though, to try and keep everyone healthy, and the game's not done yet.
I gotta wonder if that was an overextension. You do get AJ. They were able to go all the way up into spawn. They got everyone bleeding, but now they're just putting Baby in a corner, and it's a longer timeout. You have a minute left to go. They're obviously gonna be behind that time clock whenever it goes into an overtime, if they can even get there, but they have to be able to win a team fight to even get back to the cart that is well into and beyond enemy lines.
I mean, I have to agree, that was a mistake at the end of the day. You pushed a little bit too far, you got a little bit too spicy with it. Now is BLFC going to do the exact same? Pluto do have the Kitsune Rush, that's about it. Tempt Me not 14% away, but I don't know if you have enough time to rack up. If you can get that EMP, though, it could be devastating for BLFC, and Styx can go ham. 93% for them.
I mean, not get a chance to really kind of be the hero here. Now they have the EMP. You got the Kitsune Rush. Everything coming online. The Rampage is out. They bring a snowball. Can they get back to the cart? Claim into their hands. They're going grocery shopping, and apparently BLFC is a discount buy. It's Freelo from the top rope, and you have one man trying to hide behind enemy lines. Kellums is getting sniffed out. He's being separated, and this might send us the distance. They have overtime unlocked.
I've never seen a terror search on the defending team be used against them. We're in OT, we're seeing that final fight, but I don't think BLSC are gonna be able to tango. Pluto are just a little bit too strong right now, but G Fighter still setting themselves up right, but Tempt Me not free firing. And it's being locked down in more ways than one. G Fighter gets an extra little helping as IJV tries to beat drop down, but you only get your tank who is already on low HP anyways. And BLSC, they're burning time though, but there's another piece of the hack. Kellums with the shot number 1. AJ rounds out one more. IJV and Kellums now fall, and that'll be the final push. I cannot believe what we just saw. Monkey Man Pluto force us to an OT.
They're like, you know what? You turn on the vacuum, here comes all the debris. And it's in the form of a triplicate of ultimates all getting popped at the same time. So, gotta turn the page. Find your way through. Wade into this nonsense we call Overwatch 2. And Pluto, good news is they made it here. The problem right now, BLFC has a little bit more time in that bank, and you don't have a lot of time just to be able to even get a third of that first point unlocked.
Yeah, I gotta get credit though. I want to go back to it because I didn't really get to talk about it. G Fighter used the Terra Surge, and that was the calling card for the rest of Pluto to ult in as well. It was a counterattack of ultimates I don't think BLSC were ready for, because normally when you see the Terra Surge pop, that's a huge point of contact. You can go ahead and wipe them out. I think like IJV and or Kellen's and Big Jiffer were ready. It just didn't work. So really well done by Pluto. We talked about them being an ultimate heavy team, but as you called, BLFC do have a little extra time in the bank, namely about 51 seconds. They're going to be able to utilize this to push out a little bit farther. And remember, the time never resets here in this second turn. So is it going to be enough? That's the question. Is G Fighter breaking out that Orisa once again?
I don't know what IJV is going to stick with, because they've had a solid Lucio. Cray kind of goes back and forth between that Juno into that Kiriko. So it looks like that we're actually going to be going full Riot Shield. So the Brigitte, they just want to full body this. They want to march their way in, SWAT gun style, and they will take over this near side room. So this is going to be their point of no entry as they fight from two separate fronts. Pluto is now getting separated. They're getting pincer between.
It's already a little bit more give, but 6 yet again on this Cassidy has been so powerful. Yet again with the opening battle, I don't know where 6 came out, but in this game number 2, they've been all hands on deck. BLSC locked down in Teamfight 1.
Locked down, locked in. The focus is here now for the smallest planet in the entirety of our solar system. You can call it a wayward moon, and I just call it a cool little sphere. So they win that first team fight. If you do stagger out from this the second one, you might have another chance. Are we getting lineups on the spear? That's cool. I like that. I'm trying to be able to at least get this one. Waiting out BLFC, and BLFC is going to go at least statue side this time. This might be that final fight.
And that final fight already means BLSC are pushing as hard as they can. G Fighters still about 50% HP, but the rest of the team trying to round their way in. Where's Big Jiffer? Big Jiffer getting tagged out a little bit more, but AJ keeping everyone pushed away as you called, making sure the BLSC don't get comfortable rounding out here. And Pluto just denying. They're going to be high with those damage numbers. I don't think it's going to stop. As you called, the spears are landing so well. G Fighter, though, sprays down Shadow number 1. Cray took a lot of damage, though. And 6 was able to fight back, but G Fighter found it. G Fighter found 6. That's a major DPS down.
This ended up being a lot of focus onto the two tanks on top of each other, but it was G Fighter that came out just a little bit more mindful. That's the way it goes. BLFC will take this one completely, and that's exactly how it is sent away. And I guess the key there is that because it went overtime, there was no time versus full time. There was only the one chance between the two teams to try and take that OT.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a change, I think, that came in here. Either way, that was what was expected. But this right here, beautiful job. As I mentioned, Styx came out huge. I don't know what they did in game number 2, but they felt 10 times better than in game number 1. Game number 1 was a stomp for BLSC. Let's call it for what it is, because game number 2 was a stalwart battle. Very nice job by Styx to step up. The rest of the team from Pluto were able to step in to mix up as well. It just wasn't enough. Very well done by BLFC. They were a little bit more consistent across the board.
I mean, this is a team that's shown up for nearly all the showcases. These players, in some capacity, over the last couple of years, actually, when Staple has been doing this, have been here all the time. And you know what? That's a lot of seniority that's going into next year. Pluto, they have a chance to kind of bounce back from that lower side bracket here for the Stay Plugged In showcase, and we'll get to see if they do exactly that. But I believe we're gonna be switching gears right over to some Rocket League after this short break. We'll be back with you more of the June 25 Spin Showcase back in just a moment.
Come on. Come on. Before I switched to Brightspeed fiber internet, things like slow speeds and random dead spots really brought out the troll in me. I mean, I spent hours causing trouble. But then I switched to Brightspeed's fast, reliable fiber internet, and the rest is sunshine and unicorns. Looks amazing, Barbara.
Ultra-fast, Brightspeed fiber internet. Switch to the bright side.
Let's get it.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into it again here for day number 1 of our 2-day set. It's an awesome June showcase right in the middle, and actually right in the beginning of summer. And again, I'm Hale Monkman alongside Orbital. And day 1, we're getting some good treats, but we're also getting some pecking orders established. We're going back to Rocket League, and we're gonna see how this one kicks off again. We're in the semifinals.
Yeah, we're in the winner's side, and of course the teams are raring to go as we got the 2nd seed versus the 3rd seed coming into this. Three Musketeers and GPF are ready to round things out. A lot of players here that have made their names notable across one league or another. Specifically, some of the players have been all-stars as well here with Stay Plugged In, so you know it's gonna be a good time.
Good old Coca-Cola All-Stars. We'll get to see maybe if even more All-Stars end up happening in the future. Some of these players are already committed. I've seen not just across that, but in separate leagues as well. Pigby, who's out on this pitch, they played over in the PIEA, so big old Pennsylvania talent coming through as well. But all these players, like I think, what, 4/6 of them are committed to college? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, already having that commitment, but now showing off even more so, kind of leveraging that and, you know, being able to prove that they deserve to be here more than anyone else, and to prove that their choice, the school's choice, was not wrong. That makes me very happy as we're already getting high-octane action. Take a look at how fast we are currently playing. As that's a demo out! Gotta love the bludgeoning of the goalie to go ahead and get goal number 1.
Brought out the sledgehammer. Mercy knew the assignment, and they just passed it with gold stars and A+. Garcia had control, said, yo, man, can you help me out? I'm going a little slow. I was like, I got you, buddy. We're going to make this happen.
Yep, beautiful job there at the end of the day. And for GPF, starting things off with a bang and a half, taking out one of the 3 Musketeers, it means that's only 2. And at that point, 2 Musketeers just does not sound as good. I'm sorry, it just really, really doesn't. So at the start here in game number 1, remember in this BO5, now keep in mind in the lower bracket, if you fall down there, and once we take a look down there as well, it'll only be a BO3s. So, you know, this is your only time that you have 2 safety nets underneath you before things get real spicy.
We do have, you know, the bracket reset. It's kind of a rarity these days, depending on how, you know, efficient we've seen these teams get some of these showcases done, but it does show a depth if you're able to make it happen. And that might be something that we see at the end of this overall day number 1. First 90 seconds is eclipsed. GPF will see this one found as Reach reaches right in and ties us up.
I mean, and that was a spicy one as well. Take a look at how clean this one was, right in front of the net, just making sure to position appropriately. Knew that it was going to get real spicy considering the corner action, and ensured that they were in the right spot. Now, 3 Musketeers going ahead and even things up, but that's quick demo out as Pigby, another one that has stated that they are going to be here to play, already committed out, but you were talking about them being in a couple other leagues as well in some of the other ranking areas. Make sure that they really get some of their dancing on board as they burn out all of their boosts to try and keep that ball in play.
I mean, that's an aggressive player. Any team that I've seen them on for their high school programs, they've definitely come up and just really kind of had montage after montage per game and per series, depending on how you kind of stack it out. And that's definitely someone that's going to be making waves as we go into greater futures for all the scholastic student athletes that are coming out here today. So we're at the midway marker, just approaching. 3 Musketeers started with some damage, but it's going to be GPF trying to make it even better. Garcia with the layup. Oh, what a find by Domi, as he's able to stop that one from getting another leading goal.
Not only that, the follow-up demo to deny any further aggression, I think was really smart from Three Musketeers. They ensured that that kind of attack phase was stalled out, and for GPF, they're like, okay, now we got to go back to the drawing board. Everyone's got to get into that mix. It was an answer of a demo right back, so it wasn't like there was a challenge, but for GPF, they haven't really been able to spin things their way just yet. Pop fly, though, by Pigby might be an answer, as that's a kick back, and that's almost an own goal, I believe. Garcia, though, said hello and welcome.
That is an 8-ball corner pocket situation. Asian Eyes, oopsie doopsies, is turned into a backboard and slammed into their own net along with the ball. Musketeers just go, all right, well, cool, I guess. GPF, no mercy.
Yep, that one hurts a little bit. You gotta hate it. Again, it's only game number 1, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But to have that happen, you knew it was gonna get bouncy, you knew it was gonna get hectic. But considering the frenetic pacing, it feels like that might be the turning point. It might be that Musketeers aren't able to really bring it back from that goal difference. They're gonna let this game 1 go away. Now, of course, we know the teams can do very, very differently. So that's what we're going to watch for as Reach tries to go up, tries to dunk it down. Third player isn't in the realm, so Pigby is going to carry it across the field. Now, how many others are they going to bounce it around? They only get it by 2 defenders, not the third.
Trying to find some method to get beyond, I guess, this trio that's at least answering a couple of extra time defensively. That's going to be a slap to the face as Asian Eyes was streaking upfield. Mercy with a single touch. That's a double commit. And see, they're just trying to win by numbers and by volume. Great flick play, and my God, that was so smooth.
Comfortable work right there. And this was a beauty. Dom just wasn't able to get by that one, and it was a well-done play by GPF. GPF currently up +2 and Three Musketeers with only a minute left on the clock. I don't think they're going to enjoy that one. Great save there by Mercy, not letting a kickoff go the opposite direction.
This is going to be a wash, rinse, repeat motion if Asian Eyes does not make a interjection at that moment. It looked like they were just going for another top-of-the-box midfield passing play. 3-1 here for GPF. It was tight inside of the first, minute or two, and they get a bump. Oh, a little bit of a toadstool moment.
You gotta love it. Again, this is the comfortability that GPF have drafted. And remember, their first opening goal, I think, was off of a demo, right? It was just a straight-up demo in front of the net, and they made it work. So GPF keeping with that style of coordinated striker plays, and they screw it. As that's a double 50, by the way. That was great to watch. Both teams had the exact same idea, but it's still more time burned. Remember, for GPF, it's not about scoring that 5th goal. It's all about keeping Musketeers from scoring any more.
Good looks by Reach to at least be at midfield. See what they can catch. Remember, game number 1. See what's going to be kind of in front of you for the remainder of the series. 20 seconds. This one's a little bit washed out. Musketeers would love to at least come up with some extra just to at least run with a consolation goal. But unfortunately for them, GPF have a mind to really make this a highlight reel game. 5 seconds left, and GPF will be going up 1-0 here for this semifinal, trying to get themselves into Grands. Mercy can't quite keep it on the wheels, but it's an easy deal. 4-1.
And take a look at that. Garcia happy about that pool shot, but namely that they had four goals, all 4. Granted, you know, there was a little bit of help from Asian Eyes on one of them, but it doesn't matter. You had all 4 goals for your team, and you got to mark that down for yourselves. For the Three Musketeers, though, it's getting things into the mix. Out of the 11 shots that were against their net, they were able to save against 4, and it makes me kind of proud about that one. But they need a bit more behind it. For the Three Musketeers, we need to see them get really into action for game 2.
Also, shout out over to Reach, because I went down to over in Alabama a couple times for some of their lands. They were able to do it from the University of North Alabama, UNA, and they hosted several of the Alabama high school championships down there. Reach is from Bob Jones High, and the dude is really, really good. So that's where some of that extra experience also comes from for this team. So they know that not every game is given, especially when you're facing off against a couple players that, I mean, especially Garcia hitting all 4, and Pigby, who is also alongside them doing some of the pro tier at that level. Remember, Rocket League is pro starting at 13. That is 7th and 6th graders. Yeah, dude, like they're competing for like $1 million at the age that we were trying to be able to get like batteries back into our Game Boys. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's going to be a treat. And at the end of the day, as you mentioned, GPF are going to be, I think, the team to kind of watch out for. Now, granted, this is only the second and third seed. There's more to be played here. But for the Three Musketeers, we want to see him come out of the gate very comfortably. Pigby is going to carry that ball out from the net, out to the left side. Make sure to flick it over the top side and keep it in the midfield. Is anyone going to be in for the challenge? This is a double fake option, kicking it back to the midfield. And then roundabout on the top as Mercy tries to carry it off the backboard. They are going to dump it down, but it's into the hands of Three Musketeers. Overall, though, tricky play by GPF to try and get that first goal.
Oh, I love the power on this flick. Garcia trying to make him jump for it, and they will. So a great defensive effort, at least from the crossbar. And that was done with as minimal effort as you really want to see out of any given player if they're able to execute at that level. Pigby is drawing eyes to him. Dami tries to intersect, and they will do so. So we've seen at least GPF stopped for the moment. Asian Eyes will get a save.
We say stopped, but it's still all-out aggression. Keep that in mind. They stopped the goal. They haven't stopped the aggression. That's what we're really watching for. Now, for the Three Musketeers, they say, well, we can take shots at net as well if you give us the opportunity. The opportunity is not forthcoming, though, as GPF are continuing to challenge at every twist and turn. Mercy goes ahead and carries that ball back into position here in the midfield. Little bit of a reach under, though, as Reach is not able to reach that shot. Instead, watches the ball go sky high. In the first minute and a half, it has been a tango of absolute stability, as that's the number that you're looking for. But Pigby misses that ball. Garcia, though, able to help out on the save.
He was hoping that that shot would be a bouncer that would go underneath the crossbar, or at least go kind of a mid-50. The bounce shots are some of the most difficult to have to defend. You don't know how high it's going to go, where it's going to ricochet, unless you just have made those reads a bazillion times, which is basically any pro player at this point in Rocket League. Reach will kind of go over the top. Third man in Asian Eyes is filling the gap, but it's very, very close quarters. But Three Musketeers has kept GPF from moving upfield at all, and they're just looking for a loose ball maybe to capitalize on.
Yeah, at this point, it really is just find that loose ball, find that rare opportunity, and try and get a goal of your own. Dami watching that ball streak right above their head as Mercy, with 91 boosts, is just waiting for the opportunity. Ball set down in front, but Garcia pops it out to the right side. It's going to be one to watch for. Mercy, though, carries it on high, going to pinch it up, possibly against that ceiling. But Reach watches Dami, goes right by and deny, but that's a dead ball in center! Very nice job by Three Musketeers, though, to bring two defenders to deny yet again. Dami streaks up to the other side, over one defender, dumps it down. Garcia was ready, but that's another touch, and that's Reach! Reach with 2.5-minute goal. Well done to put Three Musketeers on the board.
Dami with his full extension of the pitch, that was so necessary because GPF was attempting to feed the same medicine unto the Musketeers at which they had done for the first about, minute and a half. So pressure for pressure's sake, neither team breaking too hard until finally Three Musketeers get this lead. Now, as a recall to everyone, it was 4 goals that were found by GPF in that first game. We're a far cry from this one, and we're well over halfway through.
I'm scared, Monkey Man. I'm scared. I have no other words for it, as right now that's another demo to come out. Asian Eyes being like, yeah, that's not going to be for free. Very nice job, though, by GPF trying to keep that offensive up and make sure to hammer home some of these aggressive turns. That's going to be Pigby setting it up to the left side, but unfortunately it doesn't go in, meaning Three Musketeers get a chance at a turn. Garcia with a quick tap on the side, denying that run straight up that midfield. We will be stuck at this 1-0. Three Musketeers very comfortably saying, okay, keep this offensive up at the same time. We're making sure that you get no easy shot.
That was a very necessary turn back because no one from GPF had any boost, and Garcia had to stop the passing play from happening. But Reach goes straight to their pocket, comes out with a fist, and just uppercuts yet another goal through as they will go 2-0.
Three Musketeers giving GPF a little bit of a taste of their own medicine from game number 1 as well. Keep in mind it was a 1-1 standard, and then GPF kind of tore away with it after some of those mistakes. And I have to give credit, Three Musketeers haven't had some of those mistakes that we saw earlier. You know, Asian Eyes, no bounce off the top of the head, no, open netting that caused one of those extra goals. Instead, it's been all short up. Three Musketeers have been playing as a comfortable squad, and it's only going to continue, I feel like, for the next minute.
Try and keep this one without being detrimental just on this rotation. You see how kind of far and wide this 3-man stack is. They know they don't have true control at this point, but they're also keeping GPF kind of on their heels in reactive mode. Mercy is so good about flooring, but unfortunately he's not had really hands on the rock to make some of that come to shine. Now he's going to go to the sky. Mercy, maybe with a setup, he's got a pre-jumper in Garcia. He had 4 goals to kick things off, but since then it has been dry and dusty, trying to thirst for at least maybe one to split the difference here in the final 30 seconds.
Oh, that one might come at the cost of their own net, as he saw GPF being like, guys, help. Oh, of course, it's going to be a carry onto the back of the board, but it's not really going to go in. So Three Musketeers with only about 10 seconds left, quite happy with their saves, with their stalwart presence. Garcia, though, with 10 seconds left, sends it on in.
The youngest player on the pitch is the only one that's been scoring for GPF. A putback shot, 9 seconds. It is reasonable to assume the GPF are going to sell out to this one, try and force us to go to OT, and they have a moment to do so. They will go at least 2 against it. You see Pigby, if he'd been able to make that roll just a second sooner against Reach, might be able to do it. Asian Eyes with the fake out, and they'll just play ping pong and some pinball to see if this one goes down. But Garcia, he sticks it up. He goes backboard. That's a redirect. They have a third man. They have a chance maybe to put it in. No, it's denied by Dami.
It's still going, though. It's still going. There's the push out, though. Reach is like, get it out of your reach. Get it out of there. We're now at a 1-1 stance. Three Musketeers go ahead and take away a, I would say, narrow game 2. That one was a lot more measured. And additionally, you can see in the number of shots and the number of goals that came down here, Dami very comfortably in that goalie position. 4 saves of the 6 that came through on the 9 shots on the net. Crazy stuff coming out from Three Musketeers as they shored up a lot of their complications from the earlier game.
It also looked like the majority of that offense that we see in their shot column is from that first 90 seconds to 2-minute range. It was GPF that started kind of bringing it. Three Musketeers that had them in a cage. One solid counterplay deserved another, and that's how kind of Musketeers established one and then the next. But it also felt like we saw kind of an established, all right, we went 1-0, we're playing with our food, let's get a little lenient, let's get some extra pre-jumps. Some Rocket League plays end up being the most prolific when you just start playing for fun. Imagine a game doing that. And then they turn it up into the final minute to see if they could just tie it up. If that happens again and we go all business mode, I wonder if GPF will be able to get the series back in lead.
I think they can. I would agree that it feels like a lot of their goals have been a lot more consistent. When they do find it, they feel a lot more coordinated whenever they get theirs down. Three Musketeers, it feels a lot more antsy. It just feels like, hey, we found the right opportunity. We're going to kind of streak it past the defenders. And keep in mind, GPF were much more brusque in their game 1. Yeah. Willing to throw out the demos, willing to throw out their bodies on the line just to get the defender out of the net. And as you said, we didn't see that in game 2. Now in game 3, maybe we go back to that style.
Well, if these guys don't know how to play against the pros, we'll see if they can continue to bring out some of that business-like mentality here into game number 3. This will be guaranteed, people, to go to at least 4. May even go the distance depending on Musketeers play a much more fundamental system like they had in our second iteration here for this this semifinal. Dami, that's a kind of a wide open gap, but Reach, even with no boost, will go right on top of Garcia to keep that from being a shot.
Of course, for GPF, they're just kind of taking that chance on the corner. A little bit of a slow pace. Asian Eyes hanging on to that ball. No boost, though, means, yeah, you're going to get checked pretty dang easily here. Pigby wondering for their own if there's going to be a mix-up on the back end, but Mercy making sure that there is no chance whatsoever. But a nice open net. Garcia going to push that one forward a little bit further, and there it is. GPF found the opening and took it to town.
Looked like Mad Max Fury Road as this ball went along. They got one demo, another one happened on the other side, and Garcia knew he just had to split the uprights. Don't be afraid of an open net. And GPF, they do not bat an eye at the opportunity to go up early. So 70 seconds here into game number 3. Usually the team that has taken the lead has kept that lead and been able to really build upon it. So we'll see if the Musketeers find a response to try and break recent history.
They're trying. At the same time, some of these pinches are starting to look a lot more scary, reminiscent of game number 1. Dead balls in front of the net, options available. The Three Musketeers, they go ahead and get a lot of boosts under their sails. Are they going to be able to push their way out? Great max, though, for Garcia. Be able to challenge it back, and it's going to bounce so far off the side. Dami misses, though. And that could have been the lower left corner goal. Three Musketeers, though, still playing with their angle, but GPS saying, you missed your window of opportunity. We're pushing that one right back out.
And it's because he gave so much respect to their ability to find those reads. Garcia and the likes of GPF really haven't returned the same kind of courtesy. Three Musketeers have had blue cars just flying at them non-stop, and it's because their confidence resides within themselves and being able to just quickly calm, if even necessary, to find some of these shots. Pig B is thinking that Asian Eyes might send this one a little bit more skyward. Mercy's going to work from lateral and out. Dami from the corner. He will find car, not ball. So this one will at least kind of dangle on top of the net, but that's going to be a chance to try and counterplay. And luckily, when they were on low boost, have now a moment to get some small pads, but that window is also closed, and Mercy will find a second goal.
That was a steal away, I'm pretty sure. Take a look at this one. Mercy on the high ground. Garcia, yeah, Garcia was the one that collided with Dami. I was like, that wasn't a Mercy goal. Mercy deserves the assist in there. Either way, GPF go ahead and score their second. And again, when we talk about GPF, it feels like their goals come a lot more coordinated. It doesn't feel like it's a one-man army. It feels like they're consistently working as a duo or trio, and Three Musketeers just haven't really been able to answer. Garcia now going to reach, and Mercy jumps on their head, footstools, and says, thank you very much.
I don't know if you've ever seen any South American RLCS. It looks exactly like this. You get into like the final, like, I don't know if what measurement. I think they just say units in the game. We'll just say 10 feet of the net, and then you just kind of slow it down completely. It feels like Father Time is just messing with you, and the sand is going just weirdly slow. And that's exactly what the goalie had them deal with, and that's the way the GPF have now established pace control. They go fast when they want it, and then they absolutely freeze the field if they want to as well.
And that's what you do. It's a change of pace that really gets you. You know, you can burn out someone's boost very easily by doing that as well. Garcia, though, for their own, saying we burned enough time, as that's almost a fourth. Three Musketeers are like, yeah, we're not letting that one go by yet again. Garcia on the back on the defense, though. And Three Musketeers can only defend for right now. GPF still looking so good right now, as that's Pigby to send one more in for a fourth. Minute and a half still left on the clock.
This all started from their own backboard, by the way, their own sidewall. It was a fake out by Mercy to get a clear. I don't know if he told Pigby to come and get it. Pigby called him off, but then he just sent it downfield, and then to go sidewall to the other side of the pitch against the Three Musketeers, and then all of a sudden, boom. It just goes absolutely bonkers. So good looks right now by GPF. You call it coordinated. It has been that in spades. Mercy has a flip reset. One good takeaway, and I mean, Musketeers, when they play it close, they come out with advantage, but GPF knows how to ramp it up.
And in more ways than one, as we get this kind of last touch situation, GPF just playing around, knowing that it is almost impossible and highly improbable to sling in 4 goals in 40 seconds. But just to be extra sure, they want their fifth. Dami seeing this game stretch out across and realizing that maybe they don't have this opportunity. With 30 seconds left, they are going to sink one, which is nice. Dami at least makes it a not so big goose egg.
Somewhere around 7 seconds-ish, maybe 9 per goal forthcoming. Look, I like that there's also some chipper chatting that's happening. Dami obviously is kind of met these guys into open rinks and just saying, all right, I want to see your preset. Let me see what you're rocking with and be able to get some play down. Asian Eyes, go for that dribble. Oh my god. God. All right. Maybe I shouldn't give credit to the chat.
I saw that. That was good. That's a good way to do it. And you got to have a little bit of fun, as that's almost an own goal behind. GPF understanding that they are 1 win away from being into the winners finals. Poor Dami is like, please let me have this victory. I need to go ahead and get a little bit more in my bank account. It ain't going to happen, though, as that's GPF to go ahead and put themselves on series point.
They're asking for bits. Oh my god. All right. Well, GPF, when they've won big. and generally speaking, like 3-4 goals. They continue to know when they can kind of play with these moments, a little bit of extra antics. It's such an interesting feel when you watch Rocket League, because when you get to see a team try things that just seem like it shouldn't work, and then they kind of get it for kind of clip status, basically, you know that team is absolutely in a position of confidence and clear control. Musketeers, though, when they play fundamentally, like we saw in game number 2, and basically the no fun police style of esports, they're like, all right, we have to sweat through you guys? Like, I guess, cool, we'll play this way. But they showed potential that they can control this. It's just a matter of, can they stop GPF from doing what they want to do, which was really a no through all game 3.
Yeah, and it's a lean forward versus lean back in your share. GPF, I think, in that game 3, a lot more coordinated in there. We saw a lot of the fast passes, making sure to kind of collect and, you know, getting some good reads as well on some of those 50s that, you know, angled off the wall, maybe not so cleanly. GPF have an overall more stalwart game style, in my opinion. As you said, Three Musketeers, if they can get control, it's great. The problem is they generally don't have control, and that's where things fall apart.
Could have been, maybe even should have been, down 1-0 here in the first, 10 or so seconds, as Pigby kept that flip reset forever until finally trying to ring it off the old crossbar, but hit that post on the other side. This one will drop in. All right, Dommy, might be able to get 5 gifted. We'll see what happens.
I would like 5 gifted too. Dang, all right, that's how it's going to play. Very nice job. Mercy was just a smidge too slow. Saw that shot coming, what feels like a mile away, and yet just wasn't fast enough. Of course, at the current moment, GPF getting ready for their own max boost out on multiple members just to try and get this ball into position.
See if they'll hit something to, I guess, contain GPF. This feels eerily similar to what we saw. Oh, especially now as we're starting to get demos in line. Reach will be given a freebie, but where'd the big blast come from? Was it Asian Eyes that was able to rock through this? Who found... Oh, no, it was Dommy.
Yeah. Dommy with the appropriate response to Pigby, which was, get out of here. I need some bacon in my life, and it was comfortable. Three Musketeers taking a page out of GPF's book, and it's the right call. At the end of the day, now we're starting to see that fight back, though. And remember, it was GPF originally in Game 1 that did the demo gameplay, that was consistently looking for those angles, and it's only going to continue, right? Like, that's what it feels like at the end of the day. So GPF now starting to round out on the attack a little bit more. However, Three Musketeers are saying, no, it's not going to be that easy. We've already got the momentum in our own favor, so we're going to keep that momentum until the end of this game.
Garcia is one of the 2 players that's currently out on this pitch that has, well, first off, they're going to be a junior going into next year, so watch out for them. They're already amazing at the game, so we're going to be seeing them for at least another couple of years. They're not committed to anything, and same thing with Reach, who is looking for a home to go to for this for a program forthcoming. Everyone else, though, kind of a comfortable spot of where they know they're going to be going. 2-0, feeling, again, very similar to what we saw before, but instead of kind of having to wait it out through the first couple of minutes and play on counters, Three Musketeers, rather, they've been bringing it forward. This is going to be a pickup by Garcia, and GPF now left with questions on how to get through.
I think for GPF, it's all about just going back to your own playstyle. Make sure to go fast, but be coordinated. You knew how to pick apart Three Musketeers earlier, get some of those demos down, start to get a little bit messy with it, and, you know, play at a much faster pace. For Three Musketeers, they've amped up the voltage, but, you know, they're still looking for those opportunities. They can find the bump, that's great. If they can find that streak 5 fire like that, you can always break up a play as well. But for GPF, you just need to get things under your own wings, feel comfortable with the amount of boosts. As you're zeroed out across the board, by the way. GPF are running on fumes there for a second.
And even then, they feel there's still this omnipotent threat against the Three Musketeers that they can't quite kind of assign themselves to the idea that they have a position of advantage, because GPF just always seems to be lurking. And I feel like the phrase "be serious" is something that you have to say when you see GPF. What an outside angle. They go from in to out to get this shot instead of out to in, and it really changed it up for the Three Musketeers defense.
I love that. Just beautiful work. And then Pigby still running interference, by the way. Yep. Still running that, you know, get out of that goal, and it works so well. This is what we talked about. Three Musketeers, they're starting to work together a little bit better, but GPF are consistently the team that looks like all 3 members are always in coordination. I say that as the post doesn't allow the goal.
Nice.
A
Wait.
little bad. There's another bump. Are they going to denounce? They do. Garcia with a dig and a half. The goalkeeper was fought over by 2 and still manages to save.
Uh-oh. That's a setup. You have a Pigby, maybe with another chance to try to back pass. They couldn't create enough separation. This ball traveling from goal line to goal line. Slowest roller I've seen in a while. As Three Musketeers just trying to just go just blow that ball over the finish line. Less than 100 seconds remaining. GPF, they look squirrely enough to set up for maybe a tying goal setup.
For a moment, there's plenty of time to play as Mercy is just starting to rip shots off as much as they can, and it works almost. Garcia, though, sees another third shot not going to work. Everyone's getting in on the offense, defense. But GPF are once again in that offensive position. Are they going to carry? They do, right over. Mercy swings in for their second goal of the game.
Asian Eyes, they had nothing left in the tank. They forced Mercy to make that move early, but Mercy was going to make that move regardless of if Asian Eyes was there or not. Some last-second antics defensively for both these teams, but it's a matter of just that thin difference to make it happen. 70 seconds off angle. Asian Eyes can't get that leap in to connect. He's trying to get on top of Pigby, but Pigby looked in the rearview mirror and saw it coming. Garcia is hoping something squirts from off of the backboard. We go to the final minute to decide whether or not this is done in 4 before you go OT.
To be fair, we've seen teams actively, both these teams, be able to force us into, like a 7-second goal before.
Yep.
So I'd be terrified to see what can exactly happen here. And I don't think either team is really going to let up, which leads me to assume that we're going to see an OT here. GPF don't want to get too messy with it, but Pigby sees an opportunity, rounds it out off the backboard into the dunk! Sends it right past the defender, and Three Musketeers can do nothing.
This young man does this all season long whenever I see him in Pennsylvania, and apparently just is able to make it happen. Dommy, they were in the right spot. That is a tough read. And even when they made that touch, Pigby was able to slap that thing home. That goes the way of GPF. 30 seconds to go. Musketeers not out of it. They are down. They got little time.
Musketeers, though, they're named after those that make the impossible possible. By hook or by crook, they will do so. All for one and one for all in more ways than can be counted here. But with 10 seconds left, they need that miracle. GPF say no miracles today, as we will put one more in our bank. That is a hat trick for Mercy to go ahead and give GPF a 2-goal lead.
They're also named after one of my favorite candy bars, and it is GPF that is munching on that tasty nougat. Oh my goodness. 8 seconds to go with a couple of goals. Now with insurance. Depends on if this one kind of goes wayward. Reach knows they can't reach up to it, but this one will fall outside. GPF will be snapping their ticket to go into the grand finals here for our June showcase.
So well done. In every single moment, it felt like GPF was in control. Granted, you know, there was one game where it went a little bit south, game number 2, and even in this game, game 4, it was a little bit wonky, but GPF, whenever they put their heads together, they said, okay, we can take that victory. Whenever they were willing, they took control of the game, and it worked very well for them. So for the side of Three Musketeers, you should be real happy about how you fought. You made the entire series look good. It's just GPF were a little bit better on the day.
It's also just, you have kind of these mech skill differences, and it's not like it was like insane. The Rocket League mechanically burns down to like these millimeter style differences, and then it becomes multiplied over the course of the game. Good game management out of GPF really came up into the latter portion of both games 1, 3, and 4. So we'll see if they can do that going into our winners final. We'll have more of that coming up on the other side. We've got Overwatch and Rocket League both burning through today. And remember, we do have some B stream that's happening onto our Stay Plugged In B. It's Stay Plugged In B. It's the easiest thing in the world. And in case you don't like the purple app, red app is up. So go check out Stay Plugged In onto YouTube, where you can check out all the different extra things happening across both these brackets. But for right now, we're going to be taking a short break. We're going to set up for our next matches here for the June Spins Showcase. Do not go too far.
Get Brightspeed Fiber Internet free for 3 months. It's free for the whole family for 3 months. Unless you want to charge the kids.
Get Brightspeed Fiber Internet free for 3 months. Switch to the bright side.
I like veggie chips. Welcome on back to the Spin Showcase. We're getting into our finals here for Overwatch. I'm El Monkey Man alongside a Crying Orbital as we get into this matchup. It is a replay of what we had in the upper finals. And you know what? These two teams feel like they're destined to see each other.
Yes, they are, because we're immediately set in with the more appropriate rematch here, because this has been rematch on rematch on rematch. You take a look at the lower bracket finals, and we saw Pluto going up against JCHS, which those two teams played also in the upper semi-finals. So it's by no surprise that we go ahead and see this rematch upon a rematch, as well as BLFC is going up against Pluto in the grands. And if we get the chance, there will be a bracket reset just as well. Now, of course, for BLFC, they went ahead and waited and watched, and it felt like Pluto, from what we saw, had some improvements in there. Mainly, of course, watching Styx be an absolute monster in the matchup against JCHS as well. But for BLFC, I'm sure things are going to be still within their wheelhouse to deal with.
We'll see if anything majorly changes. For the one time we know things are going to change, they decide that we're not going back to Legion Tower. Oh my goodness, we are going to Ilios instead. Bit of Greek flair. I've always wanted to go to Greece in real life. Feel like this continues to make me still want to do that. I don't know, have you ever been kind of like a Mediterranean style traveler? Have you ever want to go there?
I would always like to, I think I'd like to enjoy. I'm not a huge fan of traveling personally, but it is fun. overall. I've, flown a few times, but Greece itself, I'd be very interested to see if it's if it's as beautiful as everyone assumes. Either way, though, I'm sure BLFC and Pluto are like, we'd like to visit as well, but we're about to tear some stuff up, break a couple barriers and stuff. This could be kind of bad.
Yeah, this is making all the shopkeepers have to go in and keep their the gyros for a later day. So we're gonna game number 1 of our micro best of 3 within our greater. I think we are in BO3, BO5. Either way, I think we're actually we're still in BO3 land. So BLFC with Braccarisa will be in blue. Pluto will be in red. We're going to see if we can get Kellums or rather Sticks to be able to light up the scoreboard. It's already first shot, first blow, Shadow, first blood.
And I like that really, really early on. I think Kellums was the mainstay DPS in the previous, as they... I just had to open my big fat mouth once again. Kellum resets, whether they like it or not, immediately jump to their doom. But, of course, Styx is having a little bit of a rougher time. Kellum's like, I love lag, which, might hold true. Styx, though, they were on the Freya to start, immediately swapped over to this devastating Cassidy that we've seen before. So we are going to see that hero of the moment possibly step out.
And this is actually the first time that we've seen Pluto start off onto control with general control, a hazard also to kind of reshape the battlefield for the most part, and that's actually a very strong overall tank. Now, in terms of recovery, they're going to have that leap. We actually do have kind of pauses and situations. All right, so the lag came through. It looked very purposeful. I thought Kellums was actually playing us for fools. I was like, oh, they're taking one step too far. I was like, they're gonna jump right back out of this well, and then they never came back.
Yeah, which also goes to show how little of a brain that we have here on the desk, because I thought so as well. We're like, yeah, we playing. That was a reset. I'm like, there's no reset here. There's zero reset. There's no reason. You just took out, I believe, one of the healers. There's no reason to do so. But we are getting back into the mix. Kellum is back and happy on that custody as well. And the other side is G-Fighter is actually on the Winston as well. You mentioned the fact that the Monkey is going to do a lot of work, and it's already showing a lot of providence. But AJ, specifically, being taken out, but getting a little bit of a responsive back, is pretty happy about that one on the hazard themselves.
Also, to make note, the top of our overlay is actually backwards. Pluto's in blue, BLFC is in red, and that corrects my narrative just a little bit more to understand who was able to take the site first. However, we are starting to see this one do build up for Pluto, and Monkey is actually a great kind of idea in terms of hero choice to make sure that you have an escape rope when it comes to the initial well, trying to keep everyone from off-site, and also pressure onto this health pad, and it looks like it's now going to be big cleanup as BLFC is starting to get control again.
I think for BLFC, the main thing for me is just they are consistently willing to tango as often as possible. Pluto, in that last, they were able to juggle fairly well, able to push about 34, 35, but BLFC, they're like, no, we're going to fight even more. So as you mentioned, the Winston, great in some of these aggro positions, and I do Ilias a little bit more often than not. But for BLFC, it's all about the fact that you can go verticality factor as well as we get an explosive battle on Kellums. Rismar 1 with the overlay behind BLFC, wipe out 3 in a heartbeat, make it 4.
Temina was attempting to burrow maybe up, under, and through, and then they make even greater cleanup as they will get rid of their tank, and that's going to create a team kill stagger situation. You have about 15 seconds approaching for Pluto to try and break into this first site with a Dragon Blade online. You have a lot of ultimates that are about to just sumo clash with one another, and I don't think they have enough time to really run down this lane. They're going to have to sprint. We're going to basically be fighting at this corner, overtime coming.
Yep, and that leaves Big Jipper way open for a hack and slash. The beach off's going to do a little bit of work, though, as Six is able to find Kellums, and the Cassidy on Cassidy action actually mixes things up because Pluto focused on the front side. They annihilate the front line of BLFC, and they're able to make their way onto point. What a well-thought-out battle here as Pluto turned the point.
The opposite side of love is not hate, it is indifference, and they wanted to make sure that they told that Genji it does not matter and they do not care. They're going to walk away from him with the Dragon Blade online. BLFC, though, trying to work onto this point yet again. This Juno's keeping those jetpacks moving, trying to keep everything just forward running. This hazard, though, eventually will get bled out. And it feels like BLFC is just a second away from turning this one down to a meter that Pluto cannot catch up to.
Pluto left to the wayside. BLFC able to fight back, and yet again we are seeing those ultimates really come into play once Pluto say, hey, you know, our ultimate's up, great, we win. BLFC most likely starting to recognize that, give up a turn, keep your ult online, and play for it. I like it so far, and BLFC still doing what they did back in the winners finals. What we are seeing a shakeup though was Kellums into a little bit of a different tune, bringing out the Pharah, if it is actually a Pharah, would be a fun mix. I've seen some really good Pharahs here on Ilios before. It can bring a huge change to the battlefield. The problem is I'm sure Styx is more than willing to go skeet shooting.
Yeah, that's very true, and I think that's also why they want to kind of test this out. They're going to go to that outside range. I mean, you can get kind of weird and go into that kind of left side bridge hallway if you want to, but Pharah is such a strong overall hero for this. Unfortunately, we're not getting the Jetpack Queen. Kellums is going to go into Sojourn. Makes a lot more sense to me, especially if they take a high ground position and bring some of that Canadian love.
The problem, of course, is Tempt Me not willing to go on that venture and willing to help out with that drill as much as possible as Big Jiffer. And just right into the arms of Styx. I really don't know if that was a play, but G Fighter is trying to bring out a little bit earlier mix. Kellums on the backside, though, ripping through some of the HP bars at the start here, though. BLFC, as you mentioned, may have good control, but Temperament and Pluto working their way onto site. And are the first ones. This time your prediction from the earlier stage and round is starting to come true. Tempt Me Not with a find on IJV, and AJ with a rundown on Kellums.
Okay, all right, the Ramontra is starting to pay off dividends, and they finally at least get some push, but Big Jiffer's done the exact same thing in the opposite direction. Now, you could have sneezed at this site and it would have gone the way of Pluto. Instead, they just do not unlock it. BLFC trying to duel with them at the top of that ramp, and maybe this eventually gets thrown forward. It will finally. My gosh, that opening percentage was so hard fought.
And then it's immediately turned back.
What?
Immediately, 4%. 4% is what you get. Pluto's like, come on, man, I want a little bit more. Kellum says you can catch this bullet to the dome. Kaizo is lost in the sauce. BLFC gave a moment to Pluto and then immediately took the stage.
This is some great work so far. Kellums has obviously been impactful, to say the least, across all these games that we've seen from BLFC. G-Fighter, I mean, off of Monkey, which I really remember them the last time that they were actually playing into one of our showcases. Their Winston is just so dang strong, and it provides so much backline and then sudden just burst squeeze, especially if they want to be able to just force all of this DPS to basically go to nothing. But off of at least AJ trying to protect the flock, they will drop bubble, but they wanted that to maybe advance onto site. So now we go annihilation and we go punching.
Well, that punch is going to do more than they expected. AJ, though, ready to round it out with an ult of their own. G-Fighter and Cray, though, still bringing the pain, in an overall duel brings it to a victory for BLFC, because remember, at the end of the day, they got the percentage. Yes, it does flop over to Pluto, though, as the ending temperament from Tempt was solid. BLFC coming right back out, ready to duke it out, and Six says, no, you're not.
Our poor observer, trying to desperately find a body earlier, but every single fight ended with someone just falling immediately. But Pluto, not falling just yet. Want to force it to a third control point if possible. They've got a lot of work to do, as they do at least have that Burrow as well as the Deadeye online for both. See if they can be able to find some of the off angles to work with. And all that's left for BLFC is this Dragon Blade. So you're going to get a lot more off-point skirmishing. Big right clicks, again, for G-Fighter. He wants to catch someone lacking, as they now get at least some extra speed boost and damage boost off of that Juno buff. But AJ does get rid of Kellum, so there's some damage gone.
And I don't know what's going on, but Pluto just seemed a little bit lost. Or not Pluto, BLFC looked lost. Pluto saying it doesn't matter if you got the rage or not, I will type you out. Styx has not been denied on this Cassidy at all. And for the first time, it feels like any of their matches, Pluto are actually in the lead here on the control point.
Okay, all right, and again, they're kind of waiting. It seems that we now have BLFC leaned onto their own ults. They've not had much. Big Jibber popped the Dragon Blade, but it didn't really account for much. You also have the Deadeye, mostly just as an omnipotent threat, waiting from somewhere. Shadow's gonna be able to at least have that orbital laser for later, and Big Monkey time, and he's going clapping. Big old Donkey Kong will clap Tempt out of the ring.
For the first time in what feels like forever, we see a team fight go the way of BLFC, and it's off the back of G-Fighter, IJV, and Callum fight back just as well. and it's just in the nick of time. 92% for Pluto, one of the longest runs that we've seen from them, but BLFC fight it right back. They say, listen, we got .1, we're not allowing a .3 fight. We are going to be in control, and it really was off of G-Fighter kind of dragging the rest of the team back with them.
You have the rally cry, and you've got the overclock coming up. That's a lot of great defense, especially with Cray trying to build up with some of these heals to be able to get onto that orbital laser as well. So a lot of hold the bar, hold the line, hold the fortress against Pluto, but they're 4 out of 5 onto their ult stack, and we'll see if anything comes true as Styx gets rid of Kellums. They've been winning these major one-on-one duels, and now the laser comes in. They got to see if they can defend the house.
Bring it on! Fight as hard as you can! Double utility ults. Same with Pluto, though, as they bring some extra pain. AJ says you might be able to heal, but you can't rally like we do. 6 is down. All you really need. As soon as 6 goes down, it feels like Pluto have a lot of agency in this battle, but Shadow is able to follow up. Big Jipper is gone, but there's G-Fighter and Cray going crazy in the mix. We're into OT right now as Pluto are fighting for their lives. They need this battle to win. Cray still alive and healing up their tank, which is leading to a battle win. Down goes AJ, and OT runs out map 1 to BLFC.
Absolute just masterclass. I am so glad that we sat on with Cray because they were going crazy, holding everyone up as much as they could. They used that orbital, those torpedoes, continuing to find massive gains. And even with this being the play of the game, I thought this was actually going to be kind of Styx coming into their own, really kind of owning this control and forcing us to go to a map number 3. But BLFC didn't bat an eye to this one orbital. What just a great showcase of just kind of holding on and holding trust in your supports.
Yeah, I think it's only going to continue as well, and honestly, it is a shining light. The game is starting to boil down to, can you find Styx from BLFC? If they can, great, that's a win, and Pluto are going to fall. I hate saying that, but it is. Styx has been so instrumental in getting Pluto leads, and I mean, we talk about the ultimate timing, but now there's a second prong to the attack. It's not just the ult at the end of the day. The pitchfork is starting to work out, and I appreciate that. For BLFC, though, they still look very coordinated in their own. They still look, as soon as Styx is out of the competition, it feels like they are a very coordinated strike force, and I can only see that continuing onwards. It's on the back of AJ, in my opinion. AJ in that game actually looked very, very good in round 2. Was able to do more than before, was able to kind of make sure that they were in the appropriate positions. I mean, that, I believe it was a hazard, was working wonders at the end of the day. If AJ can step up as well, all of a sudden that battery duo of Styx and AJ can, I think, be the higher leading point to Pluto coming back in this series.
And that, they also, it was this kind of the opposite side. It wasn't like their only weapon in the arsenal, but they were starting to really sit Kellums down. Kellums was getting first blooded. He wasn't really able to do kind of much at all, but then everyone else stepped up. G-Fighter was there the entire time, and of course Cray just kind of supporting that back line, making sure that no one was discarded kind of aimlessly. So good looks by BLFC, BLFC, trying to find their way through. So now Pluto is up against it. They're going to have to reverse sweep through this best of 3, force a bracket reset to be able to get to at least a chance to win this showcase. And we're going to be going over to hybrid. Don't have the map as of yet. I would kind of hope we don't go back to Kings Row. Mostly I want variety, but also it was a solid fight. So it's not like they couldn't be able to take it, but I feel like Route 66 is coming on the way. I feel like that's what's on the other side.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I like that. Route 66 is one that I don't see that often either, but I can agree with that one. And it's a spicy one. You know, the gas station is one of the harsher areas in terms of just volatility, where everyone can kind of spike up, namely also inside of the payload areas. Some of the more tight-knit corridors can be dangerous, but I really do think it's that first turn that catches a lot of people off guard, and it's one of the most open spots where there's so many vertical alleyways that, you know, if we're taking a look at a Sojourn, if we're taking a look at a Cassidy, these could be huge in terms of picking off the opponent, you know, slowing that payload down even further. So I can agree with it. Route 66 would be quite interesting. Now, granted, on the flip side, I personally would still like to see Kings Row. I enjoy it, and I think you know, it's the closest that you can bring. If you're looking for something and you're a little bit worried about the opponent doing a lot better, specifically looking at Pluto saying, hey, we can't take chances. I mean, we had our best. I think they did very well on Kings Row. They can do a lot of work there. But no, we're not in either of those. Okay.
All right, we're going to Stuttgart, Germany. We're going back to where engineering is at its finest and where Brazils are made. So we get to have Pluto get a chance to come up into this. I think they're playing from defense to start off. So BLFC, their attack, I think did they start on attack the last time that we ran hybrid? I think they did, right?
Yes, BLFC did start on attack here, and it was the same, yeah.
All right, so that means Pluto they understand what's at stake. One, if you can full hold them, heck yeah. Two, we got to see if they can have time going into this, because remember, if you don't got time, your opponent has time, then there ain't no time for you in overtime. So, can Pluto stand against it, the wave crashing into the cliff, or does BLFC simply get the job done? Looks like they're going to be leaping and bounding over a building. Remember, there's two ways you can go about this. You hit that funnel point, or you try and take a different path.
I think either way, it's going to be a test at the end of the day, right? So let's go ahead and get things moving here onto Eichenwald. As the teams open up with a heck of a shot. Styx is outright in the first, which you know that means BLSC will run through the rest.
Yeah, this is hot knife meet butter. Actually, hot knife meet air. It's about as much resistance at this point. Everyone is falling in reverse. Not my favorite band, but definitely a tune that is being at least utilized by BLFC for this montage. Pluto was there, and then they weren't. And this cart is already zooming.
It hurts to say because for BLFC, they are so consistent. And remember, it was hybrid last time. They gave them a lot of trouble. Maybe not on their attacking side, but on their defense. And Pluto are hoping to do that same thing, but they chose Eichenwald. Pluto were the ones that chose and said, hey, this is where our fight starts, and they got rolled yet again. It doesn't set a great precedent, granted. It's not the end of the world, right? You still have plenty of time, but we're watching this first engagement on this first payload push, and they're doing nothing. They're just fighting from the high ground.
You also got to kind of look at Styx shifting over to the Freya. The Freya has been at least kind of an interesting pocket pick a time or two, but we've seen so much good work off of the Cassidy. Now, he does get caught in off angles. If you play from a great high ground, he is a murderer. But otherwise, Cassidy's like, he kind of gets street just walked, basically. Tempt Me Not will hit the floor much the same way. This thing is at least around from underneath this bridge, and G-Fighter just feels immortal.
I don't see it changing anytime soon. G-Fighter happy about it. Kellums is annihilated by AJ, but for Pluto, you're still sitting happy with the ultimate out as well. G-Fighter gets right into the mix, shuts down a few more with Big Jiffer to do the same, punches right through Styx and AJ. And that first checkpoint is looking mighty fine for BLFC.
Chasing him down. All right, Big Jiffer. On to bust open the peanut butter and turn this to a PB&J. They'll back on up, get the deflection online. And this, I think, has already reached, it's within 0.87. This is where they're going to start testing their metal. Big torpedoes coming out. They at least get rid of a couple. And it looks like the rampart of this castle is being burst down to the scenes, even with, well, I mean, you have the Kitsune Rush, but they just rush straight to the grave.
It's a rough one. Instead of the gates, it's the gates to hell. And you're just like, all right, that's not where I wanted to go. It's a problem. And as you said, the fact that Pluto invested and lost out with that rush means that you're going to swap out here. We see the Brigitte coming out, and now Shadow is going to try and help out as much as possible with AJ. So Pluto do have ults to play with. But for BLFC, they're going to try and annihilate him early as you have the sword, as well as the bolo ready to go if BLFC choose to.
Going to see if they can trap them into a corner, because you do have that strike and as well as that Terra Surge, so they can't combine those effectively. The laser will come down by itself, so AJ unable to combine with that, and so everyone else just kind of waiting this one out from around this tight corridor. Dragon Blade eventually gets popped. There's going to be at least one. Tempt Me Not is able to get rid of their backliner and the IJV as they go down. Seems like the rest of them will follow.
It was an annihilation and annihilation. Both teams actually wiped each other out. It feels like it's G-Fighter and AJ are the only two left alive. The tanks just walking away from each other. But for Pluto, that is considered a win. BLSC back off that payload. And Pluto win it out thanks to an amazing ult from Tempt Me Not.
This mer person skin is just so wild. I played a D&D campaign with some Aquans, and it just feels like they're trying to drag them deep into the deep blue. They trap them in a corner. That'll be Kaiserkin going down, and now it's time for Annihilation to come right back in to attempt me not, and they are folding like a lawn chair. It is one little push to be able to get off this corner, and I don't think they're gonna be able to get off. To respawn is gonna be fast if they can. Oh,
All about that old timer. All about that old timer, man. I am telling you, Pluto leaned a little bit too heavily into that, and BLFC take advantage. The Bearlight fan club saying, Bearlight, give us strength. We will take this victory around 3.5 minutes to play with.
that immediate purse that you get from off of the hyper ring, and then like, all right, we're actually going to use that one for target practice. We're just going to set this one here. We're going to sprint down at you. So Pluto's got some work to do. 3:35, and they've got to have time. They must acquire not just 3, but they must acquire it with time. If they do not, then they're going to be playing purely defense against BLFC, who are basically left unchecked, walking through Eichenwald. And I mean, we've seen Pluto stand up against this team, but I feel like BLFC, they saw like a little bit of what happened in that previous series. They decided, you know, get off King's Row, get away from Britain. Let's go out to Germany and let's really fight through this castle.
Yeah, let's go ahead and give ourselves a little bit more to play with. And AJ back on that Hazard, and 6 also swapping over to the Sojourn. These might be the mix-ups that we really do want to see them play out with. BLFC, though, ready in their own. The Freya Genji mix-up has done very well for them. Not obviously with a Symmetra TP to start. I wonder where they're going to go. They're going to go underneath. They're going to go outside as well on the ledge. So many question marks kind of abound here as we're getting into this attacking phase. There hasn't been that much of an answer. Pluto just standing right outside the doorway.
I think they're waiting for someone to overextend. Then they just
There
kind
we
of
go,
get,
there we go.
yeah, getting that TP up. Wait for me, guys! Hold up! Oh no!
Oh!
On top of the roof and gone.
I feel that was spotted out from BLFC because they were more than ready to just wash on through Pluto, and there was no extra give. BLFC rock the rest of Pluto and send them straight out to the stratosphere yet again.
They're trying to turn Pluto into yet again not being a planet. All right, no. You don't get to, you're just a cool rock with a neat name, but for at least the first 30 seconds. That's over. That idea used up. Now it's about what you can do from underneath this bridge. As G Fighter does get rid of sticks, now they're bullying them.
You said it's another chance, and yet BLFC are doing even worse things than earlier. That is just pure annihilation. Pluto can't do anything as they're stuck back in spawn now.
Hey, chances don't all have to be different. They can still be rinse, repeat of the same. Pluto, it's the definition of insanity, but this time around they are able to be at least grouped up together. They switched over to the Junker Queen, and that actually might kind of work out. Depends on if they can reach their target. Unfortunately, they have been kind of bent and battered and bruised. This Ramacha flying deep as G-Fighter uncaring to the winds of change. Tiffany Knott and the rest of the gang to at least delete the tank. That gives them a moment of reprieve and something to move forward with.
I mean, they've needed so much space before, but they're still being challenged on top of the point. There we go. BLFC finally backed off and held down Pluto. Capturing this point with 2 minutes to spare is a great number to have. Now, granted, it's nothing like BLFC had earlier, but Pluto's still giving themselves about 4.5 minutes to work with to get all the way through in an extra, I think a minute and a half once you hit checkpoint 1. This is doable. This is very doable from Pluto as they feel much more comfortable and they're right back in that driver's seat.
Let's see if Tiffany Knott can find themselves some value here, because so far off of this venture, it feels like they're just kind of being caught for all the gimmick and novelty that it is. You're going to get Big Jiffer trying to unlock this Dragon Blade. They're going to take some of these 1v1s. They don't want to lose out against that one, but they're actually caught from off angle, so that's going to be at least a couple now thereafter as Tiffany Knott on the gang out with Jiffer, but G-Fighter is leading the charge.
And in a jiffy, they swing as hard as possible, and the annihilation wipes out the entirety of Pluto. Pluto at this point, going back to the drawing board and yet saying, that's not the worst loss that we could have had. G-Fighter expended 1, but you burn that ult. Now you have about 3 others coming online, Tiffany Knott and ready to go. if they get the front line. So Pluto say that's great. They lose the Annihilation. Now that they have 3 to play with, but is it going to be enough? Pluto feel like they can push through this checkpoint.
Got a chance. A lot of ults online. They do have the Ana ult to be able to get a big power up, and they're just kind of waiting it out for the Rampage to come up. About 12% left before that does. Orbital Strike is going to be used, coming right back down. Tip me not. It will be deleted almost immediately thereafter, and you're going to have the Rally Cry used in response. It's Big Jiffer hunting for bodies to chop in half. They are the cleaver, and you are being cleaved in twain. BLFC, hold again.
Man, I didn't know Brimstone was in this game. Man, that's crazy. We got the Orbital Strike coming down here. That's awesome. But it is true. That Ray was perfect from Cray to come out here. It was wonderful to right in front of that payload, which means Pluto had to go back to the drawing board. They just lost 2 of their great offensive ultimates here with that Ray as well as the overclock. And now they got to work with AJ, who was very narrow to being taken down here.
Ooh, Jiffer, just from off angle, they have no idea where they're getting all these kunai in the face from, and he's now stealing some health pads. He's trying to be able to take a few of these extra duels. Just right-click your way to victory, and then they escape straight to the top of the roof. Oh my gosh, just claiming bodies out over and over again.
Repeated decimation. BLFC more than happy about the state of this round. They say no extra OT, no extra rounds. We are going to end it here. We need to hold you for 2 more minutes. And guess what? That boost that came in a shadow, negated. All you have is AJ and Temp, both who can bring a lot of damage, but we really got to look at AJ to start things off.
I feel like this venture, it's a solid idea, but they gotta get that tectonic shock to come through. All right, they're able to do so. Okay, they get rid of G Fighter. That's honestly a mini boss all on its own. They're trying to force an overtime to pop while they're on the second lane to go towards the door. If they can get that to happen, they almost assure themselves that this is going to be a full reset where they're the only ones that get a chance in overtime. So everyone does get wiped out. They're sent all the way to the castle. We have 70 seconds approaching.
Honestly, I'm very impressed that the Venture was able to do so. Tempt me not breaking through BLFC with a single ultimate feels great. You're still being able to juggle, but there's the ring to be able to fight back. AJ, though, spins their way underneath, so the ult goes a little bit to the wayside. That's not what you want to see. So BLFC are going to stand strong and take out AJ Ed. A little bit of a mistake, but pivoted by BLFC as G Fighter is going to take that moment to break on through the ranks, being kept alive as IJV says, I am from the varsity squad. And wreck shop against Pluto as they lose out. They're down to the last 35 seconds.
I feel bad for AJ, and they're going to go over to the Orisa. That's a solid idea to at least kind of give themselves some last-second survivability and maybe build up into a Terror Surge. But yeah, missing that Rampage, you walk away from that fight. You don't go right back into a 1v5. You got no bleed. You got no chance. They're going to try and at least make this one off of the Sombra. Tip me not. This is when they were very successful. They're trying to at least find one. They're going to throw themselves over the top of the cart. Pluto, can they get this one moving for another orbital ray coming down as well? Styx is deleted from the situation. No overclock, no problems for BLFC. And they're just now running away, and it's 1 second to go. You got to get to cart. Oh, they leap across, and it's just a fight on bridge.
And it's done.
It's done.
Hail Monkey Man. It was a great final cry from the side of Pluto, but BLFC, I mean, the fans win it out. They did it for Bearlight, and they did it well. You know, so G-Fighter, as the play game comes through, honestly, it was everyone that really stepped up. The idea to shut down the likes of Tempt Me not as well as Styx and Sure team really couldn't come back up with a DPS. Not only that, great shutdown onto AJ, forcing AJ to make a mistake that late in the game. Wonderful job from BLFC.
Shout out over to this squad. They continue to show up to these awesome showcases. And you know what? They've got one more year, at least that the majority of this squad will be able to do it for, until before they graduate from high school. So BLFC, they are your June Spin Showcase champions here for Overwatch 2. And G-Fighter continues to impress us because they were a freshman this year. They're going to be a sophomore going next year. The rest of the squad is all seniors going into next year. So the veteranship really shows up, especially like the average rank of this squad is all Grandmaster. That's huge in terms of recruiting for this group.
Yeah, they look amazing overall, and I would be very remiss to not see any of these guys over in the collegiate scene. So I hope to see them even further on. I hope to see them continue playing as well, and maybe we get to see G Fighter step up to the plate as well. I have to give a shout out to Pluto though. They fought as hard as they could, and all of them are pretty much committed as well. We have 4 of the 5 committed into their own schools respectively, and they fought hard. Every single player stepped up. It's just those slight mistakes at the end of the day, and you went up against BLFC. I mean, that's a very tough squad to beat. So well done to the entirety of Pluto to also fight into this grand finals. It's unfortunate that you fell just shy of that seat.
You know what's kind of cool is that they're committed, and that means if they want to be able to find any of those players that are kind of now going to be seniors next year, they're like, hey, actually, it would be really cool if we brought them to our program. You get to team with them later. Who knows? But we'll get to see how that goes into the next scholastic year. And for right now, we're going to be taking a short break. We got some Rocket League around the corner. We're going to aim to finish out that bracket and crown our, our Road Rage champions. Come on back with us with Stay Plugged In here in just a moment.
Ah, come on. Come on. Before I switched to Brightspeed fiber internet, things like slow speeds and random dead spots really brought out the troll in me. I mean, I spent hours causing trouble. But then I switched to Brightspeed's fast, reliable fiber internet, and the rest is sunshine and unicorns. Looks amazing, Barbara.
Ultra-fast, Brightspeed fiber internet. Switch to the bright side.
Shifting away from premium German engineering over to some Rocket League. I'm Hail Monkey Man. Thank you for meeting with my boy Reinhardt as I'm here with Orbital. And of course, we're going into our lower semifinal. This bracket has been moving along, Orbital, and so have our players.
Yeah, it's been a very fast-paced, just constant aggression, and we have been seeing these 3-1s, and we got our first, I believe, 3-2 situation that occurred. If you take a look on the upper bracket, I believe it was actually Ninja Turtles and Texas Toe Ticklers that went all 5. A little bit interesting. I know it says 3-1 up there, but I believe it was 3-2. So, very battle. The fact that Ninja Turtles fought against the 4th seed, Ticklers were able to push them to all 5 is very, very impressive. Way though, Ninja Turtles were able to win the upper bracket finals against GPF, who we won earlier, and now we're going to see GPF going up against the winners of whoever Texas Toe Ticklers and Three Musketeers comes out with that victory, which is what we're going to be watching.
We saw one game taken by the Three Musketeers against GPF, and GPF is welcoming whoever's going to come out of this one. The simple fact that Texas Toe Ticklers did go to Game 5 against Ninja Turtles tells me that they might be able to run this at least to the lower final. Three Musketeers, when they played it cool, calm, and close, that they had the advantage. But you can't always do that, especially with the high-flying offense that you're getting out of the good old Texas Toe Ticklers.
All right, that's not exactly what I was expecting, but keep in mind we saw Three Musketeers earlier. It took them a little bit of time to really come online. Not only that, please keep in mind in the lower bracket, we've been playing these up until just now in the lower semifinals, where we're now moving to that BO5 situation. And so, for the side of Texas Toe Ticklers, they are more than happy to be in this situation where they can fight, but start things off with a bang of a goal means Three Musketeers are already on that kind of rougher side of this position to try and fight back for this game 1.
This is kind of a wash, rinse, repeat of what they've seen before, right? They saw this against them and with GPF. Asian Eye's a heck of a pre-jump read from that backboard. They knew they had to take that one position that was kind of left open. Even with no boost, it worked out. Kassar hoping for a light redirect. And Hunter, who is now our newest entrant of the 2024 Coca-Cola All-Stars, onto the pitch. That dude has the highest GPA of anyone I've ever seen, 4.4, and he brings the smarts to be able to take advantage of an open backdoor.
Completed that amazing shot there, just right over Dami. And Dami couldn't do anything about it. Really clean action there. And for Three Musketeers, you're on the back foot once again. Texas Toe Ticklers looking like a dominant squad that want a chance at that grand finals, at a chance at Ninja Turtles, who knocked them out in the lower bracket in the winter semis.
Kassar and Little Bird as well. They are going to be seniors going into next year. So again, a lot of veteranship between everyone that's out on this pitch. Another bouncer and 3 up. Hunter bringing it forward. And man, just taking advantage of the early kickoff rotation. Dami thought maybe that was going to drop on, but there was just no coverage after he made that first jump. And Texas Toe Ticklers strike again. And this has just been a little over a minute.
And that hurts, right? For Three Musketeers, remember how hard they fought before to try to get some of their goals, and we're watching them go up against F. It's been a struggle for them. And the fact that they are down here right now, still kind of struggling to find some of those opening goals, it worries me quite a bit. For Texas Toe Ticklers, though, they are rocking things out to the best of them. Quick little punch to the right side, a little bit of a tap, and a little bit of a brief window of respite. Texas Toe Ticklers, though, say you only breathe for a moment, as that's Kassar says fire on a shot.
This feels like so Reach has to leap after this one. He can be able to go out and jump at it. He has no extra boost. I think he was in the understanding that he had a teammate nearby to try and pick up that back post shot, because he wasn't kind of driving with pace. That one felt like a oops. All right. Now, the good news is that this entire game has felt like an oops. Well, right now for Three Musketeers. And game 1 of a BO5 is your most lenient. Musketeers are recognized that the Toe Ticklers out here are not going to let them have a chance to breathe.
Nope, it's always going to be pure offensive and constant in front of Ace. Long ball hauls, it's a dead ball in front, and Hunter is able to bring it to a close. 5-0 here at the start of game 1.
And no, people, we do not have a mercy rule. You suffer. That's how it works. Texas Toe Ticklers continuing to make suffering with laughter happen under the duress of this toe tickling. Three Musketeers, they can even find one. Honestly, at this point, one! No, not going to happen, though. That was a cool idea, though.
I like how excited you got, and all of us went, what? And then that didn't really happen there. So, we're waiting to see what happens, of course, for Three Musketeers as they're trying to fight back. We're still in the first half. It's about to cross over into the second. And there's opportunities. Keep in mind, Three Musketeers, we saw them play previously, and Asian Eyes did make magic happen, like we're seeing here. A great straightaway, but good defensive maneuver by Hunter. Three Musketeers have the option and the ability to do so. They just need to start kind of wiggling their way into more decent individual positioning. Because at this point, Texas Toe Ticklers are working as a squad.
I mean, you and I, we kind of break the game down, at least on the long macro, into like halves or maybe even to quarters. For the way that Texas Toe Ticklers has been running it, they're doing it in 15 to 20-second sprints. And that's exactly where they came up with 3-0 in like a minute and 6 seconds. They're like, all right, cool. What can we do for this third of this minute? And doing that micro game has allowed them to consistently put this pedal to the metal. Onslaught, this attack. Dami sends it backboard. He has a follower, but it's going to find a defender in Little Birdie.
It hurts because that second pinch as well, crossing that letter post. And it just feels so close. The Musketeers, they're on the brink of getting their first. It's still not going to happen. It's Texas Toe Ticklers be like, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a tickle of a goal, but it's not going to go either way. It's a very long draw back, and Texas Toe Ticklers, they're happy about this one. A minute and a half as they power through a sixth. This is looking like a brutal shutout game one.
Texas Toe Ticklers causing the tee-hees out here as they are giggling with the way that they are putting the shots through. Three Musketeers, it's like, dude, we cannot win for winning's sake. We can't get a single ball all over the goal line and only a couple of just leveled threats, but no true shots. I'm going to wonder what the shot differential is really going to look like. And off of that 50, and it still gets in. Hunter is just a merchant on this goal line.
You're about to power through even further than in Brazil. Like, that's what we're looking at here. Texas Toe Tickler is looking confident. With a minute and a half left, there is no, in my opinion, chance for them to really come back. In my opinion, you always need about 20 to 30 seconds on average for a goal. At this point, you would almost need 10, nay 5 per goal to come back. And Texas Toe Ticklers are going to give you 0 to work with.
There it is.
Granted, Three Musketeers are able to put one in as Dami says, hey, at least it's not a goose egg.
Look, I introduced Reinhardt at the beginning of this segment, and we got a Brazil, so Germany came to play. Just, you know,
True.
Texas Toe Ticklers, bringing it forward. So, 7-1, and Musketeers, you take that one, you apply that you're able to make some of these big moments work. It might be able to get a soft dunk, denied, at least for that open and shut case. You're gonna have another opportunity here from Bob Jones, high veteran, in the way of reach, trying to get a redirect to improve as well, but last half minute actually may just be a moment of respite for Three Musketeers to have before game 2.
Yep, and you got to be looking at game 2. Okay, what went wrong? Well, we allowed Texas Toe Ticklers to go a little bit too crazy. We allowed them to get a little bit too much space, and their power shots are powerful at the end of the day. So maybe you need to go for a little bit more of that bump game. Maybe you need to go for a little bit more of the demos, get a little bit more in their face. Either way, it's look forward, not look back. Do not look at what happened in game 1. Just say, hey, we're down a game. Let's keep moving. And to me, that's all that matters. Game 1, though, going the way of the Toe Ticklers.
Also, you see it dead center screen. Hunter is a committed player to their next university. I see OKLA. My bro, that's HOMA. That's Oklahoma. If he is becoming a Boomer Sooner, suddenly Hunter is like my most favorite Rocket League person in the world. Because, look, I got to go to school there. It was super fun. If they're going to go become a Sooner, that is a program, an esports program that's on the up and up. And if they're getting Hunter, they're even going further up.
Yep, they're going to continue to be amazing. And it looks like we got a sub out. Is that what we're seeing there? Is there a sub coming in? Now, before we get to talk a little bit further, I want to double check and make sure I'm not talking out of my butt. But it looks like neither team really has a sub committed. So I think that was a joke at the end of the day. But either way, though, Texas Toe Ticklers looking like a comfortable squad to look at. Very, very powerful, and as you said, a little bit of commitment to her, but at this point, I believe Kassar and Little Birdie, both of them could be looking at commits as well.
That's very true. I mean, with the way that they've been playing is so consistent. Little Birdie and Kassar working very well around Hunter, who's shown exactly why. Look, he's got the academics behind him. He's got the ability to play behind him, and apparently he's going to be, being what we call the Texas two-step trader, going north of the Red River. That's how it works. That's the rivalry between those two states.
That just sounds mean. That just sounds rude and mean, but I kind of agree with you as Kassar pops it on high. Good defensive play as we do get us out. Tiz is still here. I'm trying to take a look. I think we're still set with all the same players, yeah, so we're set. Either way, though, great stoppage so far from Three Musketeers. We saw this earlier as well when they were facing off against GPF. They took game 1 in stride, and they said, okay, we fight back in game number 2, and they've done so. They slowed down the pace. Nice demo to come out, though, from Little Birdie, but it's not enough. Again, Hunter just going ahead and saying, listen, I got the school on my back. Let's rep that goal 1.
So the trade out that happened, Tiz came in, Asianizes out.
That was it.
And Tiz is actually another Coca-Cola All-Star. He's out of Virginia. So, love seeing that. Okay. All right. So, all the All-Stars are like, you know what? Let's make a squad. And they're like, okay, there's Hunter. All right, we need to all get together and stop Hunter's reign of terror.
It's a terrifying prospect to have to deal with, but right now, it's looking tough. Three Musketeers, they stopped Texan going 4 goals deep. It's still 1 goal up, and I can only expect a few more to happen as well. Kassar getting a nice little bump, forcing that play to slow down. And for the Toe Ticklers, they rounded around once again. Hunter being denied, though, as Little Birdie. That ball flips it right past his, and now that's a high ball fly.
Nice.
Good tap to save. And that's Three Musketeers, as we said, getting a little bit more in position.
Oh, it was the last little step there. You had 2 choices if you were, I think it was Dami and Reach, and one went for the fake out, one went for the punch forward to try and get rid of the goalie, and unfortunately the lineman antic didn't work. And they tried a lot of things, especially on that counterplay that looked very promising. Little Birdie trying to perch up into another shot to the goal. Kassar will find this from the corner. You see Hunter looming. All 3 of the Musketeers grouped together to make sure that next opportunity does not arise for the Toe Ticklers.
Yep, it's a battle. At the end of the day, Three Musketeers, though, keeping it in pace. And for Hunter, maybe Hunter's getting a little bit frustrated at home. They're saying, hey, we had such an explosive game number 1 and we're not able to find it. What's going on? Is it really going to happen that we get kind of close out here and we're forced to stay at 1 or 2? Either way, they still... But of course, with the first half almost burned away, you can see Three Musketeers starting to mount an offensive of their own. Kassar swinging a little bit wide, gathering that ball a little bit lower. Tiz trying to run interference, but it's not always going to happen. There we go, flick up. Little Birdie, though, picks it up, pinches it against the back wall, but it's not going to go in the direction that they want. Texas Ticklers getting challenged left, right, and center.
That's one of those where retroactively you know in the moment that you probably shouldn't have gone for that backboard dunk because you're just not going to find that upwards angle with all the boost. You had Hunter kind of at the top of the box, but not everyone wants Hunter to have all the goals. So I completely understand. Hunter actually takes it away from Kassar, who is less for boost. That's going to be an open net. Tiz fills the gap. That is a second time now for the Musketeers. They've been able to do that. How often will they be able to rely on such a last-ditch recovery, as now Texas Toe Ticklers, they're going to find another shot chance.
Let's see if it's going to change up anytime soon. That's going to be off the top. Reach being denied as Hunter came in with that save. Very nicely done. Is anyone there to back it up? Yes, they attempted so. Down a boost they go. Tiz flicks it high. And we're down to 1.5 minutes. Hail Monkey Man. Getting to that point where things are getting spicy. Tiz going up yet again. Hunter, can you block? No, you can't. Tiz with the carry to the top corner ties things up.
Remember last series we saw Three Musketeers. When they keep these games reasonably close, they have the ability to either get that early lead or at least keep in lockstep. Texas Toe Ticklers, you see a 7-1, you're like, all right, they're going to run them down. No, that's game 1 antics. Three Musketeers, this is the way they play. They're able to at least keep themselves composed.
I think for Three Musketeers as well, they know they're up against a strong squad, and the fact that they're able to
keep their composure, keep their steadfast presence, not worry about the game rate. But for the Toe Ticklers, I'm sure that they're ready to fire right back. It's going to be a little piece of the puzzle. Nice push by Kassar. And a demo right after well means that there's a possibility to open net everyone on the side of Three Musketeers trying to scramble. But of course, Kassar and a little birdie popping that ball to center field.
Nice boot upfield. Tiz is looking for a chance to maybe get onto that redirect. Musketeers, if they can hold possession, might be able to steal out this game. It would be pretty massive, especially considering the pressure plate that they have been boiling under here from the Toe Ticklers. To the corner, a half minute. Hunter, he's gone mute. He's only had one goal. I mean, you apply that against the 7 of the previous game, it's going to be a lopsided contrast, but we're at 20 seconds remaining. Orbital and Musketeers starting to pour it on. Oh, what a save!
We all saw that coming on with the save of their own. Little birdie trying to do the same, digs it out. Says, hey, I was here in position. Tiz, though, sending it sky high. It's going to be a tap and a half as both teams are fighting there in the midfield. Ball streaks on high. Is it going to be dumped to reset? And it looks like it is. Kassar says, no worries about that timer. Let's go ahead and get it back to you.
All right. This is, I think, our first overtime of the day? Question mark?
At least on stream, yes.
Yeah,
at least on stream.
Yeah, so see if some bonus time comes up and comes through in favor of the Musketeers to try and tie up this series. That's what happened the last time when they were in the upper semifinals, but that one went a bit sideways. Tiz has come in as the hero's moment, trying to replace Asian Eyes and seeing if they can change up the entire dynamic of this showcase level event. Reach will have to jump away from a would-be defender or attacker that wants to demo them. We're 30 seconds through and we've not found a way through for either side.
Yeah, it's been a little bit tough, and honestly, Toe Ticklers, I'm wondering if they are getting a little bit worried about the current state of the game. They are realizing that they're getting pinched. Three Musketeers have adjusted appropriately, and maybe it is Tiz that has been that wonder player to step on in. Toe Ticklers, though, they're ready, and Tiz with a great save, keeping us in OT here. Inspired Hunter, making sure it doesn't end there.
I don't think there's any major worry or anxiety as of yet. They're just feeling like, man, why will these guys not go down? So at this point, they're just trying to continue to pummel without relent. But dauntless in the face of adversity are the Three Musketeers. Kassar kind of mishandles this one as it's easy to bounce back just a little bit further, and that will give the chance for the Three Musketeers to take that teeny tiny step. But when multiplied, it becomes a full-on sprint. Little birdie will create some space, and we're nearly a minute and a half in.
It was a nice pinch against the wall, but Dami read that like a book, flicks it right back. Hunter denies. And these moments of opportunity are starting to slip away from everyone. Hunter trying to chase, Reach able to redirect right into Tiz's arms. Little birdie ready with a little bit more boost. And again, this fight on the sidelines, though interesting to watch, neither team really getting a solid handle on the ball. This time though, little birdie with a pop fly says no chance in heck though. So currently at about 8 boost. Is it going to be enough? No, they zero out. Dami picks it up. Right back to square one, 2 minutes elapsed.
That was a long defense for Three Musketeers. They all sat to corner, and then they all were on the ground, and I was very worried. Texas Toe Ticklers just had to take one solid shot, but then they kind of ended up off rotation. That's a miss. You have a chance. Little birdie and chase. He knows that Hunter's to the opposite side corner and zone. You're going to have a rolling pass, a big booming clear. Kassar is confident and makes contact. This is going to be a loose ball. Leaping upon it is Dolly! And we're tied!
What a shot! And you see that punch from Reach. Perfect spacing. And little birdie was just a little too little for that block. Well done by Three Musketeers. As you said, they tie things up. Hail Monkey Man, this feels so much closer to well before. Well, this consistent battle. This awesome fight from Three Musketeers. And yet we saw this happen with GPF earlier.
Yeah, really did. It was almost copy-paste. The only difference is that Three Musketeers weren't pushed into an OT in game number 2. Also, you know, in terms of a form of the committed players that are in this, Tiz, he came in. I saw Syracuse in the old gamer handle right in front of that. I think he's going to Syracuse, so the orange is coming through for some of these players, which is really cool because I know that there's a lot of like not just this showcase, but there's also collegiate conferences that are running a summertime program. So having the likes of some of these players that are looking for recruitment, but also helping others while they're already committed and seeing what programs they're with is pretty cool.
Always making sure to share a little bit of that love in there and making sure that the players themselves, everyone has that chance at the pathway. But right now we're looking at that pathway to get to the lower bracket finals, where I know for a fact GPF is waiting for a chance to move their way back up to the grand finals against the goalpost. So as Three Musketeers are immediately on defense, and the defense has to be so stalwart. Another dead ball, great clear by the side of Tiz. And what a reach by reach. Three Musketeers playing on a nice edge there for about 20 seconds.
We already have an open, 3 or 4 shots. Every single shot met by a save out of the Three Musketeers. So a lopsided stack column. But the one counterplay and singles shot out of the Musketeers finds Pater.
What is going on here? Three Musketeers, they truly said, forget game 1. It feels like they are much more in control. This ground game looked great. Texas Toe Ticklers haven't had a reliable offensive in, I think, quite some time. And there's going to be a bump 50 splits to the left side. Three Musketeers are going to watch as Lil Birdie goes down, but Hunter's still in control, looking like that midfield playing. Kassar fly high. Lil Birdie able to pick up there right in front of their own goal. Is it going to be enough, though? Texas Toe Ticklers still waiting for a chance at their opening shots. A little bit more than just that, though. They want the actual goals.
This is the Tiz effect right now. As Tiz they came in front as a sub in for Asian Eyes going into game number 2, and they've completely slowed down this game. Texas Toe Ticklers have had advances and moments of getting shots, but they've not freely done so. Hunter basically saw the entire world and was owning it like he was a man just able to jump from plane to plane of existence. This time around, though, they are being taped to the ground and set in reality. And Three Musketeers, they are now with full communication able to at least keep the Ticklers at bay.
Again, just picking apart a lot of their offensive patterns, making sure that it's not easy for Texas Toe Ticklers to get in that position. There's another demo, as we just mentioned. Tiz willing to scrap with the best of them. And the Toe Ticklers are ready to fight back just as well, but that's a punch towards the goal. It is going to hit the crossbar, though. But Texas Toe Ticklers are starting to get a little bit more aggressive, starting to get a little bit more in the offensive zone, which is good.
You got that? They're playing ding dong ditch with the post. It rung, and then no one was home. Adami looking for a dunk. They're leaving it for the third man. Tiz, he's got no one in front of him. Kassar, that was an overcommit, and Tiz will ring it true. You're going to see this rotation come right out. They thought there was plenty of time to go back to it. It was also an awkward jump at the top of the box.
Yep. And then the crash down as well, right onto Hunter's side, so Hunter couldn't even get any extra, no boost to play for. So just kind of insult to injury at the end of the day. We're about to cross over into the second half, and Texas Toe Ticklers not enjoying what just went down. Get a little bit more opportunistic, and they're willing to kind of face it forward. As they're recognizing that, hey, we may have slowed down the pace, and it feels like, you know, the Three Musketeers are starting to amp things up a little bit better. We need to be able to play to their level. We need to get into the mix. We need to have that team coordination. Maybe at the end of the day, if we want to take the victory.
I love that pre-jumped attempt. They flipped right onto where Hunter was trying to clear it from him. But all right, I feel like at this point, Hunter did so much damage in the first game. Musketeers like, all right, one, we're gonna make a sub. 2, let's not let Hunter enjoy this game. Let's make this a job for him, and he wants to be able to punch that clock instead. 2 minutes before we have Musketeers take away the lead for this series and push us to a minimum game 4 and maybe force the Ticklers for game 5. Tiz showing off.
This is just, again, beauty of a thing. The bump goes right way. Tiz is like, hey, yo, perfect spot. And even Hunter was like, dang, that really slipped away from us. Three Musketeers now with 3 goals to their name in game 3 as well. It is poetic to the absolute max. As Texas Toe Ticklers, they're running out of feet to play with here, and they're not very excited about that one.
Yes. I don't know why that caught me. Three Musketeers going absolute Lieutenant Dan on them as they have no feet left to have to deal with. 1:26 on the clock, and Toe Ticklers, I was like, wow, cannot earn a single inch out here to be able to get downfield. They used up all their goals in game number 1 and just weren't able to gain much.
Let's see if it's going to mix any further. They got a minute left. Texas Toe Ticklers need some magic. They want to push it in, and Kassar may have found it. One of the most straight-laced shots catches Three Musketeers by surprise.
Find one little toe in the cabinet, said this piggy went to market, and then they're able to find their way through, force the defender, have to make a touch, and see if it would 50-50 off of them. They do at least get there. Minute and 1, plenty of time, I'd usually say, but Musketeers have made life very difficult for the Ticklers. They've got to start connecting on these infield passes.
And right now, it's just not happening. Three Musketeers still running interference. Great demo out on Hunter. And then Kassar as well. Zero chance of a play down the field. That was the most aggressive that I think I've seen in some time. Because of that, you burned off another 20 seconds of the Texas Toe Ticklers. They're not happy about it. You're watching them kind of spin out of control here as Three Musketeers continue their offensive. There it is, yet another. Kassar demoed for the second time in less than about 30 seconds.
Oh man, that's going to tilt him off the face of the earth, and that may actually tilt this in completely the Three Musketeers' favor. They got 13 seconds to go. Must score with time, say I, but they have just had too many demos, forcibly reset, and Dami will put that final nail in the coffin here for game number 3.
Off they go, Three Musketeers chasing a little bit further into this bracket, saying we deserve to be in the upper echelon. Texas Toe Ticklers saying the exact same thing, but now they got to fight through a mini reverse sweep if they want back into the series, if they want to come back and have a chance at that lower bracket finals. Here's great job climbing back from game number 1.
All right. I see several players leaving. I don't think they know. They don't know that it's not a BO3, that it's a BO5. All right, so we'll have our admins go out and get them. So it's, remember guys, BO5. Freaking Dami.
Dami was like, yes, you know how to play one more, let's go.
They forfeit, oh my gosh, let's go. No, it's not, well, hopefully that's not what's happening. We've seen some of these go sideways before. All right, to your opinion, we got to see, we've obviously seen Texas Toe Ticklers. We've now seen a slightly different roster shift of it being for the Three Musketeers. Does either one of these teams have a chance when it comes to GPF going into that lower final?
Ooh. I think Three Musketeers has a pretty good chance, in my opinion.
Okay.
The reason being is that game 2, back in their series in the winter semifinals, actually looked pretty good. We saw them fight back, and I think for Three Musketeers, the main issue was that they started off a little bit slow, and then they weren't able to fight back. You know, that game 2 was an anomaly, and then game 3, game 4 rolled around. GPF just kind of steamrolled them. I think Three Musketeers has shown a lot better strengths now in games 2 and 3. And granted, against Texas Toe Ticklers came out with like all gas, no brakes, and they kind of realized there's a U-bend in the track, and they kind of needed to slow down. They never did, and they kind of crashed at the very end, which is that problem at the end of the day, and they haven't really recovered since. Texas Toe Ticklers have been stopped at every single position, but maybe they can bring a car crash of their own yet again and bring about some victory. For the Three Musketeers, though, they're going to play their stalwart game yet again.
Musketeers have really shown a fundamental means and mode for shutting teams down. We got to see it a couple of times against GPF, like you'd mentioned, and then now they've done it even more so. I feel like starting slow, they're able to kind of maybe call it upgrades or maybe just kind of a paradigm shift of play style. You never play the same way with different people depending on who it is. So bringing in Tiz kind of changed that idea, that mindset. So for the Texas Toe Ticklers, they need a goal, and I want to see them get an opening goal if they truly intend to be able to kind of reassert general control of this game.
I know we say that, the problem being is that they haven't had a chance for like a minute straight. When we're talking about the opening goal, they need a little bit of wind underneath their sails, but Three Musketeers are making sure they're staying in a standstill wind.
And there's no chance whatsoever. Even these redirects have just not been going their way. Ticklers haven't even found the raw opportunity to make that mix-up work. This time, though, it's a little bit of a pop fly. Reach goes the wrong way. This team is there, though, as Tiz rolls that ball out and up and away from the net.
It's also a very smart idea in general, going high whenever you're into those corners, because then you force so much of that extension out of toe ticklers, especially if they're going to be shooting low, and that's kind of a tough target at times. Three Musketeers, they've got Dami. It's cut off as Hunter, even with absolutely zero in the tank, reaches over his shoulder and finds a way to be able to get it done. Reach was hoping to give Tiz a better and easier moment to go and take their own chance. But everyone's playing with literally nothing from toe ticklers until they finally back on up.
Well, it looks like there is going to be that chance. We have 2 minutes passed by. Three Musketeers and toe ticklers. Even though we said we wanted it supposed to start, neither team has been able to put up a goal so far. It feels like it might not change for another minute or so. You talked about that rule of three, you know. As soon as that first goal goes down, it feels like everyone clamors for a goal right afterwards. Well, we might see that here. Dami in the midfield kicks it on high. No real teammate in position. It is just to get that ball rolling. Into the second half we go. 0 goals outbound. Is it going to be enough? Air challenge, keeping that ball to the side.
Reach was hoping to catch them kind of lacking and see if it would go all the way to the right side of the box. Now you see again zeros, just literally across the entirety of the toe ticklers, and they're relying on small pads. It is the Musketeers that have been owning these corners. Kassar will be able to get more into the tank. He's ahead of Hunter. Hunter finds the biggest boom to it, and now you have Musketeers a little bit more onto themselves. But toe ticklers has not had the ability to set up into this game. For all intents and purposes, though, this might be able to catch him off guard. Hunter will get there, but we're still at nothing on either side.
A little bit of an air ride as all of a sudden things go differently, and that's going to be Reach finding the breaking point. Hunter rode the ball, and Reach said, get that out of here.
That was fantastic focus out of Reach. Nice little quick dribble. Everyone ends up, because of that slow moment, just diving onto it, and then that forced them to just quickly make a move to the right, move to the left, boom. And then he does it again!
Reach is reaching for the stars right now. Tiz lands that 50 in open space, and Reach came around with the kick of their lifetime. Just like that, we have 2 explosive goals, and hell, Monkey Man, you know what that means. We're on for a third almost immediately.
Okay, and it might happen right here. Little birdie doesn't have any extra boost. Hunter wants to get involved, and that's a double commit, but that will end up going the other direction. Three Musketeers. They have done all the damage and all the work necessary to be able to get this job done. Reach is hoping for a hat trick. That could be the end of the rule of three. But it feels like this one also may just come up short. Hunter had himself an absolute ball whenever they were in game number 1. And since then, Musketeers knew they had to shut that all-star down. Dami looking for a 50-50, cannot get it in.
Well, you know who is looking for that chance? It's Reach, rounding that left side, even challenging all 3 of the ticklers, saying, you're not going to have an easy time. Really, really well done there. We got 50 seconds left, and at this point, the door is starting to be shut here. Max boost on multiple members. Toe ticklers rounding out their own. Little Birdie zeroed out here, but 3 Musketeers ready to burn their boost to try and get a goal of their own yet again. 2 is not enough for them.
Ticklers have become the ticklees as the Musketeers are now laughing directly in their face as the final 30 on the board. If they just continue to lay this one on shot after shot, a barrage, a plenty, and consistent, and the Texas Toe Ticklers might not have a single chance to touch it forward at all. We have a quarter of a minute to go, and this one will be shut out.
3 Musketeers step up like I was talking about. They have shown consistent improvement over the entirety of this series, and I can only hope that it continues a little bit further on. Now, granted, GPF, I'm sure, are a little bit frustrated as well, as the Ninja Turtles were able to make their way into the grand finals at a 3-1 position. So 3 Musketeers are now rounding their way back in a rematch against a GPF for a chance at the grand finals.
Can GPF be able to take down an opponent they've taken down before that has the slightest wrinkle of difference. Honestly, this is a much scarier squad here, Orbital. This is starting to look a lot more promising. Tis kind of a reach in, and that's not to say less of anyone that, you know, when you have subs, it's literally just play styles. It's about who you mesh, and that's exactly why all our recruiters are watching today, because with all the mechanics and all the skills that all of these guys are able to bring to the table, it's about adaptation and just see really kind of works together, you know?
Yeah, you go ahead and just kind of gel a little bit better. And for a GPF, I think you can't go into this like you did in the winter semis. You can't go into this saying, hey, we can mess around in game number 2, mess around a little bit in game 3 and 4, chill out. No. You got to go at this right from the get-go. You got to shut down 3 Musketeers. Do not allow them to kind of adjust to the gameplay. And we need to see a win outright. I want to see GPF shut this down immediately and be able to bring their way back into the grand finals.
Well, we'll get to see what happens next. It's going to be the lower finals. At most, we have 3 matches left on the day. At minimum, we got 2, and you guys will be along with us for that ride as we're going to go into a short break. More Rocket League thereafter here for the June Spin Showcase right after this.
Get Brightspeed Fiber Internet free for 3 months. It's free for the whole family for 3 months. Unless you want to charge the kids.
Get Brightspeed Fiber Internet free for 3 months. Switch to the bright side.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for even more Rocket League here with the June Spin Showcase. I'm still Hail Monkey Man, I promise. And that's also still Orbital, as we're going into our lower finals. And Orbital, improvements, is it enough to take down GPF?
Okay, so I posited yes. I posited yes for Three Musketeers. Does that mean I think they're going to win outright? I don't think so. I think this is going to be a much closer series overall. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes all 5. However, GPF were watching, and they're also heated after the winners finals loss. And who knows? Maybe we see GPF take a step up, and Three Musketeers are all of a sudden left high and dry. At this rate, though, we've obviously seen that Game 1 doesn't really mean that much. If we see Three Musketeers go down, 0-3, 0-4, they'll bounce back somehow. I don't know how, but they do. So we'll see if they can do it here again.
Well, you know what? They just, the Three Musketeers just defeated one Texas buckaroo in the form of Hunter. Maybe they'll be able to deal another fatal blow to some Texas pride if they can get rid of Mercy and the gang of Garcia and Pigby. And really, the main kind of thoroughfare of success and damaging blows came out of Garcia a lot of the time. But this entire team out of GPF was absolutely just merciless last time around.
Yeah, they were able to kind of punch on in, and as we kind of stated in game number 2, it felt like they were kind of playing around. They got a little bit more silly. They started kind of ramping and amping things up for silliness factor. It never felt like Three Musketeers were really giving their due diligence. So GPF this time around being kept on the wayside. Now keep in mind, in most games that we saw GPF, they rounded out, I think, with very early goals, and this time around it came close to it. The first minute has actually been relatively quiet.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, you can give this a couple factors. One, Three Musketeers knows that they need to play very fast, very quickly, and they don't want to let any of that early kind of dominance be in the cards for GPF. But also, GPF has been waiting. Don't know what they've been doing to kind of keep themselves warm, but otherwise the Musketeers just got off of game pace level from that previous series. So maybe some of that is also kind of bleeding into this one. We get to have maybe like the first advantage taken if they can get it here for game 1, but we're at zeros more than 80 seconds in.
Yep. This is going to be a weird one, I should say. I'm just surprised that it's so quiet, right? Like it really feels quiet, even though we've seen a lot of bumps, a lot of demos to come out so far. GPF, they're wondering exactly where their goal is going to come from, and that's another attempt at a dunk. But Three Musketeers, yet again, stalwart defense, now chasing down the field. Are they going to find it? Mercy says, no, you don't get that chance.
Just some very level and comfortable chances to read through this attack. GPF feels like they've been at least deciphered from the starter kit level. I love that challenge. We've been getting that from both sides. You've been getting a lot of pre-jumps out of Tiz. Try and just keep GPF kind of enclosed onto their back third. That's a double commit, both with full boost. In fact, all of GPF ready for the onslaught. They're going to get some extra defenders jumping from out of Three Musketeers. Garcia's getting everyone to stay still. And even with a couple of extra jumps, no one prepared for where the final shot was going to go.
Time stopper right there. Look at that. Little bit of a flick. And just denied. Beautiful work there. The Three Musketeers completely juked out of their pants. And GPS start things off with a very nice goal. Another demo offer as well as Mercy bumps Garcia out of the way. It's like, yo, if you're not going to play amped up, let's go ahead and swap things out. That's a kick off to the side, though. As Garcia says, you want to see me play? Let's play. GPF put their second in.
A little bit of extra chatter happened from Garcia. He's like, y'all gonna go? And he got them to stall. He got them defenders frozen. And everyone on Three Musketeers like, yeah, am I gonna go? Just questioning reality. And then now there's no questions. There's no time to ask, no time to answer. As Garcia, again, they had 4 goals in game number 1 of the previous time that they played this team. Slightly different roster situation, but it's currently similar outcomes.
Let's see what we can do here. GPF starting things off with a bang as Tiz is ready to play as well. We mentioned this kind of swap in a few of these moments. We'll see if that does cause a change. As we said, Three Musketeers, though, not getting bounced out as soon as possible. They still got 2 minutes to play with. Mercy, though, with a kick off that corner post. No third goal to come, but GPF still waiting for their moment as Mercy's like, maybe we deal with it. Bumps it up and around, boosts out, and is ready for yet another attack.
Love the look of that would-be floor pinch, just to try to continue elevating the game and changing a bit of extra creativity. Flip reset, and Tiz, they'll get it in. So we get Musketeers cutting this lead in half, and it's been really Tiz as a difference maker. They go crossbar and down skis, and a little bit of extra pig B to help out.
I mean, it's a very nice one, and as we said, Tiz was the main change in the roster for Three Musketeers. And we're hoping to see it go a little bit further. A minute and a half. This is doable for GPF. They themselves have already been fighting fairly hard. That's a setup for the team, but a great block to come out. Zombie making sure that save is heard and seen. Garcia rolling it out to the left side. Rest of the team for GPF trying to get in the right position. And will it be enough as Tiz almost rolls it in the bottom left corner? Not going to happen, though.
That was a lot of kind of off-angle miscues. You had GPF both being a little too courteous. No one picked up that last defensive touch. Then you had a shot that really could have just gone a little bit more centered, but it's always having to play from off angles that you think that you're going to get taken advantage by. So they all reset. 40 seconds approaching. Reach is going to ring that one off the wall. Dami takes that boost, and now Reach is trying to at least give this one a rolling chance. Mercy trying to just thank him as they go into this back box, and there's 30 seconds now, Orbital. It's much closer than we had in our previous game one between these two, but Mercy, they'll find another and extend this lead.
GPF leaning forward a little bit in their chairs and yet again playing with the timing. Mercy in the right spots, making sure to follow up. It is God tier right now. GPF in this game number one is showing that they haven't missed a single beat. Three Musketeers, as we said, keeping them to a little bit better status, but the outcome looks to be the same.
15 seconds to go. Musketeers see if they can get anything working to go upfield with. It looks like this one might end up being a 1-0 series to start. Pig B thought Mercy was going to find pretty much all of that ball. 2 seconds left. It's not enough, as this one will hit pay dirt and floor eventually, hexagons and all. 6-sided stop sign. And that's going to be GPF taking the first lead in this series.
Well done, well done. GPF happy about that one. And for Three Musketeers, I mean, they definitely saved. Like, take a look at the number of saves from them alone. That is a total of, I believe, about 7. Well done overall. And, I mean, they tried their best, but GPF, just the relentlessness, the constant pressure that came out, forced Musketeers to only have 3 shots registered. That's a wild number considering how many saves they put up.
Yeah, they have as many shots as they got Musketeers out there, and not even shared amongst everyone. So this next game, even though they started faster, has to be a wake-up call. It has to be the ability to kind of break away from some of those bigger passing plays. GPF, it was with Garcia, who continues to just be like that guy, that dude. And here's a little bit of extra kind of chat spice. Just be like, hey, you gonna play? Like, come on, let's get out there. And it's also, people always like, oh, that's toxic. Nah, that's competitiveness in my book.
Yep.
You're leaving it out on the field, and it didn't call no one, no slurs, no names. Just let it be like, yo, fight me, let's go.
It's good banter.
Yeah.
Of course, for Mercy says, I don't care about banter, I care about goals. Rip off goal yet again. No time for Three Musketeers to even respond.
That was also off of his teammate who was just sweeping the goal line, got people to have to jump a little bit early, prematurely. So forces a chance for Mercy to just kind of run that one on through. I believe that was actually Garcia who was basically back-checking them. So, not going to let that one drop from the crossbar. And 15 seconds in, looks like GPF is trying to establish the pecking order yet again.
I mean, that was glorious. I gotta say, GPF starting things off, putting themselves in the right position to take control of this game yet again, and putting Three Musketeers into a dangerous spot. This is where Three Musketeers, I think, tend to struggle, is when we see them on the back foot at an early start. It kind of throws them off their game, and they kind of wobble a bit, right? And for GPF, you're like, this is great. This is perfect for us. And now we just play our game yet again. We play smart defense. We make sure to never leave our net wide open. And if it is open, we have a defender on the way already. As Garcia already says, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Bumps up the midfield defender as well, as Mercy is able to get over as well. Is this going to be a goal? Yes, they do! Bump everyone, score goals. That's how you do it.
Mercy is a bully. and it's okay. That's the kind of player that you want to see just air dragging that one straight to the bank. And it is a check that the Musketeers are going to have to cash and give dividends over to GPF and Mercy Co. Oh my goodness. So it's another 2-0 to start things off. Garcia was hoping to get nearby. Mercy, it's a back pass. Pig B and the gang will just start to play off aerials. Oh, whifty.
Oh, no.
Okay, we're going right back to it.
You and I both thought that was going to be an attempt at a shot. Like, we saw GPF all set up for it, and then the ball just staled out. Like, I was like, okay. That's what we're looking at here. Mercy, though, more than happy about this one to still round out in a weird position. Redirect going closer to the goal. Garcia trying to put a dead ball in, but a nice demo by Reach, and the good force out by Tiz means the ball is cleared.
We finally go 100 seconds here into game number 2. GPF feels like they're just kind of acting the exact same way they were in that previous series, and you know it's a tough thing to absorb because we obviously see kind of the different dynamic that was brought in as Tiz replaced Asian Eyes, and this team feels like if they can get Tiz upfield, then he becomes dangerous. The problem is that GPF has been able to adapt. This is not a team that has been short of great battlefield management here on this pitch. We're less than 3 minutes to go. Oh, what a set. Pigby trying to bounce this one over to Garcia, but Tiz was in a good backboard position.
Now, of course, it feels like it's getting a little bit quiet as we're heading into the second half. Tiz, though, as well as Reach, we're ready for a chance at the goal, but Garcia is still denying every single time. GPF, though, should to keep things a little bit spicy in and of itself. Garcia with the tap in midfield over to Reach. His ball spins in front of the net, and that's Garcia's kill. Yet again, Garcia handed the right opportunity to put GPF up even further.
That is ridiculous. Mercy, like I noted earlier that he's really good at the small ball, like low to the ground dribbling, but his 50-50s are just insane. And you know, the first one is kind of a floating situation, see if you can get it past the first guy for that near side post. But then maintaining that timer in your head for that remaining flip to be able to make that happen again. He beats 2, and that gives that third one to opportunity for GPF. And well, that's just a service in the bucket. What a save by Dami to not make it, well, any more damaging.
The problem is that more shots are coming right their way. Very nice save by Dami, number 1, but needed a number 2, number 3, number 4, because GPF are currently up 3-0. It's a +3 for them, and for Three Musketeers, as we said last time, it feels like they have never really had a chance at a shot on the goal. Last time they only had 3 over the course of 5 minutes. It did not feel well. It did not feel good for them. For GPF, all questions abound. How far are you going to push this? Are you going to leave any openings? Because at this point, you're looking almost at a clear 3-0 if you can. You're about to put yourself on series point.
Just trying to foreshadow possible things to come. 3-0 on the board and possibly the series. Oh, what a bullet. Oh my gosh. Those are the kind, we were talking about prophecies earlier. Like, all right, just see if you can win a 50-50. Pig B just slams it right over the head of Dami, and I mean, top 90s.
That was so clean, too. You saw that. There was no extra bump or give. So clean. And again, for Three Musketeers, they're fighting their heart out, right? I said this before, I think Three Musketeers have heavily improved from the earlier winners semifinals matchup, but GPF have done the exact same. No more messing around, comfortable rounds ahead of them. I love the fact that it's a minute left and Mercy is quite literally just sitting in pocket waiting. Now, is it going to be enough? I have no idea. No, it's not. As Tiz says, you got to move to defend, and you didn't move at all.
He's like, yeah, hold on, guys. I got an itch to scratch.
Oh, he got, like, multi-bumped as well.
Like, no one wanted Mercy to hit that ball. You're sitting here menacingly? Well, it's time to arrest you. So
that's like the triple slide tackle just to take out the goalie and no flag went on the ground. Like, that is rude. Oh, Tiz! Okay. Tiz showing up as well. 2 in a row for Three Musketeers.
All right, suddenly we've got a ball game-ish. It's got a kind of a couple. GPF, have they let off the gas? Have Three Musketeers siphoned it from out of their tank? There's a chance, but chances are often slim. Mercy plays for possession and is now going to play keep away.
You know, this reminds me of the Blitz. Have you ever played those old games? I'm saying now I'm dating myself.
Yes.
The Blitz, like football and soccer. That's what it was. Multi-shots, though, as Tommy now gets in the mix. That's a goal for every single member of the Three Musketeers squad. They're pulling this out of their butts right now. That's 3 goals in a minute.
Even less. Holy cow. Okay. I said that this was a game-ish. It's well within one. Musketeers, 28 seconds to go. I played a lot of Blitz the League, and there was coaches doing nefarious thing with their players, and it looks like they have to do the same thing. What a goal line save by Dami. The dream is alive, but GPF's trying to put him back to bed.
All right, is it going to work? GPF has sat up. This is going to be a streak by Tiz. Tries to get an angle, but it's not going to work. Pigby now going to try and hold on to that ball as much as possible, but 3 seconds left. Are you going to dunk it? Are you going to flip it out over the top? Yes, you are, but it's straight into Dami's hands. Pigby, though, redirects off the side. Garcia rebounds it to the other side of this field. It looks like Mercy is going to try to redirect as many times as he can. Ball's still alive, though. They're juggling quite well. Pigby keeping it up in the air. Where does this end? It looks like it's going to end off the far end.
What?
No, it's not. No way, Hail Monkey Man.
Oh, just for the content, that will eventually hit corner. We eventually get to 2-0, but not without at least a little bit of drama. GPF, they went up 4-0, said, you know what? Let's let them dream. 10 shots.
They gave him... Okay, so here's the deal. GPF was like, yeah, we'll give him a goal. And then Three Musketeers were like, you gave us your hand? We're going to take the whole arm. They weren't able to reach the head, but they were close enough that GPF, I'm sure, were like, dang, we shouldn't let that happen again. But that is the roughest piece of a game I've ever seen, where you're up 4-0, pretty much a shoe-in, and you almost get locked out in the last minute. If I'm GPF, I'm a little bit frustrated about that. Granted, you know, it's a showcase, so you know, but there's still money on the line. You don't want to let that happen, especially when you're looking at the grand finals. Like, I still got a match to play.
I still got to go beat those guys who got me, I think, in a game number 4, I think it was game 4? Yeah, so they know that there's work to be done, and they're not letting the wrinkle that is Tiz undo them. So they're trying to make even one better than the last time they played the Three Musketeers and see if they can get this done in 3-0 fashion. Last time that we were at this point, it was 1-1. Well, Three Musketeers got to pull the same thing out of their butts that they did in the final, 40 seconds? Now into game number 3. GPF just have to keep doing what they've been doing.
Let's see if they can do a little bit more. Of course, I want to see them do more. I want to see GPF really show out this game. At the same time, I want to see Three Musketeers be able to bounce back, force us to a reverse sweep. I want to see them bring us to a game 5. I want to see them amp this up. It's lower bracket finals, and you know there's a lot on the line.
It's a ton on the line, especially if you're any of these players that are still looking for programs to be able to go to. We have a couple that obviously have found their way, but again, all these awesome young athletes got chances to really kind of amp up their resume. Tiz, he's one of them. Might be going to Syracuse if that name is at all a clue, and he's able to find this one straight off the rip.
I mean, that was clean as well. Yet again, a nice little smattering in there, and GPF let off the gas a little bit. Three Musketeers were able to answer, and now we're going to look at the same as the ball streaks out to the side of Three Musketeers, but Garcia gets a quick demo off on the rip as well. Reach not really having any boost to play with, the rest of the team waiting, but Pigby sends it high. Tiz able to challenge him, might be able to boost a little bit further. Garcia, though, ready for the ball to come down. Nice little twist, no extra jump. Able to twist that ball back to center field. So it's GPF to carry, but that's a great steal. Was close, but Dami with a great shot, negated by Pigby.
Three Musketeers, the one thing that's really improved is their ability to read and then get that early challenge. Reach in combination with Tiz, and you got to wonder how much of this is kind of ego challenge versus just a disruption. Because GPF, they've been doing the same thing, but that was kind of always their MO regardless. And then Musketeers have added it to the wheelhouse of options. More than 90 seconds, we have a single goal here in game number 3. Musketeers often holds their leads for the most part, but it's a thin one at this point.
GPF still winning for a moment of their own as well. A little bit of a quick tap. Three Musketeers, though, answering back in more ways than one. This aerial game by both squads has been very, very fun to watch, though, as neither team really wants to give over space. They've constantly looked for that aggression. And Tiz, yet again, as I just said, willing to challenge out, even if it means a boost, bumping Mercy a little bit more, trying to create space for Reach. And now we go back down to the ground game. Mercy with a pop up, though. A chase by Dami. The ball's going to streak out to that right side. Three Musketeers defending their net.
And unfortunately for GPF, they actually couldn't keep that offense going, and it's because we're seeing them kind of out of sorts rotationally. You saw Garcia, he and Mercy kind of on the wrong road for success, as Mercy had kind of brought that upwards. Garcia took his boost, and then they come up on top of each other. So now you're seeing all those miscues and Musketeers. It's, look, it went from being this like 10-point font and, you know, a weird situation to now 14-point font and just easy reads, and not to mention the wave dash. Reach gains some speed just so fast.
It's just never ending. Three Musketeers are fighting back in a big way right now. Oh, and until we see that change, it's going to be there. Mercy trying to get around one of the starters, but it's not going to work. What, out the crossbar yet again? The post is not your friend. Mercy redirecting as well, but GPF narrowly avoiding a goal somehow. And Three Musketeers are wiping the sweat off of GPF, are kind of frustrated. They could have had a goal. They could have put themselves within one.
Like, woo! All right, cool. Let's not let that get that close again, please and thank you. Garcia meeting their match against Reach, and another last-ditch save. And they continue to meet shot for shot against GPF. So far, 100%. A minute and 40 left to go. Whenever I first reported at 100 seconds, it was Musketeers that scored. In the final 100 seconds, Musketeers are trying to keep this series going.
I think they're not going to stop until they push us to a game number 5, and if so, then I'll be so happy about this. GPF, though, they don't want to have that same thing that occurred in game number 2 happen yet again. I said, hey, we let things get a little bit too close. We need to fight back now. We're down 2, and we only have about a minute left. It's not a great spot to be in, for sure, but Three Musketeers are really showing up here. What can GPF do, though? Where do they go from here? Garcia saying, come on, I need some help. Actually misses that flick. I wonder what exactly happened there. Three Musketeers are like, okay, we'll take that one.
I mean, he got the flip reset, but he didn't have a lot of boost to kind of adjust, and so he's hoping to get it a lot sooner. There was 2 players from Musketeers that were in the corner, and so he's hoping he could take advantage, but it was just like a weird off-pace position. Big dunk. Oh, it's on the goal line. Literally bulldoze, and they cannot get there.
Just a rough one. GPF, back to the drawing board they go. 30 seconds left. Three Musketeers seeing that light right now. Juggling around, jostling as well. Three Musketeers make this so difficult. Corner covered yet again. And GPF are out of time, out of options, and out of this game. Three Musketeers have fought back from the brink. And from minute 4 all the way down, they've secured this game number 3.
If ever there's a game you drop whenever you're in control of a possible sweep, it's always the game that would have gotten you the sweep in the first place. Some small ball antics, but eventually this one drops out to grass. Three Musketeers, not out yet, not third place. They've got 2 more games, but can they stand through the test of time? Fatigue and a big bracket and a long run stands before them.
Yeah, it's been a hefty climb either way, and you know we gotta give respect. You know, we always talk about this. We talk about the endurance run, the experience that a lot of these players have, but it is true. We've been playing since about noon for a lot of these players, about 1 o'clock, and it's been about 3-4 hours of hard gameplay. It's tiring. At the end of the day, we have to respect it when you're playing on that kind of edge of your seat for the entire time. It's rough. So huge shout out to all these players that are stepping into the mix and willing to put out the best show that we could possibly ask for. Three Musketeers, though, they needed that win. They needed that comfortable 2-0 as well. And for GPF, they're like, dang, okay, we let that one slip away, but going to game 4 is no stranger to them.
And what's funny is that you say 2-0 and like you say comfortable together, and some people are like, oh, that's actually not too much. With the way they were controlling the field, it did feel comfortable. Yeah. They were not really allowing anything to develop, and so to that measure, the stats weren't huge, but it was enough, and it was really just a lack of invention for any kind of new quality to get out of GPF that left them basically stranded. GPF might need a GPS to get back into the series if Musketeers have done enough to keep them shaken and shooketh. We go to game 4. Let's see where they end up.
I think the big thing when we're talking about these two squads is the fact that that's a demo and a half. Great dig out. Sorry, I was so excited. I saw Mercy with the boom and all. It was scary stuff there. But overall, the main thing is for Three Musketeers. The fact that there were low stats is a win in and of itself. Remember how aggressive GPF were. Remember how many shots they were taking in games 1 and 2. It was over excessive. It feels like, as we see it yet again, man, I talked into existence. I am a curse on so many. GPF score their goal.
It was one of those weird spots. You saw both. I think it was Reach and Tiz. Tiz was coming up. Reach was still on wall, was no longer rotating. He was just kind of waiting for a point-blank pass to kind of land on top of his face, but it was intercepted by GPF. That's the danger of going full stop, and especially this is the danger of letting a pig out of the pin.
GPF. They're right back in that seat. You know what? It's right back to the winners semis all over again. It is GPF like, oh, we messed around a little bit too much. Let's lock in. Three Musketeers now staring down the barrel of a 2-0, which they themselves have put GPF into before. It's all about trying to find those roundabout opportunities, taking out Garcia, taking out the Let's of Mercy. There's so many different things to think about. And granted, remember, all these players have accolades behind them. Multiple members actually here being part of the Coca-Cola All-Stars in 2024. And also being committed, like these are the top of the top here inside of Stay Plugged In at least, and they're showing their stuff for all these recruiters and all of these collegiate scouts that are coming to watch.
Yeah, they may end up playing each other into different conferences going into the next year. We could be seeing some of these rivalries really brewing. It depends on where they end up. I can't wait to see that. That's such a long and storied kind of thing that hits in such a traditional way. You think high school as well as collegiate, and then going across multiple states and stuff. That's super neat. That really like pulls my nostalgic heartstrings at times. GPF, whew, they hear that gong sound. Now we'll give them a little bit of a moment of reprieve because Musketeers looking for a sprint ball, and now Musketeers are building house out here.
Yeah, I like this as well. You can see the opportunities arising, and Three Musketeers are like, yeah, we're going to chase for it. The problem is GPF are right in that seat of saying, okay, we made a mistake back in game number 2. Messi has been very well in controlling the outside pathway. I think Pigby has been more in the middle ground so far, and everyone has their kind of right position to play for when it comes to defense. GPF haven't really allowed deep digs into that goal line just yet. Instead has slowed down pace even more. Great demo by Pigby, but Garcia can't put the ball in net, so instead it's a fall away. You chew another 30 seconds off the clock.
Every time they take away seconds from the Three Musketeers, that's a dub. Especially in those big kind of quarter and half minute chunks, just to continuously make you respond and then not have much more than a single opportunity. Mercy, slow ball play. This is again kind of the narrative that GPF loves to write, and it's forcing them to just stay back, heels onto the wall instead. A nice flip reset just to get one man to bite. You had 2 more to work through, and now we've got approaching 2 minutes to go. Can a dunk happen? Oh, it did, but what a save by Dami.
And Dami making sure that their hopes stay alive, and Dami has done so well, but Mercy gives no mercy and no quarter either, as GPF put their 3rd on the board.
See, who was nearest? Tiz kind of trying to find that flip. Reach did go flipping after this, but there was absolutely no way to catch to that pace. We are a second under 2, with GPF up by 3. And these Three Musketeers might be leveled to only 3rd place. Last time round, well, they were really in a more comfortable spot. That was one that just slipped through GPF's fingers, at least this point in time.
I wonder if it's also going to be any different behind. I mean, this is Three Musketeers, of course, still chasing for that goal, but they just haven't had the right opportunity as the ball bounces off. Wow, that was off the top. Tiz got a little bit of help from the opponent. As Three Musketeers go great. We started on a step number 1.
Okay, so Tiz. Yeah.
There it was. Okay.
All right, he's right behind him. I thought maybe he did kind of body it into another guy that was rotating in. I'm like, all right, cool. We've seen 8-ball corner pockets before out of these guys. So a minute 30. There is just enough time And especially you talk about the defense of GPF. Big bumps. Oh, too soon. Oh, no, it's an open net. Park the car. Watch it from the bus. Garcia will put him up again by 3.
Nice little spin there. And it feels so bad. Again, this small mistake by Three Musketeers. Garcia is happy to capitalize on it. And remember, Garcia, we said from start to finish, has been the kind of front runner for GPF. Has always been up there willing to take all the challenges. And again, having a lot of accolades behind them, it only feels fitting that they put a stamp right back on Three Musketeers' end in this spin showcase. With a minute left, 3 goals. I mean, we've seen the Three Musketeers do it before, but this time I feel GPF are much more aware of what can go down.
Yeah, it's going to take a monumental effort to especially be able to execute against GPF in the way that they've gotten right back to business. They know that they have another kind of rematch that must happen if they intend to be able to take this showcase. That's a nice chance. That's going to be blitzing, and that's going to go commenting straight across from the front face of the crossbar. 40 seconds, and Three Musketeers, they're running out of time, but they're still making some fantastic contact.
And maybe they can put one more on their bank. They will. Zami moves it up to a 2-4 position. Quick ball actually got away from, I think, Garcia and Pigby. It was a nice bump by Reach to open up even more space there.
Yeah, they find one man in midfield. Okay, gotta get 2. Remember, it was what, 4-0 at one point in the previous game, and then they made it to 4-3.
3-3.
Oh my gosh, can they make it happen?
I'm scared because I didn't believe last time. Oh no, no, Monkey Man, no, not like this, man, not like this.
Believer? Question mark?
I cursed him last time too. I straight up cursed him one too many times. I'm so scared.
24 seconds. Gotta get 1. It's just 1, right? Right? Anakin meme intensifies. Reach, trying to reach up, looking for a redirect. Reach, can he get underneath it? Mercy actually peels away. That's a very smart move. They're gonna be able to get a bump onto Mercy. 10 seconds coming up, and they gotta get this ball in some boost.
Let's see if they can do so right now. Counting down Dami, though, carrying it in the air. Great pass over Garcia, who's going to bump it off the right side, but a great redirect. Mercy forces it close to the ground, but Tiz is able to pick it up. Demo out. And right now in a 2-3, you're not going to have it. That's GG's at the end as GPF in 3-1 style move to the grand finals.
It got theatrical, it got cool, and there's a little bit of extra, just this tiny bit of sitting on the edge of your seat like, oh, but eventually GPF took care of business, and job well done. Over Three Musketeers, look, magic of 3, the power of 3. The Three Musketeers came in 3rd place. I feel like that's kind of a fitting, just overall numerical situation for them. They also traded out their roster, you know, looked into getting Tiz and for Asian Eyes and seeing what may come about, but even GPF was still able to decipher that one, still in 3-1 ways like they got them in the semifinals.
Yeah, it was a treat overall in GPF, I think. I have a feeling they looked a little bit further than they probably should have come into that grand finals. They were looking a little bit further when they're in the lower finals, and they said, hey, we're looking at Ninja Turtles. We're looking at them, and they said, oh, crap, right, Three Musketeers are actually a decent team. They know how to fight back, and Three Musketeers proved that. I think at the end of the day, they played a fantastic series. They made sure to fight back all the way for a chance at a rematch, and they did it well. Even though it was a 3-1 both times, they showed a lot of heart, and that makes me very happy.
Well, we're going to see if that happiness continues. We've got at least one more matchup, maybe 2, depending on how that one goes. It's the grand finals of the Rocket League side for the June Spins Showcase. Don't go too far. It'll be up next, right after this.
Ah, come on. Come on. Before I switched to Brightspeed fiber internet, things like slow speeds and random dead spots really brought out the troll in me. I mean, I spent hours causing trouble. But then I switched to Brightspeed's fast, reliable fiber internet, and the rest is sunshine and unicorns. Looks amazing, Barbara.
Ultra-fast, Brightspeed fiber internet. Switch to the bright side.
Torpedoes away as we do aim to submerge into the grand finals here for the June Spin Showcase for the final time, perhaps. I am Hail Monkey Man alongside Orbital, and we've got our 2 finalists here. It's been a double elimination bracket, some good old Rocket League, but at the end of the day, we've got GPF versus, for the first time seen on broadcast, the Ninja Turtles. That's your number 1 seed.
And for the Ninja Turtles, they've had actually a fairly rocky movement throughout. GPF specifically has won a few matches, 3-0. I would say, I believe they won their winners round 2 again against FDHS, which I don't think we got to see specifically. They won that 3-0. They've had a time and a half making their way through. Ninja Turtles, they had a 3-1 against Starlight, a 3-2 against Texas Toe Ticklers, and then 3-1 against GPF. So, coming into this, I have no idea what to expect from the Ninja Turtles. Maybe Donatello and Raphael are going to be kicking things off, or maybe it's just Leonardo leading the group to victory.
Give me my Michelangelo. Come on, you gotta give him a mic. My Mikey man. All right.
That's true.
Also, we did
Wait, that's true. How do you get the Ninja Turtles in Rocket League when it's a 3v3? You're missing one of the turtles.
That's why Mikey he's ordering pizza. All right, he's just
right.
Yeah,
The fuel.
Yeah, he's hanging out with Master Splinter, just like chilling out. But to introduce everyone onto the pitch as well, you do get to have Garcia, Mercy, and Pigby again. Crypto, who is one of our 2024 Coca-Cola All-Stars and is from apparently one of the greatest esports states of Rocket League in the entirety of the continental U.S., which is Michigan, along with Plexi and Resinal, who continues to find massive success. I think he's also a Texas player, so craziness. Garcia, this is a team that's aiming for vengeance from when they were beaten last time.
Yeah, to put it another perspective, as you mentioned, the Ninja Turtles really rounding things out well. The fact is that so far on the day, across Overwatch 2 as well, I believe as Rocket League here, we have not seen a rematch go the way of the revenge side. It's always been another beatdown. It's always been the shutting them down so far. So GPF have a chance to kind of go against the grain here, go against the flow of what we've seen all tourney long, which is shutting down the opponent that knocked you down to the lower bracket at the first place.
It's the contender trying to contend, but they simply become the pretender at that point. Ninja Turtles, though, will see themselves at least low for the moment. Great save out of Garcia. They do lurk around from that outside corner, and everyone from the Ninja Turtles will have to walk away. Nice demo onto Crypto, and then Pigby finds 2.
Oh, and that was a hard pass straight in front of the net, and I don't think GPF were actually ready for it. The teammate, I don't think, was in position, but that could have been a straight-up second goal there. So Ninja Turtles, realizing that this fast pace from GPF is going to continue, and you start kind of making some schmoos themselves if they want to contend. And right now, it's all about just trying to put GPF into a little bit of a hole. See if we can work those. That's the ground game, finding a flyer, and now trying to pinch into that left side corner. Not going to work, though, so GPF with a good save.
What's also schmoovin' at this point is the clock. We've had all of a single goal, and then everything else has been just non-stop. The ref has not blown the whistle. And this, hey, that's a freebie. Okay, now this is interesting because I think Mercy caught this as they were rotating back. So this one goes off sidewall, and yeah, actually, no, it wasn't even him. Resident was trying to pass it to a teammate that just wasn't there.
I think it's a twofold, right? The teammate wasn't there, and not only that, the pass was a little bit short. I know you want to pass those in the middle for a teammate, but it just wasn't there. Mercy's like, hey, freebie, great. It's one of those rare opportunities that you're like, we got to make and contend against it. I love the fact that, by the way, Mercy's goal flare is like one of the weakest, right? It's not exciting at all, which only amplifies how surprising that goal was to all of us.
Dude just gets the job done, all right? He doesn't need all the extra glitz and glam and pomp and circumstance. So Resinal trying to pin this one to the backboard with a couple of pancake moments. And we haven't seen Ninja Turtles as of this yet. We mentioned before in the lower finals that maybe GPF was kind of stuck in, stall frozen mode because they had that upper final and then was kind of waiting. Well, Ninja Turtles has been there even longer, so GPF is right at pace, whereas Ninja Turtles is trying to come up to it.
For the Ninja Turtles with 2 minutes left, they can do some work. We know that they have plenty of time to play with. Again, this is a BO5, plenty to work with. There it is, though. Wow. As Resinal resonates with a shot right past Mercy's rearview mirror.
Threading the needle. Wow. Okay, right over the, like, just off angle fender from Mercy. Okay, all right. They don't like open nets is basically what I'm getting. They want to make this as interesting and mathematical as possible. Algebra 2 apparently was one of their favorites. Dropping it from the backboard. Resinal's already there. We're at 100 seconds. This game honestly blitzed by, and it could be GPF that holds on to it.
I'm almost sitting here like, yeah, this is exactly what happened. Keep in mind, the last time these two teams played, it was a 3-1. So GPF were able to take a game off of Ninja Turtles. The only question is, are we going to go to a game 5, in my opinion, or are we going to get that bracket reset? Because Ninja Turtles have been a little bit more quiet. Granted, over to the side, it streaks by. But Garcia said, nah, that's not going to go in, so now I get a chance on my own. Carries it high. No real boost to play with. So Ninja Turtles pick it up, and Crypto is going to round it out to that left side angle. Pinches it. The teammates can't get there in time, so a minute left right now as GPF see the finish line in front of them.
Another big demo as Mercy gets rid of Resinal. Ninja Turtles, they just have to keep their composure. They might be able to get at least a couple of opportunities to work against GPF. Crypto lurking from the outside lane, but that is a much feistier and faster moment. Try and get back to it. Resinal calls off Crypto. He's aiming to get back to this ball. Double commit. Everyone's in the same corner. This is not exactly optimal to try and make this into a shot up, and that's exactly why GPF is able to extend this the entire pitch.
Yeah, they're actually really happy about that one, but that was the opportunity. Plexi, like plexiglass reflects, they'll go right back in. You talked about messy. Well, that was messy and a half, and Ninja Turtles fire away to tie it up with 20 seconds left.
Okay, all right. Look, I was thinking that maybe that was going to work against them. They were all clustered to that left side corner zone, and it looked like GPF had a free kick outfield, but they didn't get it away from the Ninja Turtles. And now suddenly Ninja Turtles hasn't been playing a perfect game, but it could have the perfect moment to steal it. They're trying to bully the man in the corner. Everyone going for a body to hit, but not the ball to gain. That's an over the top. Garcia will take one last threat. This is going to be thrown to the grass, and they aim to reset. OT, game 1.
Weird to see and even weirder to watch there. That was Ninja Turtles fighting back from the absolute brink. And I wonder, because this was one of our longer matches as well. I think we were watching this before, and it did feel like they were pushing the absolute brink. I think they went to OT, I believe, on the B stream, which is awesome, by the way. Shout out to Stay Plugged in B stream. They were very kind in covering all the matches that we could not watch ourselves. Ninja Turtles fought very, very hard for this. So rolling into OT in game 1, I don't think is uncommon for them as well. For GPF, though, we've seen them, 3 times now, and maybe they're getting frustrated of being in these situations where one goal can decide everything. Plexi, though, saying, you could have just given it to us. Mercy's like, nah, nothing for free here.
Oh, over the top. Plexi hoping to get maybe a bump into someone. Swinging on by is Resinal. Setting it up over to Plexi. My dude looking like Summon Skull from Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe he can drop a trap card straight over to it. What a setup! Unfortunately, a little too quick for Crypto.
Well worn, well thought out here. Test and a half, though, as that's a double block to come in. GPF really making sure that ball doesn't go which way. However, that sets them up for a little bit of a weird engagement. Their offensive strike wasn't in position, so Ninja Turtles able to fire off one more shot. It doesn't go in, though, as GPF go ahead and rebound and make sure they're getting back on the offensive.
Resinal does not want to fumble this in the midfield. Allowing GPF to touch it with purpose forward will be folly. Big B doesn't have any extra boost, and that means Plexi's able to take it away, but Garcia has plenty in the tank. He rises to the occasion. They steal that front side corner away from the Ninja Turtles, a threat. It's sent wayward. Resinal now kind of surrenders some better touches over to GPF. Mercy aiming for the body. Garcia aiming for the ropes. Crypto will come up with it, and we're about to be 2 minutes in, looking for the cross cut that goes backboard out.
I mean, it's just been fighting back and forth. Honestly, I can't really tell who is more in the offensive turn. Well, maybe it's there. Okay, I need to talk more. Monkey Man, I need to speak more. Ninja Turtles. Resinal is even surprised at that one. But you saw Mercy just a hair behind. And Ninja Turtles come out with game 1.
That was one of those that was so deceptively quick. Mercy thought that that was maybe going to find its way to an oncoming attacker of the Ninja Turtles, but not to the degree that it would have that lift and extend beyond him. He like his car was maybe like a half car length too far forward, and that was enough to capitalize on from that third man position. So heck of a fight. What a methodical match that we had in this first one. And when you look at GPF, they have this 6 shots to the 11 of Ninja Turtles. You would think that GPF got dominated, but this went OT, and it was Ninja Turtles that caught up to make that happen.
Yeah, it was a weird one, but even then, it still shows that the Ninja Turtles were more than happy to take the shots, right? They still came out with a majority share of more shots. They were still very much up in the face. I think for GPF, they kind of petered out at the very end. It wasn't that they got comfortable. I don't want to say they got comfortable by any stretch of the imagination. It just did feel like Ninja Turtles were like, okay, we're going to start fighting our way back. They always got to fight with like the power of brothership and all that stuff. I don't know. Eyes out though, because that was close. GPF can easily come back and say, hey, we're up. We just can't let them catch us into OT. That's all it really is.
Stay like this, or does it do we see a change? Do we see GPF able to maybe establish themselves better? Often whenever I see these kinds of series, and I've seen a lot over the course of my career, Ninja Turtles getting that kind of game, stealing it back from GPF, they tend to pour it on here in the game number 2. But GPF, we haven't seen them go kind of out like a burnout light. Gotta find kind of where that gut check is going to be, because they know this will take a bracket reset to find success. 1-2 combo, backboard defense, Crypto waiting in the wings.
For Crypto, it's all about just be like, yes, let's fight. Let's go ahead and get in the mix. Let's start giving ourselves a much better space to work with. And taking this space and taking most of the field has been such a challenge on either side, because both teams are high flyers, I think. Normally we see a little bit more ground dribbles and passes between the two, but this has been like all high flying action. I think it's been a lot of juggling. It's been a lot of teams playing in the air as much as possible. And it gives me a lot of hope, but it also means the ball trajectory is a little bit wild. Boys, take a look at this. We're seeing it here once again, just the ball being juggled, barely touching the ground here, as it flies right by him. Plexi bounces it in for Ninja Turtles' first of the game.
And this needed that adjustment. This was going to go wide, and Plexi just off of their undercarriage. Mercy had an understanding that Plexi was one of the more dangerous people in that moment, but he just couldn't make that read in time. And unfortunately for GPF, you see that one skirt on by. For the Ninja Turtles, they pop the sewer lid and they slice them down.
It was beautiful work right there. And yet again, just the constant overall aggression has been wonderful on either side. I was talking about the volatility of these bounces, of these constant movements of the ball. It leaves everyone a little bit wanting, and it provides a very high level of play, which makes me very happy. Ninja Turtles were able to take advantage, and now it's GPF to do the exact same. Off the crossbar, up on the top ropes. Garcia setting it up for a teammate, but it sprints out to the right side. Mercy not really in a great field position, but with max boost is ready to challenge, deny any sort of high ground action. Ninja Turtles, though, with the dig out, Resinol sets it right back in Ninja Turtles' way.
Great third man reading that we're getting from both these teams. You're getting especially a lot from GPF as of recent, to just kind of see where they're going to try and go for these outlet clearances. Garcia, as well as Mercy, a time or two, knew that there was only one spot that the Ninja Turtles could really put some of these positions. This one a little bit weird, as the player ends up before the ball, and much like a period, you got to put it at the end. So Big B, soft launcher, everyone from the Ninja Turtles very much present, and Plexi gets a helping hand with getting some power behind that ball.
A little bit too much. They lost the trajectory.
Yeah.
They're like, no, I didn't want to kick it that hard. I'm so sorry. Ninja Turtles, though, still very happy about the current positioning and the route. They've been able to pick up pace a little bit, and GPF haven't been able to really counter. Take a look at that Crypto with a nice curve directly into Garcia's face, which enables this opportunity. Great face bump as Plexi creates a little bit of an open break. Crypto flies on in, yet another demo. Forces Crypto to slow down. Plexi with a great redirect. And again, it's challenge for challenge for challenge. Both teams not willing to really give an inch no matter where that line is drawn.
2 minutes, and we've had all of a single goal. Ninja Turtles, they got the one that mattered, and now it's about just making sure GPF can't get anything. As Mercy has a flip reset in his back pocket. You cannot let that dude have space. They will tie it up.
Never give them the space. That is words to live by at this point for Mercy. Look at that, all 3 defenders, and Pigby's like, yo, where'd they go? Very nicely done for GPF. They tie things up with 2 minutes left, and we know this is where things get spicy. An immediate demo off rip means Garcia has opened up space. Mercy is about to round the corner, but a great stop by Resinal to force the rest of GPF onto the defense.
John Travolta shrugging gif, seeing if that one eventually finds its way through. Plexi, dude has been on one. Resinal doesn't have anyone to give it to directly. Crypto was going to be able to come out from the other side. He was playing basically backdoor sentinel for the most part, seeing if anything would make it to the opposite side post. We're at less than 80 seconds to go. GPF has at least full presence behind this ball. Garcia trying to at least get a nose onto Resinal. With a minute approaching, oh, that's a great defensive effort. Just enough to kind of lock the door for the moment.
As we get down to the final minute, a costly mistake could have been there. Crypto's like, guys, we really let it roll to the side there. Garcia, on the other hand, saying we're not going to leave our net wide open. We're not going to let that happen to ourselves. Monkey Man, we're looking at a possible chance. No, I was going to say it. I'm glad I didn't. Garcia puts GPF up 1 here in game 2.
Everyone was on the ground. Not a single person was available from the Ninja Turtles to go at least challenge to the sky, and that's a fantastic handoff and then fluid motion by GPF to get themselves forward. Now we've seen this movie before. We've seen a late-term comeback. This one was out of GPF. Ninja Turtles still has the chance to do exactly what they did in that previous game, but they have softened up. This one trying to find it off of at least 1 defender. But nothing is being made as a mistake out of GPF, and Ninja Turtles need to start forcing their hand.
Maybe this is it. Pigby bounces it on high. Garcia waiting inside of the net, which is the appropriate response. Goes high, bumps it ever so slightly, but Reasonable was there. Of course, Mercy ready to redirect out, and that looks like a wide open net. Plexi getting in the way, though. And with 10 seconds left, it's going to go down to the absolute wire. Resinal picks it up on the right side. Pigby ready to go with the defense in the air. High flying action as it crosses over and is dropped. Ninja Turtles weren't ready, and so that dunk is going to be enough. GPF tie us up at 1 apiece.
The reason that shot did not go between the pipelines is because they didn't have any extra boost to make that response. I have to think that Resinal had at least more shots than just the one that we got out of this. I mean, but who knows? Maybe Plexi had the only one. Either way, GPF, 9 shots, looking solid. Looking like they at least kind of kept Ninja Turtles away for that final moment. And they've been kind of, I guess, late game, keeping themselves in the game. That's what mattered most. They were ahead when it came to game number 2, and the Ninja Turtles forced a longer portion of that to come through when it came to overtime. But this one, it felt like we were seeing the tale of 2 different sides of the tape, because GPF came alive after that 1-0 from the side of Ninja Turtles.
Well, and the fact is, I think they said, hey, God's complete. Kind of deal. Now they knew God's complete already. They knew Ninja Turtles can't bleed, but the idea that you came so close and it was an OT victory for Ninja Turtles, it sparks something, right? I always feel it does spark a little bit more. It says, hey, we came so close, and it kind of revamps your efforts in. Now, if GPF had actually lost it, it would have been a whole different story in game number 2, but instead they tied it up. So now they're going to play at a revamped pace, and Ninja Turtles are the ones that are going to have to match. Now for Ninja Turtles, if they can keep things nice and even, if they can slow things down, maybe even look at a little bit more defensive play, maybe that's the option for them, and then they look at more quality over quantity in terms of shot record.
And the key that you also see here, it's often when teams go down like 0-2 and they have to already force a bracket reset to even win the entire tournament or something, you kind of see a mental sag occur, and getting that game, like you mentioned, keeps this one relevant for GPF. There's not going to be that mental boom that has occurred, at least for the most part. This one, even if they were to drop it, obviously they kind of know what's at stake. Mercy looking for a redirect, and we've gone through our first minute, completely scoreless.
And I think that's a huge change as well for Ninja Turtles. I think you can kind of breathe a sigh of relief. GPF have been playing a little bit fast and loose, and yet they haven't scored, which means that you've been able to kind of rebuke, deny, and defend against a lot of their overbearing weight. And that's going to be a demo out, though, as Garcia gets a little bit messy in there. GPF ready to round it out, gets an over. Another defender tries to drop it down for the rest of the team, but Plexi ready to round it out, and all of a sudden, it's a chase and attack from Ninja Turtles. Flick up off the left side. Garcia intercepts. And GPF are right back in the waiting room, right back at midfield.
Ninja Turtles didn't have much to work with on that one. They tried to immediately have Crypto go for basically a lineman play, and then that just wasn't there. No boost, no issues, though, from GPF. Crypto will have something to work off of the 50-50. He actually comes right back to that ball. It's going to be Pigby on the catch, and he will go high above his own backboard. He loses it. That's going to give an opportunity for Resinal. That's suddenly blood in the water, but it's the other way from sidewall. Plexi makes a heck of a save.
Ooh. And it's a two-piece as well. That dead ball could have easily gone GPF's way, but no. It was well recovered, and once again, Ninja Turtles showing their stalwart defense here. This has been very difficult to fight back from, at least in game number 3. Now, remember, we can see this game explode open. Once it crosses into the second half, we've seen teams exceptionally have issues like that, as that's reasonable to slam home a goal number 1 here in game number 3.
Plexi had to win just some kind of touch. Give Resinal an understanding, a moment to go into the stripes, see what comes out, and all right, so they make it work. This is solid efforts for Ninja Turtles. They were able to get 1 goal to start things off in game number 2, and then the last couple went the way of GPF. Swing and a miss. Plexi on the over adjust. It's going to be from the 45. He's going to come right back to it, and he doesn't get it to the pre-flip, which does make them bite, and Crypto is going to try and play this slow.
It's going to be a roundabout way to do it. The Plexi setting the rest of the team up. Resinal comes by in a streak and a blur. Big B, though, slowing things down, trying to get around, gets around 2 defenders. Resinal, though, from the side helps out, but that allows for a demo out. Pigby ready with the team, ready to go. Mercy tries to kick it high, goes off the crossbar, but Pigby was there. Resinal with defenses out the wazoo. That's another take. Triple defensive save. Crypto, the mad lad, keeps Ninja Turtles ahead.
Oh, the Michigander comes through, making us all watch and look and hold our breath. Same thing for GPF. They put on the most tiny finesse touches, seeing if it would be enough to twist the knife and get it stabbed over that goal line. See Plexi on wall, and Crypto is going to try and give him another reason to stick around with it. But Crypto now comes back to get a bump into Pigby, and Plexi is dunking it from off his own backboard. That is on purpose, because you take away the shot op that would have otherwise been the same thing for maybe a double tap from out of GPF.
I still just can't believe that save came through. I'm not going to lie, that was chaotic in front. But now we got a minute left. GPF saying, crap, we can't let this go away. We just got a game under our belts. Last minute, you can do a lot of work here. Mercy trying to slow things down, bumps it away. Now fast forwards with that boost. Such high, Resinal brings it up a little bit higher. Off the back post is teammate there, Garcia. Dribbles it upfield. Crypto ready to deny. We're down to 40 seconds. 20 seconds burned. Ooh. That's going to be a chase even further from the back, from the mid. GPF trying to sling shots in, but every single one is denied.
Not exactly a lot of breathing room right now for Ninja Turtles. They know that this one's a bit kind of cut close. You have one man that's able to get some boost. The only reason Resinal got boost is because he went out further to midfield. GPF is swinging from that midfield line onward. Nice infield passing play. That one will not be able to get between the pipeline. Garcia has Mercy, he has Pigby, he's got options, but now he's got none. Resinal's going to try and bury it at the flag post and go to the corner. First one to get to match point. That's going to be Ninja Turtles, aiming to go back to back from May to June spin showcases. They were able to win it a month ago. They're a game away from doing it again.
Only one committed so far. Resinal committed. Crypto and Plexi are like, let's get ours too. And we win 2 in a row. Hey, bring us on as well. Granted, Plexi graduating in 2028. You got a ways to go. But for Crypto, this is their chance, and that's what they're hoping for. Honestly, Crypto has been a very nice showstopper for us, even though in this game it didn't really look like it. This was the Resinal show all day long. Crypto across all 3 games has had some fantastic moments. Same with Plexi. So the entirety of Ninja Turtles really stepping up here as they look to take the crown.
This is a team that has some depth. Obviously, they played together through that previous showcase, and then Plexi's actually a guy that goes deep into playing some of the pro play. He came out 23rd in North American 1v1 on the pro side, by the way. So dude is nasty, and really it shows exactly what level that they could be getting out of this youngster. And he's going to be a sophomore next year. Everyone else out here, it's either committed seniority or just the veteranship into the game that will be here for years to come. Ninja Turtles. It's 4 minutes and 40 seconds before they ultimately have some extra cash in the bag. And GPF, still some work to be done if they just want to get this reset.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing. Right now, they're coming from the lower bracket, as you stated, meaning that GPF, if they win here, they do have to full bracket reset. They do have to go for, I think, another BO5, which is crazy to think about. But timing-wise, it's huge, and GPF are going to fight for that. They have 1 game under the belt. It's not fully out of their way for Ninja Turtles, though. They're more than happy to continue to kind of take this one nice and slow. Remember, a lot of the goals came at the very end of, well, I wouldn't say end of the game, but more in the second half. Mercy, though, once again keeping up with it. Given the chance, they will carry a goal 1 in the first minute.
Higby chasing down Plexi. Plexi facing interior of his net. It was one of those moments where everyone trusted, at least from the side of GPF, for Mercy to just carry it from end to end, letting Pigby and Garcia run havoc and run stock through what was around the pitch. Mercy was using everything in their tank to just can't quite get it centered up.
No, it's rough. And again, for Ninja Turtles, you're on that position of, okay, well, we let 1 get by. We can still fight it out. Garcia, though, and Mercy both ready to run a little bit of a rush shot element. Pigby running interference there. I like that call. Garcia, a little bit of Lobo hits. Realizes that just crossing the ball in front, no one really there, means that you got to pick it up from the back end. GPF for their own, though, burning off almost a full minute, and then streaks 1 in as Plexi says thank you very much.
All right, tying us up. Long distance plow and fantastic work. Plexi has been just so good. Just, it cannot be understated the level of acuity that comes from this awesome young player. So Ninja Turtles get right back onto the board. It was a 3-man rush to take advantage of GPF being a little bit too locked in onto one side, and they might be able to do it immediately. They go for the bump play. Nice back pass. They will maintain possession, but that felt like it came up short.
Just a wee bit. And honestly, at this current moment, I think for GPF and Ninja Turtles, you gotta stop and kind of shake out the hands a little bit. I feel like both teams are starting to get a little bit antsy, starting to leave themselves a little bit open for the mistakes. You gotta shore up those defenses and make sure the opponent doesn't have any opportunities. So right now, I can almost feel it at GPF saying, okay, let's play it a little bit slower. Let's make sure we have our defenses in order. There it is, Mercy making sure the ball stays in GPF's hand for the moment.
Chance to be able to get outside this ball. Pigby will leap. Maybe Crypto turns right back around again, but it was actually Plexi and Resinol that kind of ended up parking into that sphere. Oh, look at the combo. It go off the crossbar. Oh, man. Ninja Turtles have done everything except score. Well, I mean, they've got the 1-1, but it felt like 2 of those separate moments were supposed to put them ahead of GPF. Now, GPF, they'll run with that. They know that the lights are bright right now. They got to play through all these banners that they're down a game, but they'll take absolutely everything that's not going Ninja Turtles' way because you're going to come in with Crypto, and he gets this lead now in this game.
Opportunistic is as opportunities do. Look at that one. That pass off the wall. Pigby was going high forward, but didn't recognize in the rearview mirror. Out came that opponent. Ninja Turtles. Such a smart grab there. And it's going to be GPF now struggling in the last 2 minutes as that's another carry. Resinol finds a sleeping Garcia and nails home a 3rd for the Ninja Turtles.
Garcia took 1 hop, wondered if he needed to come back over to it, and that's actually one of those tough positions. He knows this, but when you come off of the post, your extra flip is already used, so he tried to stall his ball about a medium level as he can and flip at it, but it's you don't have the immediate read because that's going to be a slightly more elevated shot. So a minute 50, suffering an 0-1, grabbing 3 in a row, and GPF is in the bin.
Hail, Monkey Man. We might be looking at the two-peat. Might be looking at the back-to-back champs here. Minute 30 is all they need to do. They need to defend well, or they need to aggress even heavier. 3-1. It has been such a comfort zone for them. And for the Ninja Turtles, they are happy. GPF fighting for their lives.
So if they find anything upfield, they already know that it's going to be a long drought if they intend to go all the way to a bracket reset. Minute 5, Pig B, rather it's Garcia, takes control. They're trying to give it over to Pig B. Mercy is well beyond this position, and he just sends it back to the ceiling. Less than 1 minute before the Ninja Turtles make Mikey and good old Splinter good and off the low 45. You kidding me? Oh,
It's just
merciless. Oh.
It's no. It's not merciless because Mercy's on GPF. It's not merciless. It's with Mercy. Ninja Turtles bring that pain in. It's a well thought out goal as now it's a +3 in GPF. They see their hopes slipping away at the end. Garcia just hoping for a chance.
One of my wife's favorite songs from the album Epic. Ruthlessness is mercy upon itself. And that's exactly what the Ninja Turtles are doling out to GPF. Ruthlessness. Pigby to Garcia to a hot shot that's denied by Resinol.
Huge jumps in the angles. GPF. They're trying their hardest, but Ninja Turtles, it's only fitting that in 4 games they've done some work. Yes, let's go back. GPF fighting for their lives. But my gosh, Ninja Turtles, 4 games, 4 goals, 1 for each brother.
You're going to have to keep this kickoff to sub-average time, which is usually 7 seconds. You got to send a couple. They can't get the second connection. That'll do it. Resident of the gang, the Ninja Turtles will find the two-peat between May to June. With only a second between them and some cold hard cash and some fantastic recruiters getting to look on to the talent of what's to be going into the Scholastic Collegiate Flair, you've got Ninja Turtles ready to run it down.
Very well done. Never dropping a series in comfort beyond Resinal, Crypto, and Plexi. Congratulations on your victory. Hard-earned fight. Shout out to GPF, though. Hard series to fight back from. Hard tournament to be able to fight back from, and they came back with a vengeance moving into this top quadrant. So very well done to all of our competitors here today.
Heck yeah. We're going to see a few extra replays as well from this the most recent series. We're going to see how maybe some of it went down, but I mean, this is a team that obviously knows how to get dubs. They were doing it all day long, and we didn't really get to see much in the way of the Ninja Turtles, but we only needed to see them one time.
I think that's all you have to do, right? They came in as this first seed. We knew that these are quality players jumping in, and all they needed to do was take that crown. And yes, it was a fight back. GPF. I mean, that game number 2 was looking stylish, if I do say so myself. Game 1 as well, high scoring, at least in the context of this series. But overall, it was Ninja Turtles that just came out with that flair for the dramatic. 5 goals to end it, which is the highest I think they saw within this series itself in a singular game. Very neatly done. Off the back of, I want to say, Resinal and Plexi were having some all-star performances.
They really were. Plexi was looking bananas. Resinal has always kind of looked like that. Crypto, look, really coming through as a solid Coca-Cola All-Star, and I feel like they definitely were voted because of big reasons, exactly like that. And I feel like as long as All-Star voting will continue, that we're going to be seeing them come right back to it as well and possibly join the rest of those All-Stars as well. Let's check out the bracket in just a moment for Rocket League to show you kind of the pathway of how it all went down. And like you mentioned, Ninja Turtles, they didn't drop anything on their way to the winner's circle.
Nope, maybe a game or 2 here and there. I mean, nobody's perfect, but at the end of the day, it's the trials and tribulations that you overcome to take the victory. Nearly falling to Texas Toe Ticklers in a 3-2 series, came back, fought off, only dropped a game each to GPF. Very neatly done. The entirety of the bracket. This was just the top, I believe, 8. We had a massive amount. 14 teams came out to play here on the day.
It was awesome to be able to see that. But of course, the ones that matter the most, or at least that matter in terms of winning the dub, is of course the Ninja Turtles. Pick your favorite one. I like Leonardo, but my boy Mikey, he's still pretty cool. We had some Rocket League, and we also had some Overwatch. We had a kind of a more micro-sized bracket that we can show you guys as well as for what happened on the day. And this one, end to end, you know, it might be a paid advertisement, but the Bear Life fan club really pulled through.
I think it's only deserved. I mean, Beerlight puts in so much work, and so do these players. IJV, Cray, Kellums, Big Jiffer, Shunem, as well as G-Fighter. All these players really gave it their all and took victory. Pluto, I mean, they tried their hardest as well. It just wasn't enough, right? At the end of the day, it was overall a congratulatory victory for the side of BLFC. They deserve the victories, all of them pretty much seniors as well. And I mean, they used the Widowmaker here and there. I even saw it in one of the other matchups. I think they used it once. It wasn't great, but it worked out. At the end of the day, though, BLFC, congratulations on being the June Stay Plugged In Spin Showcase Overwatch 2 champions.
Fantastic work from out of them, and of course, all from everyone that we got to see across the day. We got to see some awesome talent. Just overall, it was a heck of a showcase. But I mean, Orbital, this is just the beginning of the summer.
Yep.
There are so many more showcases that are yet to come, but how about some summer series, if you will?
Yes.
In case you missed it, it was recently announced that 2025 is all about summer series, all of which are open to everyone, students, alumni, high school coaches, and directors. Yes, you guys do matter. College coaches and directors, parents, dogs, cats, anything that literally has a heartbeat and can get its paws and hands onto a controller or a mouse and a keyboard, which is often cats as well. We're gonna have Rocket League, we're gonna have Valor, we got Super Smash, we got Super Smash Ultimate, and Marvel Rivals. You see it live right there. Marvel Rivals, you and I have been waiting for a lot of this to happen, and the first one of these 4 for the series is this Marvel Rivals Gauntlet.
Yep, it's going to be on the 21st of June, which is coming up very, very quickly. I believe it's only about 2 weeks away, so make sure to get signed up. Bring your friends, bring your relatives if you want to. Get in on the action. Next up, though, is going to be something a little bit different. It's going to be the Rocket League 1v1 tournament, which was very interesting because we did it last year, and it was great. It was so much fun to pull off, and so we're bringing it back. That one will be in July. July 26th is where you can go ahead and sign up for that one, get some of your styles on, get some of your flair rocking out, and you can go ahead and go to staypluggedin.com/events to register here today.
And that's not all. I mentioned a couple more titles. We've got The Last Stock, Smash Ultimate Solos, which is kind of how I primarily play because that's how I do. But it's going to be going down onto the 27th, the day after we got 1v1s in Rocket League. Well, guess what? It's the exact same style of stuff there for some Super Smash Brothers on the same weekend. So make sure to check that one out, and you'll go stock for stock, blow for blow. Remember, it's still right there at staypluggedin.com/events. But there's one more at the other end of our 4 set here, Orbital.
Yeah, it's just one more to go, which is the Agent's Gambit at the end of the day. This is the Stay Plugged In 2-day special tournament for Valorant to allow for the ideal bracket. And of course, it's coming straight to you. That'll be August 2nd and 3rd. Make sure to rep a group of 4, or just find some randoms inside of the Stay Plugged In group. I know they have a Discord. You can go ahead, see if you can find some teammates, get set up, and roll on out. Once again, the Agent's Gambit, August 2nd and 3rd. Go get signed up.
Well, with all these events taking place, the best way to stay up to date with everything is to go to Stay Plugged In, literally everywhere. You can find it on this app right here, be it purple or be it red, for both Twitch and YouTube. You can find it on the Bird app or the X app, whichever way you want to find it. It's also on Insta, and believe it or not, Facebook. It's still there. It's still alive. So make sure to go follow Stay Plugged In and spin wherever you may want to be able to get it. As well, give some love over to our producer, Shredder Shades, shredding up in the background, putting our faces in your spaces. Final thoughts, because Orbital, you're still on for this showcase going to day number 2.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited. We'll have another face coming in, Beautiful Crow, who has been on the Stay Plugged In side of things a few times, but we'll be rocking out with the SSBU as well as the Valorant side of things, which that tournament takes place same time, same place. You hop on here and have a lot of fun, but today was awesome, Monkey Man. We got to see some awesome Rocket League as well, some Overwatch 2 crazy members stepping up. I mean, G-Fighter really stood out to me in the Overwatch 2 tournament, but there's even more to come and more players to showcase their skills moving from the high school to collegiate.
All the recruiters out there, make sure you do tune in. The VODs will be posted. You'll be able to check them all out. And of course, check out all of those events. Again, at staypluggedin.com/events for the summer series. It's going to get hot. It's going to get crazy. But for right now, we cool down. Day number 2 will be on the way. Again, it's Orbital and Beautiful Crow that will be there. I will be in the audience. But all of you out there, thank you guys so much for joining us. You guys have a wonderful night.
Get Brightspeed Fiber Internet free for 3 months. It's free for the whole family for 3 months. Unless you want to charge the kids.
Get Brightspeed Fiber Internet free for 3 months. Switch to the bright side.